Press 1 to Audio recording for this meeting has begun.
Hello, Mr. Mesereau.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kinane. Good morning.
Good morning. Council, please come to order. Good morning, everybody. It's Friday. Let's get the meeting going here. We're going to start off with Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs, and we have Dr. Bridget Ferris to give us the ecosystem status report. Morning, Dr. Ferris.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Council. In just a moment while the presentation comes up. All right, should I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. Yes, so good morning again, Chair and member of the Council. I am Bridget Ferris. I'll be presenting the Gulf of Alaska Ecosystem Status Report for 2020. This is my first time presenting this report, and I first want to acknowledge and thank co-editor Stephanie Zedor for her work on this report as well, and really acknowledge all her work in previous years producing and developing earlier versions. It's an honor to be taking over this effort. Following tradition, I'd like to thank up front the 92 collaborators, contributors who added their data, knowledge, insights to the ESR this year, and especially this year, given the challenging circumstances. I have one slide here just to describe COVID-related ecosystem data loss from the perspective of the Gulf ESR. And to summarize this slide, we actually saw fairly limited ecosystem data loss in the Gulf this year, again, from the perspective of the ESR, and that's relative to the Aleutian Islands and Eastern Bering Sea. In the Gulf this year, it was an off year for the biennial NOAA surveys, which were canceled, but we were not expecting those data this year in the Gulf. And so in these off years, we rely more heavily on the more local NOAA surveys and our existing partnerships outside of NOAA, who all went to great lengths to mostly complete their data collection and analysis and contribute that to the ESR this year. So I just wanted to say thank you again to all these partners and contributors. We did definitely experience data loss, and part of that was due to restricted access to labs to analyze 2019 data, and also canceled surveys from other agencies. And a big gap was the cancellation of Seabird surveys from Fish and Wildlife Service. And I'll speak later in the presentation to how we mitigated that data loss, but I think we did a great job there. So moving to 2020 in the Gulf, I have some key messages up front here that I'll return to at the end, but just to keep in mind as we go through the presentation. Overall, this is a year where we observed no major departures from expected. In general, we're seeing a return to long-term mean sea surface temperatures after the 2014 and 2019 heat wave years. We see average to positive trends in most forage conditions, and some of that is resonating in the higher trophic level species. We do still see some species and populations showing continued response to heat wave years. Another way to summarize the Gulf marine ecosystem in 2020 is by looking at the risk tables and how in the Gulf stock assessments and under the ecosystem considerations section, and how the authors recommended those scores this year. For the 8 stock assessments that had risk tables this year in the Gulf, all were scored at a level 1 for the ecosystem considerations column. That would be the lowest level of no apparent environmental or ecosystem concerns. Stable fish, which is, as you know, the statewide assessment, was ranked at a level 2. So this slide also represents, I think, how ecosystem information can be used and was used this year to identify a lack of red flags, so that everything was scored as level 1, as well as in other years, sometimes to identify areas of concern. For the rest of the presentation, I'll go through some details in these 3 categories: oceanography, forage conditions, and then the salmon, marine mammals, and seabirds. Starting with sea surface temperature and heat waves. Here I'm showing the plot. On the top is sea surface temperature, and on the bottom is the marine heat wave index. And on the left is the Western Gulf, and the right is the Eastern Gulf. And so the top, the sea surface plot, the black line is the 2020 daily sea surface temperature from December 2019, so this time last year, through to relatively current. The blue line is the daily temperature from 2019, so the previous year, for comparison, as that was a very warm year. And the long-term average is 1985 to 2015. And so you can see that this time last year, again, we were still experiencing elevated temperatures. That was the 2019 heat wave that ended last December in the Gulf. And then over the winter, the Gulf cooled down to near average temperatures for the winter and the spring. We then, in the summer, had elevated temperatures in the Western Gulf, and then in the fall, elevated temperatures across the Gulf in the west and the east. In the bottom plot, the marine heat wave figure, this is similar to what Dr. Sidden presented for the Eastern Bering Sea. Again, the black line is sea surface temperature, and the yellow shading shows where that temperature exceeds the 90th percentile of temperatures for that day for 5 consecutive days. And that's the definition of a marine heat wave. And so we can see again the end of December 2019 in the Western Gulf, the yellow shading, that was the end of the 2019 heat wave. And then temperatures went back to average, and those heat wave conditions reappeared periodically over the summer for short periods, and then in the fall in the Western Gulf. They did not reappear in the Eastern Gulf. We are still seeing some heat at depth, and this is reflecting residual warmth from previous warm years. This is a cross-shelf transect along the Seward line from Seward offshore along the shelf. The y-axis goes from the surface at the top down to 300 meters, and the x-axis moves from near shore to 200 meters offshore. And this is May, July, and September. And the red colors are warmer than average temperatures. And so you can see that there is heat at around the 100, 200 meter depth across all 3 months in 2020. And so the possibility here is that there's still a lagged ecological response to those previous heat wave years. I'll highlight here a new contribution we have this year that speaks to surface transport. This is a new contribution by Matt Wilson and Lauren Rogers showing spring surface winds off northeast Kodiak that indicate the direction of coastal flow. And the idea here is to determine if in April, May, if the coastal flow, the direction of transport, funnels into and down Shelikof Strait along the Alaskan Peninsula, or if it's diverted southward around Kodiak Island. And this has relevance to transport, retention of zooplankton, ichthyoplankton, and in the spring when many groundfish eggs and larvae are in the water column and are subject to wind-driven transport. And so they use data from the National Data Buoy Center at that location on the map, AMAA2, to track hypothetical displacement in April and May by wind direction and magnitude. And what they found in spring 2020 was that displacement would be towards the southwest, meaning into and down Shelikof Strait. And when winds are in that direction, estimates of age 1 pollock the following year tend to increase, presumably because these are downwelling favorable winds in that direction, leading to enhanced retention of larvae and juveniles in these areas that favor survival. So again, the spring wind direction here would predict good recruitment of the 2020 pollock year class. Of course, there are other factors that go into the success of that year class, but this is one correlation that they found. And so to round out the oceanography, predictions for 2021, again, I think you heard this previously, that a La Nina is forecast for winter 2021. Also, we're predicted to see cooler sea surface temperatures, or either average or cooler sea surface temperatures in the Gulf. In the winter, which is that top map, you can see the white band in the Gulf of Alaska. That would be long-term average temperatures. And then in the bottom, that's the spring of 2021. You can see a blue band in the northern Gulf. So that would be slightly cooler than average temperatures predicted for next spring. So while we are seeing a warm fall in the Gulf, that's predicted to cool down over the winter and following spring. Moving to forage conditions. I'll start with copepods. These are two data sets. On the left is the Seward line, again from the Seward line, and on the right is Icy Strait in southeast Alaska. And so when comparing these two data sets, they represent two different areas, more eastern and western Gulf, which is very informative. For extrapolating to conditions for groundfish along the shelf, I would lean more towards the Seward line data. And in that Seward line data, we can see large calanoid copepods, which would be the Calanus marshalli, in 2020 or spring of 2020, which is that final gray bar. This shows that we saw slightly higher than average biomass of large calanoid copepods. And this is a slight increase from 2019. In Icy Strait, we also saw an increase in large calanoid copepods, so that is great agreement across both data sets. In Icy Strait, that top line actually is total zooplankton, and that shows biomass returning to the long-term average. But within that total zooplankton, there was an increase in large copepods and a decrease in small copepods. And then those bottom two plots on the right in Icy Strait speak to the energy content of those copepods, and they were either at or above average. So we're seeing either average or slightly above average zooplankton densities this year, with an increase in the more lipid-rich large copepods. Coming from the same two data sets, but now speaking to euphausids, again, starting with the Seward line, we see that euphausid biomass, that final gray bar in May 2020, was slightly above average, lower than 2019. And we do not have the September data yet. In Icy Strait on the right, the euphausid density was actually below average. But again, I would lean more towards the Seward line for the groundfish perspective. So again, we're somewhere in that average biomass range for this year for zooplankton. For forage fish, we have limited data this year due to fewer surveys, but we do have this great data set, which is seabird diets from Middleton Island in the central Gulf near the shelf edge at around 146 west. And these are diet data from rhinoceros auklets on the left, which are diving fish-eating seabirds, and black-legged kittiwakes on the right, which are the surface-feeding, surface fish-eating seabirds. And so lots of ways to look at these data, but a few trends to pick out. Starting on the left top corner, that Pacific sand lance, we can see that they dropped down during the 2014 heat wave, but have returned in moderate amounts in these seabird diets. Capelin below them also declined in the 2014 to 16 heat wave and have not reappeared in the diet. So we're still missing those capelin. We are seeing an increase in these diets if you look to the hexagramids, which would be the bottom right bar graph under the rhinoceros auklet. And those are mainly greenling, but also include lingcod, ecca, mackerel. And a final take home here, which you might see better reflected in the right-hand kittiwake colorful plot. The 2020 bar, you can just see a good dispersion of all the different colors. We're seeing diverse diets in the more recent years, including 2020. And that includes myctophids, salmon, greenlings. It includes nearshore species like herring and salmon. And so this is reflecting nearshore foraging, perhaps due to some missing offshore key species that they would normally rely on, like capelin. Herring, this is a good news story. We saw a very large increase in estimated spawning stock biomass for 2019. These are our 2019 data in Sitka Sound and Craig spawning stocks. And I put the 2 stars on the map there. And that would be the blue line and the red line. And you can see the 2020 is the data point that just jumps right up. Or I'm sorry, that's 2019. Preliminary results indicate that for 2020, we'll also be seeing another year of high spawning stock biomass. These high percentages of age 3 fish that were observed in 2019 were observed in other stocks across the Gulf, including Prince William Sound and Kodiak, indicating that this cause was broader than just in the southeast. The age 3 herring in 2019 would correspond to a 2016 brood year, potentially experiencing increased survival from that 2014 to 16 heat wave years. And so these herring could contribute to improved foraging conditions for the Eastern Gulf, including humpback whales and seabirds. Another, always nice to be able to validate trends in different ways. And so this is also speaking to increased herring. Another one of our indicators and this is again from 2019 bottom trawl survey results. And this is the mean length of the groundfish community sampled by the bottom trawl survey. And here, Dr. Whitehouse calculated the biomass weighted mean length, including herring and eulachon, which would be the gray circles, and excluding and taking out the herring and eulachon, which would be the black triangles. And in the Eastern Gulf, you can see the trend of the gray circles declining, and that's including herring, while the black triangles stay more level. And that means when you're including herring into the calculations of mean length, these smaller forage fish are bringing down that average. And so again, it's showing that we're seeing more herring in these more recent years as we see a separation between the gray and the black data points there. Moving into the last section, I'll speak first to salmon, adult salmon. In 2020, there were very low commercial catches of salmon in the Gulf of Alaska. The lowest in the Gulf since 1985 and the lowest in the Southeast of commercial catch since 1976, driven primarily by pink sockeye and chum. And so this we have as a noteworthy part of our ESR this year. In this figure on the left, you can see commercial catch data for Southeast from ADF&G. This is for all salmon species, and 2020 are the results, are the catch in that final last bar. You can see it's fairly low there. The figure on the right is juvenile salmon abundance index measured in icy straits, again in Southeast. And I just wanted to point out the low abundance of these juvenile salmon in 2017, 2018, which is really the lowest point on these time series across all 4 species, pink, chum, sockeye, and coho. And that low abundance and the lower abundance in the years after those is in part why we're seeing low adult returns this year. So while there are various factors influencing the fluctuations in juvenile abundance, but largely it speaks to early marine survival and that those were some poor years for across all species. There is still some ongoing work as to really what drove that decline in early marine survival, but it definitely looks like that's one of the main factors. Now, these low salmon abundances, the low catch in 2020 does not reflect 2020 ocean conditions, as these salmon are in the ocean for a few years, but they do have implications for 2020 for commercial, recreational, subsistence fisheries and the social economic connections to those. The good news is, as you can see by that juvenile index, is the trends have been generally increasing since 27-18, except perhaps for coho and sockeye dipped down again this year. So that might indicate that in coming years we'll see an increase in harvest again, although they will still probably be below average for the Southeast. Humpback whales. Here I'm showing 2 data sets, one from Prince William Sound and one from Glacier Bay Icy Strait, that are telling 2 different stories. In Prince William Sound, they continue to see a low encounter rate of whales and a low number of calves since 2014 heat wave. This year, which is the yellow row on the bottom for 2020, this summer they saw 14 whales and 2 calves. In Glacier Bay, the opposite trend, this year was the first year where they saw an increase back to pre-2014 heat wave levels. The blue bars show that they observed 12 calves this summer. And not only that, but the calves were in good condition when they were last sighted at the end of the summer, which means they found good foraging conditions. They were relatively healthy. Not only for the calves, but this would indicate that the females over the past 2 years had good feeding conditions as well. And so these trends in Glacier Bay could be tracking that increase in herring population, as those are a key prey. Seabirds, as I alluded to earlier, this is an area where we had a major data gap due to cancellation of Fish and Wildlife Service seabird surveys this year. And so to mitigate that loss, we collected information from numerous sources, qualitative and quantitative, and some new partners that don't replace that lost data, but are still great to give us a sense of any major trends. We had contributions from the Institute for Seabird Research and Conservation from Middleton Island, from Coastal Observation and Seabird Survey Team, or COAST, which is a citizen science network that monitors beaches for dead seabirds, from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and USGS. And so this is in part modeled after Dr. Siddon's Eastern Bering Sea Seabird Synthesis approach. The location of these data covers a more narrow area of the Gulf than in previous years, and we can see the red stars are colonies that were monitored on Kodiak, Cook Inlet, Middleton Island, and the dashed box are the beaches that were monitored by COAST. And the figure on the right is a summary of what we saw, and I'll go into a few more details on the next slide. We only have data for piscivorous or fish-eating seabirds this year, not planktivorous, but we have it for both the surface-feeding kittiwakes and the diving rhinoceros auklets, cormorants, murres. Overall, we saw colony attendance remains low in some populations. Reproductive success was fair to good for both surface and diving birds where they showed up, and there was no large-scale mortality event. And I won't walk through all this, but these are some of the observations that went into that summary. And a few details here around Kodiak Island for the kittiwakes, which would be the surface feeders. There was variable reproductive success, whereas on Middleton Island, we saw very strong reproductive success, the first since 2014. For the bottom box, the piscivorous seabirds, of note, the common murres in Cook Inlet, they continue to have a declining population trend since 2014. And for reproductive success, for puffins in Kodiak, we see fair to good breeding performance. For rhinoceros auklets and pelagic cormorants on Middleton, again, they had their highest breeding success since 2008 and 2002, respectively. And common murres, again, even though in Cook Inlet they are still declining, they did produce chicks for the first time on Chiswick Island and the second time on Gull Island, following their total breeding failure in 2014. So perhaps there's some hope to come in the next few years there. So overall, there's a lot of mixed trends here, but what we're seeing is some recovery from marine heat waves, including some strong reproductive success on Middleton Island. But conversely, the common murre populations are still declining. We're seeing some spatial variation, suggesting increased availability of forage fish, especially around in the Western Gulf, especially around Middleton, that would contribute to this improved reproductive success. But we are seeing some colony abandonment around Kodiak for kittiwakes, which could indicate some poor feeding conditions in that region. And this is my final data slide. Another new contribution this year and another great new partnership with the Alaska Harmful Algal Bloom Network, or AHAB, under AUS. They provided the synthesis of algal toxin monitoring results. They're primarily monitoring phytoplankton and shellfish, and these have been conducted by 29 sampling partners, including tribal agency and university entities, across 69 sites in the Gulf. So a really great level of effort, and we're really thankful to be able to include it this year and hopefully in coming years. So these shellfish are being tested for paralytic shellfish toxins or saxitoxins produced by Alexandrium. This can lead to paralytic shellfish poisoning in humans. And the figures here are showing levels of saxitoxin in shellfish from Ketchikan Bay on the left and Southeast and Kodiak communities on the right. And the horizontal line is the regulatory level for human consumption. So if you see data points above that line, those would be shellfish that would be unsafe to eat for humans. And so a few things to note here. First, these time series show persistent presence of these toxins in shellfish. It's being detected even at low levels across the time series that are presented here. In 2020, areas well known for having elevated levels of toxin, including Southeast and Kodiak, did again find samples above the regulatory limit. That would be the plot on the right and those blue data points above the red line. While Ketchimek Bay on the left did not exceed the regulatory limit this year. Both Southeast and Kodiak had fewer samples above the limit than 2019, perhaps due to cooler and rainier weather. And there have been some fish samples analyzed, for example, salmon and halibut, and there are some research programs ramping up to look at PSP and domoic acid in the food web, but we don't have results reported for that this year. So coming back to my key messages, and now with some extra details filled in. Again, this year we returned to that near long-term average sea surface temperature for the winter and spring across the Gulf, and then had a warm summer in the west and a warm fall in the west and east. But that's predicted to cool down again in the winter with a coming La Nina. And so implications of that, cooler or average temperatures in the winter and spring of 2020 provided improved spawning conditions, at least improved from 2019, for late winter to early spring shelf spawners like Pacific cod, walleye, pollock, northern rock sole. And that predicted cooling in 2021 might again give them some favorable spawning conditions. The second point is we did again see some positive trends in forage conditions this year, and some of that reflected in the higher trophic level species. We saw an average to increase zooplankton biomass, including an increase in the large, more lipid-rich copepods. We saw, again, with limited data for the forage fish, we did see some trends of increasing forage fish, including herring, at least moderate amounts of sand lance, some of the species of juvenile salmon, and this was reflected in some seabird breeding success. So again, this would imply improved prey base for planktivorous and piscivorous groundfish, some of the seabird populations, and humpback whales. And then the final point is we are still seeing some species and populations continuing to respond from the previous warm years. We are seeing some of that heat still at depth, along the Seward line at least, with potential implications for early survival of groundfish that use those habitats for spawning, like cod. Again, with our limited forage fish trends, we did see we're still missing capelin from the system since 2014. So that's one that has not come back yet. And then some populations of seabirds and whales are still low, and we're seeing some colony abandonment, for example, the decreasing MERS, and those Prince William Sound humpback whales. And so I'll end there. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ferris, and great job taking over on the presentation of all these this impressive report. Questions from council members. Mr. Twight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Ferris. I couldn't read the legend very well on the occurrence of sablefish in the diet of young of the year sablefish in the diet of one of the seabirds. And I'm just wondering if you've lined up those peaks in young of the year abundance with the reproductive peaks that the stock assessment authors are identifying. In other words, what I'm asking is, do these serve as something of a sampling of the strength of the year class of sablefish?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you, Mr. Twight. So so there's the peaks around 2015 is one big peak. But to kind of get at the broader point, I haven't gone too much in depth in aligning these with sablefish or with others. It is tempting, and we do see these as good indicators of what fish are out there, but there are definite limitations in relying on these data as samplers, as they are just from one location, Middleton Island. And that might not be reflective of the whole system. So I don't think we can rely just on this data set, but it does give a good starting point, I would say, to what some major trends are.
Thank you.
Further questions for Dr. Ferris? Great, thanks again. Great job.
Thank you.
That will bring us to the Gulf presentation, planting presentation by Dr. Jim Iannelli. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, members of the Council. Jim Iannelli here again, going to present on behalf of the team and co-chair Chris Lunsford and Sarah Cleaver from the Council. I just wanted to say on this slide that we are still have a few vacancies on the plan team and hope that the Council can support maintaining people that are on this team and also inviting new members. Our work has increased over time, and when we had far fewer things to do, we had more people. And so we're really hopeful that the Council can have something to ensure that the different regional bodies and academics are aware of these openings and can help support maintaining the team's membership. Today, I'll just go over the highlights of the SAPE report, which the plan teams compile every year. Thanks to the contributions from all of the authors, and thanks especially to Bridget Ferris for helping out so much with making clear presentations on the ecosystem aspects. This year, we'll talk about 8 of the full assessments that we compiled and reviewed, and we have 8 partials to comprise the whole year, since this is what we go by in the normal bottom trawl survey conducted by NIMS. This was an off year. We expect to have a survey this coming year. And just for the Council to remember, this is our cycle of completing assessments, when the next ones will be due, and whether they're full or not, the partials by stock, and then also which ones will be receiving just reports like you've already heard about grenadiers, and Dr. Ferris talked about forage species a bit. So this is the table of the 2 categories of full assessments. I'll be spending more slides on the top group here, and then just touch on the trends for the partial assessments that were done and presented. So just to note that the SAFE chapter contains an introduction, and in that there's summaries by ecosystem and economic. And here's just an example of part of that, showing the synopsis in terms of revenue for the Gulf of Alaska by main species groups here, showing that, as you might imagine, Pacific cod revenues dropped in the past couple of years through 2018, 2019. And then also you're getting some beginning decline from the sablefish, as we talked about in the joint presentation. Also in the joint presentation, I discussed the joint team presentation. I discussed the trade-offs in change between one year and the next, and I won't go further into that now. I spent a little bit of time, was it yesterday, on this. In terms of changes from this year to next year, the ABC recommendations, just in broad categories, we get a 2,600 ton increase in the roundfish, which are cod, pollock, and sablefish, but a bigger increase proportionally in tonnage-wise too, of almost 9,300 tons of rockfish, and a decline in the ABC recommendation for sharks. And if you look at that proportionally, the proportion is much bigger for sharks, as you can imagine, just in absolute terms. And this is just showing the proportional change in ABC between this year and next year, with the dusky rockfish having the largest proportional increase, and as I just showed, sharks having the largest decrease. And in off year, you do expect to have a lot of no change in ABC when they're partial assessments, or relatively no minor changes. And this is just another illustration of the change The maroon solid bars here represent this year's ABCs by stock and the next year's recommendations from the plan team. And just to overlay the actual catch is shown in the blue line here, indicating that flatfish and arrowtooth flounder are far below, the catches are far below the ABCs. Looking at a big picture here of this year's ABCs, this is the proportional 26% going to pollock. How that changed overall is 4,600 tons to this year is just increased by about 9,000 tons. And the proportion in pollock dropped a little bit, mainly due to increases in rockfish. We also, in our report in the intro section, talked about which species or stocks have recommendations that are below the maximum permissible. As you've heard yesterday, the sablefish, which I won't go further into, had an ABC recommendation that was less than half of the maximum permissible. And there's been an adjustment downwards for demersal rockfish, kind of a traditional one, but it's relatively minor in absolute terms. This is the figure that Steve Barbeau showed yesterday for the Bering Sea, but this is for the Gulf of Alaska. This is last year's version of this Kobe kind of plot. And this year we see that the catch has dropped for Pacific cod based on our recommendations last year. So we are moving away into a more positive territory for that. And then we have these other stocks that are out in the far right, low proportion of the ABCs, and none of them are really approaching any of the danger zones or precautionary zones that we would surmise from these stocks. So I'm going to give a quick overview of each of the species. They said these are chapters that we compile and summarize in our intro, and just talk about changes through those, and only highlight new data and changes to keep this relatively brief. And this is the transition slide, which I'll use to go between each of the individual stocks, just to review. The first column here is the catch this year, and the second column is this year's ABC in relative, and then next year's projection, and how much it's changed is in the last column, both in absolute terms and in percentage terms. So you'll see this slide a few more times, just noting that now I'm going to move into the Gulf of Alaska pollock stock assessment. This was a model that was used the same this year. There are two main things that I would like the council to remember or take home from this, is that in the past 4 years, we did do a survey this year. The Alaska Fisheries Science Center did, doing an acoustic trawl during the winter, and that's what's shown in this map is the distribution of where they found pollock, and the numbers and the circles here show the station locations where they conducted trawls. But the bottom line, kind of down here in the lower left, is that where we've been over 1 million tons the last 3 years, this year we're down just below 500,000 tons in this survey. And so that was take home number one. The Shelikof survey found relatively fewer fish than in recent years. Take home number two is, well, we've never really been able to, or the assessment has never really estimated or predicted those large estimates. This is the same data now with the model fits showing it, but these 3 years with high values, over 1 million tons, were never really fit very well by the model. This year's data point actually fits really well and consistent. And part of the reason for that is because our bottom trawl surveys have not been very positive. So there's always been, in recent years, a mismatch between what we see in the acoustic data and what we see in the bottom trawl data. And so this is the 2019 value from the NOAA survey that was conducted. So that's kind of one of the stories. The other story is that in 2019, in that acoustic survey, this big circle in the lower right represents a lot of fish that fall into the 2018 year class. Well, in this year's survey, there were hardly any of those seen as 2-year-olds. And so one of the mysteries that we discussed at the plan team is, well, where did these fish end up? And so you'll see in a second, our recommendation is to look at possibilities of why that year class, which is going to be important to the future, had failed to show up in the 2020 acoustic survey. So the other aspect that new data was this Alaska Department of Fish and Game completed their survey in 2020, so that's used in the assessment, and this is just showing those same data in the previous slide for the bottom trawl survey that we've been using all along. So we were fortunate to be able to have available the survey from Alaska, and that's continue to be used. And this is just the author's summary slide showing we're seeing a decline in the biomass, spawning biomass in the stock. Here's that 2012 year class that was quite big, and the 2018 is not really showing up in the recruitment figure, but one of the concerns, as I mentioned, is the drop in that year class from the 2 most recent years of data. And overall, it's just resulted in a slight decrease. And you'll recall last year we actually took an extra bit of precaution due to some other concerns with the assessment, and that was turns out to have been a good decision, or at least consistent with the data that we're seeing from this year. This is the summary slide that we compiled for both of those, just reiterating the things that overall trends in catch in the left, total biomass and spawning biomass, and then the year class strengths that we see in the assessment. There's also an Eastern Gulf component to this stock, which completely unchanged. There's no new data, so the projection is the same as last year. As you might imagine, and what I mentioned, the plan team did recommend looking into possibilities of where the 2018 year class may have gone, and if there's an increase in either displacement or potentially predation, maybe sablefish are chowing down on them. Those types of considerations might be looked at in more detail, including vertical distributions. Okay, that's it for pollock. We'll move on to Pacific cod. It's positive news that the ABC's gone up. We're moving away from kind of the danger zone, both for 20% of spawning biomass and getting closer to the target biomass. There were new pieces of information this year, which included the longline survey shown on the left here, and last year's bottom trawl survey shown on the lower right. The author implemented a number of environmental features to the assessment. One model that was presented included integrating some of the projections for environmental projections in the near term, and the team appreciated that as an exploratory research model and look forward to adopting that more. There was also an ESP done for this stock, which was included in the assessment. This is the history of different assessments, not from this year's model, but from past different models. So this top one here just represents that year. If it was completed in 2016, that was the author's estimate for female spawning biomass in that year. So just showing that in recent years, there's been lots of consistency, and now we are seeing an uptick in the spawning biomass, which is a good sign. And same thing, but here just with this year's model being implemented. So as far as our team discussions, The NPFMC trawl survey is used for the pollock assessment, and we thought it might be useful to look at for this assessment in the future, and potentially looking at overlap with state and federal fisheries, provide information about the population demographics, which is basically the size, composition, and things like that, growth. We did have some discussions on how EM works, and I know yesterday the council spoke to that, and basically we just recommend that that authors and the community meet with the relevant committees, how these data can be used and accessed more simply. And also, we also wish to have IPHC survey data available for Pacific cod. It seems like something that can be done and hopefully will be done more consistently in the future. And here's the summary slide for Pacific cod, noting that the catch has gone way down in recent years, and we're starting to see a rebound and response. Moving on to sablefish, we covered that, so I won't talk about it anymore, but this is from the one of the apportionment systems, and this was, remember yesterday I talked about the bookends that the plan team recommended. This was the values that resulted from what the authors recommended for apportionment, which was the 5-year running average survey distribution. And don't need to cover that, but it does result in a change in the Gulf side of things. And here's the 4-panel figure for sablefish, showing the large estimated increase, and also noting yesterday that we had the change in the proxy for BMSY in this lower left. These are adding in some of these strong year classes. Okay, I went the wrong way. Okay, now flatfish, gonna go quickly. These are mostly partial assessments. There's an overall 2% increase, which could be basically from the projections from last year. They're all lightly exploited, as I mentioned, and we have a couple of percentage increases and a couple of percentages decreasing. Overall, with including arrowtooth, it's a 1% increase. If you drop arrowtooth, it's a 2%, and so not a whole lot of things. I will just show this year's ABC, how it splits out proportionately for info, the shallow water flatfish being the biggest after arrowtooth and followed by flathead sole. And if we look at, that's a 1% increase, I'll just remind the council that there's a number of species that make up the shallow water flatfish complex. And these are the data that the assessment author used last year to come up with the values and just the overall trends: yellowfin sole, English, butter sole, starry flounder, sand sole, and Alaska plaice all comprise that. But it also includes, importantly, the rock soles. And this is the age structured assessment for southern rock sole, showing consistently flat, relatively flat trends. And this is for northern rock sole, also with relatively flat trends and low levels of catch. Onto flathead sole, minor increase, just based on these relatively minor increases, but also low levels of catch in relative terms. Onto arrowtooth, that was the only one that was down by about 1%. You can see the slow trend there. And now we'll just move into the rockfish stocks. This is where we had a pretty substantial change from last year's ABC, or for this year, a 20% increase moving into the next year. And I break these out into a pie chart. This was the current year's ABC of 47,000 tons, mostly Pacific Ocean perch, compared to the plan team's recommendation for next year, almost 9,000, over 9,000 ton increase, and most of it is in POP, but also northern rockfish and dusky rockfish proportionally change the relative proportion available for Pacific Ocean perch. And just looking at Pacific Ocean perch, that's up 16%. We reviewed and presented initial things at the Council's October meeting, discussing the full assessment that was planned and the CIE review that was planned for 2020, but that got canceled. So we postponed it to 2021. Nonetheless, we did have some internal review and corrections to the assessment, which I'll touch on briefly here. One thing that is new this year is the 2019 survey data. This assessment had never included this 2019 data before, and one thing that's quite positive in the survey is that it's seeing some incoming young fish in the survey. This is the distribution of ages that we see in the survey. Note these years alternate. They're every other year. Likewise, they alternate every other year in the fishery to capture a picture of what the age structure of the population is looking like. So that's kind of one picture on the POP side. Here's the summary figure showing the recruits in the upper right and the spawning stock and recruits in the lower right panel here. And then the overall trend in POP with relatively high values in the current year in anticipation of decreasing as we're well above the BMSY proxies. So the authors did put together their risk table, as did many others, and I included it here just to highlight some of the issues related to the assessment. And these are begun to be dealt with based on the internal review and the work that was done in the current year. But there are still concerns with this assessment, and hopefully they will be resolved with advice from the CIE and the work that is planned in the near future. This is the POP apportionment figure, which is unchanged from the previous year, as there's no new survey data, but this is what is used to apportion the POP biomass among regions. And we just recommended, obviously, the ABCs from the authors, and then also that this acoustics group is called the MACE, Midwater Acoustic and Conservation Engineering Group, to look at the acoustic data, see if there's any shift in POP distribution that could be related to water temperature. And this was inspired by the work that was done on Pacific cod, where Steve looked at target temperatures by different age groups of Pacific cod and see if something like that could be happening with POP. Moving on to, this is the summary slide for POP, showing the increases in the year class and catches increasing. Moving on to northerns, this was a full assessment this year, showed a 24% increase in the ABC relative to this year's value. They did a risk table. They were all values of 1, so no major concern there. We did have a new author, did an excellent job in Ben Williams. This is a figure just showing the 3 most recent survey data points, and the bars here represent station where there were lots of northern rockfish in the catch. And you can see generally they're out of some 700 plus stations that were done in the Gulf of Alaska. There's relatively few stations with lots of northern rockfish, and this is characteristic of this stock, that it is fairly patchy in distribution, and that is something that is a concern in terms of how these data are evaluated. You've heard many things about the BASS program, and I'll have a comment on that in a second, but here's the result of fitting the model, showing the spawning biomass projections historically and in the near term coming down slightly and still above our target BMSY points or reference points. Sorry, wrong arrow. And we recommended for both of these stocks, this one and the one I'm going to show next, that the Groundfish Assessment Program, GAP, really consider how VAST estimates are applied and I'll talk about this more in the Dusky case. And then this is all about how the survey data are treated and some technical aspects and recommendations that the plan team had there. And then also on another technical point, just on how the binning of some of the composition data are done, and just some more investigations there. And this is a summary for northern rockfish, showing that the catches have not been increasing substantially given recent terms, but the recommendations suggest they could increase somewhat. On to Dusky, which was another full assessment done by Carrie Fensky with the Auk Bay Lab. Here is the same figure again, now the 3 most recent survey years, and you kind of get a flavor that the values are increasing. It is similar to northern rockfish in that it's relatively patchy, distributed, but it's also more broadly across the Gulf, and having some positive toes in the most recent survey year indicates that, or propagates through and makes an increase in the survey estimates. And here I'm going to talk a little bit more about the different approaches for specifying or the impact of how the survey data are treated. So this figure is just the survey estimates of biomass, and I'll just walk through slowly. Sorry if this is painful, but it is important because it's one of the major activities of the survey center and the assessment group is coming up with improved ways of dealing with our survey data. And so the blue dots here were the most recently used values from the assessment, and they applied an original version, first done in 2015, of this VAST model, which is a way of treating survey data. It's a spatial temporal smoother, basically. And the blue represents that. The orange color here represents an updated version of that, redone in 2020. And then now the gray is the most recent version of that, and the green here is the original, hasn't been used in a long time, design-based estimator, which is just basically the traditional way of using the survey data. So what do you notice? Well, there's lots of variability in the design base from one year to the next, and that was one of the reasons we thought using the blue would be better back in 2015 when it first started, and that now the difference between the orange and the gray is more of a statistical diagnostic evaluation of the output. Long story short, for all of the approaches, we do see a significant increase in the biomass estimate from 2017 to 2019. And so that's one of the leading causes for the change, but we did recommend going forward based on the diagnostics with the gray dots shown here. And the result is most recent assessment shown in red in 2018, and then the update for this year with the full assessment shows a pretty substantial change in the total biomass and the spawning biomass between the two. And that's the leading cause of why the ABC increased. And given those the gray line I showed in the previous figure, this is the fit to those data and the relative error bars shown here from the surveys. So that's a little bit of a technical aside, apologize, but it is an important and big increase in the survey, and we had a number of recommendations on that. And here's the uncertainty swath of how the spawning biomass is projected to change through time, and the 4-panel values shown here. So we did have a number of recommendations, and they were combined with the northern rockfish ones. So moving on to rough-eye and black-spotted, not to be confused with black-spotted and rough-eye in the Bering Sea and Aleutians. There is a reason for that. Rough-eye are slightly more abundant than black-spotted in the Gulf. But anyway, no change. It's a partial assessment. It's only a partial fish. We did have a new author. She did a great job. And this assessment combines two sources of data, basically the bottom trawl survey shown here on the top and the long line survey. And so it's keeping track of both sets of information. And here's the trend for the biomass for black-spotted rough-eye. Moving on to demersal shelf, this is a relatively small stock, minor increase of 8%. It covers a number of different species, but the primary one is yellow eye rockfish, and it applies mainly to Southeast Alaska. Kelly Wood is the author this year, and we're anticipating getting a full assessment next year. This was a partial. She presented all of the surveys. This is how they use both remote sensing RUVs for censusing or doing line transect estimates of yellow eye rockfish abundance. And this is the schedule by region of what years they anticipate getting new information. And this is just the history of those regions. They did a great job compiling the different sectors, the catch by sector, something that is always important to consider for research. And then finally, we have the thorny head rockfish assessment, which was a full assessment, but this is a tier 5 and depends on our surveys. Again, here's another case where they use bottom trawl survey and long line survey data simultaneously. And notice it's showing a whole fish here, so it's a full assessment, but not much of a change in the thorny heads, minor difference from last one. Sharks was our last full assessment I'll talk about today. These are the main species that go into the assessment, and just showing the catch. Notice that the scales on each of these figures differs in tonnage terms. And from our survey point of view, these are biomass estimates here for spiny dogfish from different survey index values that are used for tuning to get to the assessment ABCs and OFLs. This is the same type of data, but now just for sleeper sharks. And this is the spiny dogfish apportionment by area, just showing the relative distribution from the available data that we have. And finally, the total is shown here. Spiny dogfish don't only stay on the bottom, so they're corrected for distance off bottom based on how much they did data storage tags to get estimates of the proportion of time that dogfish are available to the survey. And this is some of the details on that type of correction that's applied. For the discussion, the plan team had a fair amount of discussion on whether, the difficulties in doing a risk table when you're talking about multiple stocks, and that's one of the issues. Also, there's genetic aspects and stock structure, which were all listed here. Finally, we had one minor comment on the Gulf shark assessment, and just to inquire about whether potential observer effects if some sectors are sampled more, then that could affect the relative catch of different species of shark. And with that, conclude my Gulf plan team report, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Iannelli. Questions from council members? Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Iannelli, for that presentation. Way back on your pollock slide, the plan team had a recommendation, and I just wasn't sure who that recommendation was to, if that was like a research priority or that was a question to the stock assessment author. I just wanted to follow up on that. Is it to the council? I don't have the number of your slide, unfortunately. Yes.
Thank you, through the chair, Ms. Kimball. Yeah, I think this was more just a suggestion for the authors to investigate the diet data from predators in the Gulf and try to come up with alternatives. You know, maybe some of the Shelikof trade we know is important for young of year, but perhaps that affects some of the prey items that pollock might be following. But I don't think it's recommendation to the council. I think it's more straight to the authors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions? Thanks again, Dr. Iannelli.
And I think Sarah Cleaver has some more guidance on next steps. Thanks.
Great. Okay, yes, Ms. Cleaver's going to walk us through the summary of council action next.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the council. This is Sarah Cleaver, council staff, and I'm also the Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Plan Team Coordinator. First, I'd just like to thank Dr. Ferris and Dr. Iannelli for their presentations, as well as our co-chair, Dr. Chris Lunsford, and all the other members of the plan team for their time and effort this year in getting all these recommendations and reports ready to be reviewed for the council. The actions for the council under this agenda item are first to approve the 2020 Gulf of Alaska Groundfish Safe Report, and second to recommend the final harvest specifications for Gulf of Alaska groundfish for 2021 and 2022. This includes the SSC's recommendation of OFL and ABC for all stocks, and the total allowable catch, which is included on the agenda in Table 1. So that table is, it's named the Gulf of Alaska Plan Team Recommendations, Groundfish Specifications Table 1. And you'll notice that that table includes the 2.5% pollock reduction to provide for the Prince William Sound State GHL. For the state waters Pacific cod fishery, established area apportionments adjust the Pacific cod ABC that's available for the federal TAC in each area. And these adjustments are attached in a separate attachment on the agenda under the groundfish, Gulf of Alaska groundfish spec tables, that's in Table 2. The PSC limits for halibut in the Gulf of Alaska are specified annually by fishery year and season, and the 2021 and 2022 PSC limits are attached under the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs tables 14 through 16. The halibut discard mortality rates were reviewed by the SSC and the council at its October 2020 meeting, and the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs table 17 provides those DMRs by gear and operation type. So upon publication in the Federal Register, these 2021 and 2022 final harvest specifications would replace the specifications that were adopted last year for the start of the 2021 fisheries. And that's all I have for you. I believe we'll probably get the SSC report at some point and public comment, and then this action will be ready to go. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleaver. Okay, so that will bring us to the SSC report. We have Dr. Ann Hollywood to provide the SSC report on agenda item C4, as well as the other remaining issues, C6, planting nomination. Dr.
Yes.
Hollywood.
Yes, thank you for this. Let's see. Thanks. My name is Ann Howard. I'm here on behalf of the SSC, and I will give you the balance of our SSC report, which will include our discussion of a recommendation for one of the scallop planting members, as well as the Gulf of Alaska harvest specifications, and then our comments on agenda item C6. So we did review the nomination of Tyler Jackson, and we found him to be highly qualified, and we recommend that the council approve his nomination to the Scout Plan Team. And then I will go into the our review of the Gulf of Alaska ESR as well as the harvest specifications. I want to let everyone know I will, as Dr. Iannelli did, I will be relatively brief on some of the details of the species that were just partial assessments, and I'll primarily focus on the full assessments in there and the information therein. And given that you just had a detailed review of the ESR report, I will focus primarily on our main comments to that report. And so moving forward, as I said, as the SSC testified yesterday with regard to the Aleutian Islands ESR and the Bering Sea Aleutian ESR, we really commend the extraordinary efforts of NOAA and all of the partners, both citizen science as well as different agencies that were involved to try and get the information together for the Gulf of Alaska ESR. It was a major push. We also appreciate the efforts to incorporate any information regarding the risk tables, and I will discuss those as we come to them. And then finally, we support the continued efforts to coordinate with the ecosystem socioeconomic profile authors as we think that the ESPs provide transparency and increased information on the ecosystem that is really useful for informing management decisions. And so our previous comments have focused on the relationship between the ESRs and the ESPs, and the authors have done a good job of working together. In terms of the ESR findings for the Gulf of Alaska, we do recognize that the salmon commercial harvest was low across the Gulf of Alaska, and that this is a social and economic concern, and we support the author's recommendation to continue additional research on the survival of and growth of salmon in the first marine year and also during later marine stages to help ferret out the mechanisms underlying run strengths. We also support the continued efforts to look at marine toxins, as we recommended in our comments to the Bering Sea ESR. We also feel that this is an important issue here, and we encourage looking at monitoring toxins across all ecoregions to assess the risk to in particular for human health. If there aren't any questions on our comments on the ESR, I will move into the Gulf Plan Team report.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the SSC provided, as we did for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands reports and the JPT reports, we have some general comments to start us off. We again recognize the importance of ensuring that that stocks that are as we move to electronic monitoring, that there is a continued effort to try and make sure that the experts are available to stock assessment authors, and there is a two-way street to ensure that the needs of the stock assessment author are communicated well to the folks deploying the electronic and designing the deployment of electronic monitoring. We support, we also had some comments, as we did for the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands report on vector autoregressive spatiotemporal modeling, and I will primarily get into those in the Dusky and Northern assessments, but here the recommendation is particularly relevant to the Gulf of Alaska in that the authors this year dropped the deep stations, and we suggest that a depth covariate or an indicator variable for sparse species is included to avoid any potential bias by dropping those stations altogether. So overall, there were no stocks that were subject to overfishing in 2020, and for the stocks where we had a reliable biomass estimate, those being tier 3 and above, those stocks were not overfished or approaching an overfished condition. We had multiple stocks that had no assessments, and therefore the ABCs were rolled over, and we support that rollover. The only stocks where the SSC recommended a difference between the Gulf Plan team was in the case of dusky rockfish, and when we get to that, I will let you all know what our rationale. So as you know, you just heard, we reviewed the pollock assessment. The SSC supports continued use of model 19.1 and continued management of this stock under tier 3A. And we support the plan team recommendations for OFL and ABC in 21-22. And the values here are shown for 21-22. And as I mentioned yesterday, the values for, the values are shown here for 2021, and the values for 2022 are in Table 2 of our SSC report. We also support the area apportionments associated with this, and our main recommendations for further research are to focus on the disappearance of the 2018 year class from the winter survey, and research looking into the covariates related to the timing of the winter survey to inform both catchability and size selectivity, and to, I think that this would be useful. The idea here is that if there is a differential ages coming into spawn at different times, that this would affect the survey selectivity. For Pacific cod, as you heard, we have moved above B20. We're showing some modest increases in the longline survey. As you know, this was an off year, so we weren't expecting a bottom trawl survey this year. However, this stock continues to be relatively low in abundance, and we support the plan team and the author's recommendation that this stock falls in tier 3B, and we support the continued use of the plan team and author model for this. We do want to recognize that the author did bring forward environmentally linked assessment. That's model 20.1, and we do feel that the temperature relationships in that model are promising, and we encourage more work, but we didn't recommend it for use for this year. We supported the plan team and authors' recommendations for ABC and OFL, and we support the area apportionments for this stock. The we had a few comments about Model 20.1. This is the ecosystem link assessment, and those are reflected in our minutes. We also highlighted the ESP that was brought forward for this, and we certainly endorse continued exploration of the habitat, biological, and environmental indicators that are found in that document, and we look forward to reviewing it as it's updated next year. Our one comment on it was that if possible, we encourage the authors to separate fishery engagement from fishery dependency in the socioeconomic considerations part of the ESP, and I mentioned that yesterday as an overall comment from the SSC. I'm going to go quickly through these now, unless there are any specific questions. With regard to the shallow water flatfish complex, we concur with the plan team and the author on the ABC and OFL and the use of a Tier 3A projection model for northern rock and southern rock sole, and Tier 5 for the other members of this complex. For the deep water complex, we concur with the author and the plan team on the recommended ABC and OFL. We concur that this model qualifies for Tier 3A for Dover sole and the Tier 6 estimates for the remaining members of this complex. We did encourage the authors to take a look at Kamchatka flounder. This is not currently being recorded as part of the deep water flatfish complex, and it would be useful. We encourage the author to take a look at that and any updates that would come from that addition. In terms of rec sole, we accept the plan team and the author's recommendations for moving forward for rec sole. This was a straight rollover from the projections for 21 that were brought forward last year, and those values are carried forward for 21 and 22 since there was no new survey so this was a partial assessment, so we accept those values going forward. For arrowtooth flounder, we accepted the plan team and the author's recommendation for tier and ABC and OFL, and the values for 21 are listed here, and the values for 22 are in table 2 of our SSC report. We, in terms of arrowtooth flounder, our one recommendation is that we encourage the author to take a look at the IPHC survey data to see whether or not fishery catch at age information might be useful for inclusion in the model, and so hopefully the author will be able to look at that. There was a partial assessment for flathead sole, and we again concur with the author and the plan team's recommendation for continued management under Tier 3A, and the 2021 OFL and ABC are listed here. So that was kind of a whirlwind. Now we'll pick up the new full assessments. As you noted, as Dr. Iannelli mentioned, this was a full assessment that was conducted. This was conducted primarily to prepare for a CIE review that we're anticipating next year, and there was no change in the model structure, but there was updated catch and survey data. However, there was a revised aging air matrix and fishery age comps, and a prior on catchability and a prior on natural mortality. And we accepted the 2020 model for that should be management, not managements. We recognize that this is a Tier A stock, as Dr. Iannelli noted, where we are coming off of a very high spawning stock biomass level and trending downward. We concur with the plan teams and the OFLs and ABC and area apportionments for this stock. And the 2021 values are here. In terms of northern rockfish, again, this was a full assessment, and the big change in this assessment, as Dr. Iannelli noted, was the addition or exploration of using alternative configurations of the vector autoregressive spatiotemporal modeling. And the gap here is the Groundfish Assessment Program. As Dr. Iannelli noted, they are actively looking at ways to improve the survey biomass estimates in both the Gulf of Alaska and Bering Sea. And the author did a good job of taking a look at this. The SSC agreed with the Groundfish plan team and the author's recommendations for going forward with Model 18.2b, which incorporates these new vast model biomass estimates, survey biomass estimates, and we support the ABC and OFL recommendations that came from the plan team. Those for 2021 are listed here. And we do note that this addition, there are two causes of this 24% increase in the ABC. Part of it is the addition of the new survey data point in there, which shows an upward trend, but also the vast estimates do have an influence on this. And we support the area apportionment for this stock. And I'll get into this, we encourage both the dusky rockfish authors and the northern rockfish authors use this new information from GAP, and we encourage the authors to continue to, they already are, but we feel that collaboration between the two assessments is really a useful piece of, it benefits both assessments. We encourage the authors to provide some diagnostics. I indicated that yesterday in my comments regarding the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, Groundfish plan team review. We feel that as we move to using model-based biomass estimates for the survey, that we need to also review the diagnostics in terms of the overall fit of those. We also suggest that in addition to looking at spatial correlation, that the authors, particularly with rockfish stocks, that we expect their biomass trends to be somewhat more stable than other stocks, that they look at temporal autocorrelation as well. We encourage the author to continue to investigate data weighting in the model and continue to explore the plus group binning. And we encourage the author to investigate the spatial overlap of older age classes in the survey and the fishery, noting that there's ongoing collaboration between the amended 80 and the Kodiak fleets. And so doing some work here in terms of looking at where fish may reside across the range using fisheries data was certainly encouraged. Dusky rockfish, this is the assessment where the SSC did not agree with the plan team and the author's recommendations. This was a full assessment, and the SSB is projected to be upwards in 2021. This stock qualifies for management under Tier 3A. And using Model 15.A, this is the model that incorporates the GAP vast model-based biomass estimates for the survey. There was the model generally fits the data. The question was whether or not it was overfitting rockfish. there was a very strong 2005 year class, and the model, of course, fits that. With that additional fit, you will see, and I'll mention this on the next slide, that there was a strong retrospective pattern. And our feeling was that the strong retrospective pattern and previous assessments, the retrospective pattern has been relatively low. And so the thinking was there needs to be some more exploration in terms of what the parameterization of the model-based estimates for the survey should be. And with that in mind, we recommended that there is a reduction in the ABC, and we recommend just using a 50% stair step from last year's ABC to the new recommended ABC. And this resulted in a 24% reduction for 2021 and a 23% reduction for 2022 for dusky rockfish. And our rationale is as was noted here, that the low variance on the VAS model with the high 2019 survey biomass estimate, that combination resulted in a large increase in the expected spawning biomass, and we recommend that we go cautiously with this this stock assessment. So in the future, in order to work on this, we encourage the author to prioritize an investigation of that large retrospective pattern. They should look at catchability and as well as the survey indices. And we encourage the author to provide a specific justification with respect to the parameters that are being used for the VAS model estimates for survey biomass. And this would include a consideration of the life history of the species and its spatial distribution. Do we think that kind of interannual variability is expected with a longer livestock? And we, as I noted earlier, request diagnostics on alternative configurations of VAST and how those fit relative to what was brought forward this year. With rough-eye rockfish and black-spotted rockfish, we support the plan team and author's recommendation, and we appreciate the author's efforts to develop a risk table, and we agree there's no reduction from maximum ABC needed in this year. We did note that the 2020 longline RPNs for this stock noted a decrease in 43% from the 2019 estimate, and the author suggested that potentially this could be attributed to hook competition with sablefish, and so some exploration of that is recommended in the future. With demersal shelf rockfish, we did review this. This was a partial assessment, and we're expecting a full assessment to come forward next year. We accepted the OFL and ABC recommendations for this DSR complex, and we do have some recommendations on this that we encourage the authors to explore alternatives for setting OFLs and ABCs that are more in line with the current practice. Remember, right now we're using the lower 90% confidence intervals and we think that perhaps using the estimates of ABC and OFL and using some sort of uncertainty correction, as we do for other species, may be a prudent alternative to the current practice. We also reiterated our notes from previous stock reviews of this complex that our minutes, you would look in our 2017 and 2019 minutes, where we discussed the potential issues of moving DSR, the DSR subgroup. How do we look at the complex relative to the members that are in the other rockfish complex, and which members are in the DSR complex, and how would that go forward? And perhaps that could be a consideration of the council's stock structure spatial management policy. That wasn't brought up in our discussion of the spatial management policy overall. However, in our previous minutes, this has been brought up. In terms of thorny heads, we accepted the tier recommendation for this stock and the ABC and OFL for this stock complex. Let's see, and we do have some comments on it in terms of we accept the apportionment for this complex, but we support the plan team recommendations to investigate hook competition with sablefish and develop a correction factor if it's necessary. And we also suggest looking at potential shifts in gear or fishing behavior that might explain changes in the abundance relative to this stock complex. We note that there was an unprecedented increase in the biomass in the eastern GOA and the 100-meter survey bin, and that seems a little unusual. We suggest that if they are moving shallower, that there needs to be some additional review of other areas, and so the thought here would be perhaps the IPHC longline survey data might allow a spatial increase that might inform this potential movement of the thorny head complex. For sharks, the SSC accepted the plan team and authors' recommendations for ABC and OFL. We do note that this is a reduction from previous years. We agree that the risk table does not indicate any additional reduction from the max ABC. Our notes will reflect that we encourage the authors to take a look at as they look at the genetics of sleeper shark, that they extend that to include samples from the California current and western North Pacific, and we encourage the authors to include other surveys, for instance, the halibut survey and the new VAST models that are and look at potentially using VAST models for the biomass estimates for spiny dogfish. And we generally have some comments about encouraging the author to take a harder look at temperature-dependent Q for dogfish. For forage fish, we received a report on this group. We did review it. We appreciate the continuing production of this report, and we recommend that they report on the combined shrimp biomass from the AFSC bottom trawl survey. And based on the results of this, we concur that this stock complex can continue to be managed as an ecosystem component. And I think that is the end of my, the last piece of this. So maybe I'll stop there. And if there are any questions on either our comments regarding ESR or our comments regarding harvest specifications, I tried to move quickly. I know you're on trying to move forward in the agenda. So if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Dr. Hollowed. While we wait to see if council members have any questions at this point, I would like to remind members of the public who are scheduled to provide public testimony on C4 that we don't have much more of the SSC report, and so it would be useful if you'd start to hook up via phone. Council members, do you have any questions? Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair or Chair. I don't actually have a question. I just want to thank Dr. Hollywood for her report and for the really detailed minutes that accompany this report. I want to make sure she understands that we are reading those minutes and they're extremely helpful. So thank you.
Through the chair, I appreciate it. I tried to move as quickly as I could, and you're right. We spend a considerable amount of time on each of these assessments, and in no way my rapid review of them should reflect that we don't appreciate the detailed efforts that the authors that went into the authors' development of those 8 chapters.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, if there aren't,
I don't see any more, Dr. Hollywood. Please proceed. I do agree with Ms. Kimball that I think the thoroughness of the SSC minutes also facilitated our lack of questions. I know as I read through it, my questions were answered within the minutes themselves.
Well, through the
Please
chair,
proceed.
I very much appreciate that, and I look forward to the day where we can meet again face to face. It does take more time doing the reviews this way. Okay, so our last agenda item was C6, and our minutes provide some information on it. We do feel that the proposed regulatory change that would eliminate the FFC license endorsement for Pacific cod gear fishing, if not credited with a minimum amount of directed landings during the specified period. This is what we're looking at, and we do feel that it can go forward. We thought that it was a clear and thorough and thoughtful analysis. The analysis provides useful information on the ESAI Pacific cod pot CP sector. It details the effects of the latent LLP license holders, and it does do a good job of looking at the impacts given the issues of confidentiality that could, because of the small sample sizes involved in this. And so we recommend that this is ready for release to the public for review. That's really all I had. It was pretty straightforward. We didn't have any reason to hold it back. If there are any questions on this, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hollywood. Any questions on C6? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Hollywood, for your report on this. And in reading through the minutes, I did notice that there was some suggestions from the SSC about the effects on communities and how we might better call those out in the analysis, and also just thoughts about the longer term, implications of an action like this. And so I noticed I didn't make it into the presentation, but I did appreciate that portion of the report, and I'm assuming that you had that discussion with the authors and that we could just perhaps ask them to incorporate SSC comments in the next version.
Through the chair, Campbell, yes, very much so. We do hope that those are included in the final report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Any further questions for Dr. Holloway? Thank you, Dr. Holloway.
Hey, thank you.
Great. So we have looks like 15 people signed up to testify, and need a break after testimony to prepare the motion. So let's just take maybe a quick 5-minute break right now, and then come back to take public testimony, and then we'll have a little bit of a longer break at that point. Let's come back just after 9:50. council please come to order? All right, moving into public testimony. Again, 15 signed up to testify. First up is Paul Clampett, Bernie Burkholder, and then Sean McManus. Mr. Clampett.
Thank you, Chairman Keenan. For the record, I'm Paul Clampett, Vice President of the Seabird Synthesis Pod Association, and I own the fishing vessel Augustine. We have been involved in the fixed gear fisheries in Alaska since the early 80s. The president of the Seabird Synthesis Pod Association, Bernie Burkholder, couldn't make it today, so you can strike him from the list there for testifying. So I will read his statement. So this is from Bernie. I would like to open my comments by stating that I believe all fishermen and all gear types have a right to responsibly prosecute their fisheries, pot, longline, and trawl fishermen alike. I have lifelong friends in the trawl fishery, and I understand a lot of the day-to-day pressures they face in their fishery. They care about their communities and the ocean environment as much as any other fisherman. Second, I support and agree with the SFC Sablefish recommendations of 29,588 metric tons in the Gulf of Alaska. There has been a lot of discussion and concern expressed by reduced CPUE in the directed fishery. First, please understand there is a lot of conversion to the fishing fleet from hook and line to pots. Second, there is very little CPUE data available from the pot fishery. And finally, the data coming from the remaining vessels left in the hook and line fishery is suspect at best and confusing. Well depredation is magnified on the vessels left trying to prosecute the hook and line sablefish fishery, and CPUE data for these remaining vessels is pushing numbers into low levels that are not truly representative of what is going on in the fishery. Experienced vessel sablefish CPUE data that is representative of the fishery needs to be made available and considered. I continue to be amazed by the lack of consideration given to the whale depredation in the sablefish industry and the low levels of whale predation scientists and managers attribute to this problem. Does anyone believe the number of vessels converting from hooks to pots and the millions of dollars being spent on these conversions would be taking place if the magnitude of this problem was really as low as the science leads us to believe? I would also like to respond to the concern as to why sablefish tack was left in the water in 2020. COVID-19 was a significant factor. Ex-vessel price was also a significant factor, much of this caused by secondary effects of COVID. At times, markets were limited and even non-existent in the traditional ports. There is a very serious need for unified pot regulation in all areas of the Gulf of Alaska. Vessel caps are also a significant problem and should be increased. Reapportionment needs to be looked at closer. There are many significant factors other than the pure spatial distribution of sablefish biomass, size distribution, historical migration of sablefish, the spatial market value of fish, and the socioeconomic considerations of traditional communities should be given consideration and studied. Now, personally, I would like to add that the SSC recommendation is extremely conservative. There is over 687,000 metric tons of sablefish biomass. The directed sablefish quota is less than 5% of that. Some of the fixed gear fleet suggests we need to be more cautious, but I can't see how you can be more cautious other than shutting down the fishery. They think that they are banking the fish for the future, but there is no bank. If there was, then what happened to the 28% we left in the water in 2020? I would like to point out that the TAC for 2020 is 27.42% less than what the SSC is proposing for 2021, almost the exact amount we left in the water in 2020. So if there is a bank, can we withdraw our savings from last year? We would like to see the council accept the SSC recommendation for sablefish in the Gulf and have the TAC equal the ABC. And thank you for the opportunity. That's all. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clampett. Dr. Balsker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for that, Mr. Clampett. Could you say a little bit more about the need to increase vessel caps, please?
Well, with the quota going up, we feel that it's going to be, you're going to find a lot of vessels being, there's a lot of boats out there that are having a hard time, especially with these low value of the fish, in financing the conversion to pots. and they're going to want to. The best way around that for them is to put their fish on another boat, and combine their resources, and that's going to require an increase in vessel cap for them to do that. Now, there's all kinds of ways you could go about that. You could make a recommendation where you can increase the cap, but it has to be second generation. If you're going to increase the cap of the boat, that the ownership of that extra fish has to be owned by the second generation to prevent people from a consolidation of ownership. You could also say, well, if an X amount of the fishery isn't caught by June 1st, well, then we'll raise the cap from June 1st till the end of the season. There's all kinds of ways to do it to make, some of the socioeconomic problems, that are perceived to go away. So we've explored that. We have a paper that I believe we submitted, or we may be submitting shortly, and we just think that in the future, if we're looking at a huge increase of the biomass, and because that with more fish, the market makes them less valuable, the only way around that is with volume, and so an increase in vessel cap may be needed.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for the testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Foster. Further questions for Mr. Clampett? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Clampett, for Mr. Burkholder. What I'm wondering, sir, is we did an action earlier for the charter sector that all the indication that we could find at this council was that the conditions in 2021 were going to be very similar to what they were in 2020 for tourism. And I'm sure there's some connection between tourism and the general health of the economy and markets. And so what I'm wondering is, do you think that your opportunities to market these fish in larger numbers are going to be harmed by putting more into the market when restaurants aren't opening now and there's no sign that they're going to be opening? All the indications we have is that it might be the third quarter of this year before things even come close to resembling anything we've seen in the past. So I guess I'm wondering how you can square asking the TAC and the ABC to be the same when the knowledge that we're operating under is that markets are going to be constrained by COVID.
Well, thanks for the question. We can't control the market. I have no idea what the market's going to do. My last indication from our buyers told me that there was a very strong market at this moment now that was last week, okay, so for smaller sablefish. And my buyer told me to, purchase more quota if I could. But I don't know. And, all I can do is catch the fish, and I'd like to have the opportunity to catch the fish. The fish are there. We left 28% in the water last year. Our vessel didn't. If we would have been given another 28%, we would have caught it and sold it. I mean, I can't answer your question. I'm sorry. I don't know what the market's going to do. I know that the fish is there. I know it's available, and we should have the opportunity to try to catch that fish and market it.
Thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. Thanks again for your testimony, Mr. Clampett. Sounds like we're not going to have Mr. Burkholder, so that'll bring us to Sean McManus and then Steve Fish.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sean McManus. I'm the skipper of the fishing vessel Vancy and a member of the council's IFQ committee and a 25-year veteran of the sablefish and halibut IFQ fisheries, where I own quota share in both the Western Gulf and Central Gulf areas. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Boots on Deck members of the Deep Sea Fishermen's Union. We are vehemently opposed to the recommended non-EXP survey apportionment. This apportionment method resulted in an increased sablefish ABC of 25% in the Bering Sea and 60% in the Aleutians, with a potential decrease in the sablefish ABC across the Gulf by 22%. We do not feel a decrease in the Gulf of Alaska is warranted. The Groundfish plan team reported that there's a maximum permissible ABC is increasing rapidly, as well as the biomass increasing. And also the Groundfish plan team survey data across every area in the Gulf showed either an increase or a stabilization in CPUE, with the exception of West Yakutat and Southeast. And keep in mind, all this positive data is managed to come from a survey conducted using only hooks, which, as we know, is susceptible to whale depredation. And according to slide 19 of the Groundfish plan team Gothel sablefish presentation, the graph shows a decrease in both the sperm and killer whale depredation, and that the whale depredation basically accounts for 1% of the sablefish TAC. However, through my testimony to the Groundfish plan team, I learned that this data is a year behind. So this means the 2020 sablefish survey is not accurately capturing the mass exodus of the fleet going from hooks to pots, and in particular slinky pots. As a result of converting to pots, we have seen a drastic increase in sablefish CPUE, mostly in part to no longer feeding the whales, and therefore we feel there is an additional savings in the sablefish biomass that has yet to be realized in scientific surveys, especially considering that at this point, pots are not used in the annual stock assessment. Moving forward, we urge the council to recommend the use of various pots in annual surveys so as to better reflect the gear method predominantly used by the fleet, even if it means affording boats capable of fishing pots the opportunity to conduct the surveys through an open bidding process, much like the IPHC does. Otherwise, if we ignore this transition, it's the equivalent of still collecting survey data with J hooks rather than circle hooks, while knowing full well that circle hooks result in a much higher CPUE. I mean, this pot gear type's been used for 3 years now. It's time we start working on this. We implore the council to give us more of a stair-step approach in adjusting the sablefish ABC and the subsequent TAC, although we do support the SSC's recommendation, the ABC across the Gulf. And our hope is that this approach, stair-step approach, would lend to being more business-friendly and smoothing out the roller coaster ride in increases and decreases sablefish and ABC and TAC. And I noticed while looking at table 1 of last night's SSC's recommendation for the OFL, ABC, and TAC recommendations for the Bering Sea, it was glaringly obvious that sablefish was one of the few species that didn't have a area-specific OFL. We're relying on a coast-wide OFL, and that the TAC was exceeding by 179% in the Bering Sea. This 179% equates to about 23 longline vessel caps worth of quota. And I was pondering this 179% and going over and what the ramification would be to me as a vessel operator or quota shareholder if I went over 179%. So I gave the Office of Law Enforcement a call this morning, and in a nutshell, anything over 50% would be considered gross negligence, and it would go before general counsel, and I would be fined for that fish, and it'd be deducted off of our quota for the upcoming year. I heard from public testimony last night why there's so much disdain for the trawl sector. Well, it's examples of this, why there's so much disdain for the trawl sector, because there's no accountability. And we've reduced our bycatch significantly using these pots. We've seen a decrease of over 90% in the short raker rough eye and thorny head. And I just feel there's room for improvement in reducing bycatch, particularly in the trawl sector. And, 2020 has been difficult for everyone here. I mean, the ex-vessel prices, the COVID. I mean, IFQ holders are lucky to even have made half of their IFQ payment last year, harvesting their sablefish. And going forward, if there's a potential decline of over 20% in the Gulf sablefish, it's going to prove devastating for crew and also for vessels who are trying to maintain high enough wages to attract a good crew. So I implore the council here to finally, maybe through the public scorn and sentiment and many letters and testimony before the council, to point in the right direction and making a sound decision that doesn't punish the directed sablefish fishery. And I guess that would conclude my comments, and I would relish any questions you might have for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I believe I heard you providing some caution to the council on apportionment, but support for the SSC recommendations for ABC apportionment. If you could correct me if I'm wrong there, and then clarify your recommendations for TAC for the Gulf for sablefish.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. As it's been pointed out earlier, there's fish that have been left swimming, and the fact that we have converted over to pots and are no longer feeding the whales, we feel that there's fish there that deserve to be caught, so we would support the SSC recommendation. But going forward, these roller coaster rides that we've been experiencing in the TAC, 25% up one year and 25% down year, the next year, it's really hard from a business sense to be able to make that work. It's, for someone that's going out and buying quota, for example, based off of the 2019 Groundfish Plan team, we were all expected to see a 25% increase. Many people went out and bought quota based off of that. And now there's a potential for a decrease. And that's why I caution kind of using a stair-step method, even though I do support the SSC's recommendation. I hope that answered your question.
Doctor.
Thank you, and thank you for that response, and I appreciate that. It's clear you support the SSC recommendation with caution on the ABC, and I'm assuming then your recommendation for TAC is to equal that ABC. Is that what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thanks, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sean. It's always great to hear from the DSFU, and I always enjoy. I commend you guys, and a lot of people aren't aware that you guys have been around for more than 100 years and have the longest unbroken union contract in the history of the United States, and so I commend you for that. The question I have for you is that on the pots for the survey. So looking at switching over to pots for the sablefish survey, have you been in touch with the folks at the Alaska Fisheries Science Center, guys at Chris Lunsford, the people that run the sablefish survey, about just doing a feasibility study and asking that they run a few slinky pots in this year's survey as a feasibility analysis, and to look at the correlation between the hook and line and pot catches?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Down, that's an excellent idea. I'd certainly take that into account and look to doing that in the future here. But it's definitely something we need to consider. And it's, there's various types of pots being used out there as well. The conical pots and trapezoidal pots, and now, thankfully, these slinky pots, which, I'm not sure if the fleet or maybe even the council fully has absorbed how much of an impact these slinky pots are going to have on the industry. But this is a game changer. It's equivalent to going from J hooks to circle hooks, and it's really worth pursuing having this data considered in future surveys.
Thank you, Mr. McManus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions from Mr. McManus? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Steve Fish, then Jim Hubbard, then Alexander Stubbs. Fish. Okay, Jim Hubbard.
Yeah, council chair and council members, do you hear me okay?
Yes, we do. Good morning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. By way of introduction, I'm Jim Hubbard and I own and operate the cruise off. I've been actively fishing blackcod for 46 years. And I'm going to come out and support the status quo of the TAC. However, I'm opposed to the recommendation of cutting the Gulf and increasing the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island allocation by approximately 70%. I looked up the directed fishery harvest of these two areas for the 2020 season, and I see the Bering Sea harvested 64% and the Aleutian Islands harvested 22% respectively. I believe it's obvious the directed fishery isn't in need of a quota increase in those areas. So it leads me to believe the purpose of a quota increase is to mitigate a bycatch problem in the trawl sector. Since they're only about 500% over for 2020, would that possibly bring them down to maybe only being 350 to 400% over in 2021? This is not a problem solver. And another question I have, I guess, is does this trawl bycatch have anything to do with the estimated 2014 year class decreasing by 68% and the 2016 year class decreasing by approximately 20%? I was fishing blackcod in the 70s and early 80s and observed and experienced the struggles of no fish and then realized the benefits of the 77 year class entering the fishery. Back then, we also experienced extensive foreign fishing fleet activity. Ever since then, I've wondered how much of the 77 year class was removed from the biomass by the foreign trawl fleet. Back then, it was easy to blame the foreign fleets on lack of fish in both halibut and blackcod. Eliminating foreigners would solve resource problems. Today, it's quite a bit more complex, as we are all Americans, so we need different solutions. And I don't believe that changing the apportionment method from region-wide to specific area allocation at this time and then reallocating the Gulf quota to the bycatch problem in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands is a solution. It's not even science-based. And I guess as a side note, I'd also say I think I heard some talk yesterday about is a fish migrating differently, and I disagree with that because small fish typically start out there and they migrate to the east and they grow in size as they go. In fact, I've heard repeatedly, and I've been there myself too, fishing westward as well, that when you go to the east and you get to catch big fish, it's such a nice relief from working on the little ones. Okay, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. Are there any questions? Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I'll ask this one more time and then I'll not ask it again. Since you process and sell your fish, directly, I'm wondering if you have any insight and if you think that markets are going to be depressed in this upcoming season.
Well, that's a tough question. I think COVID did have an impact on what happened this year. I felt that our markets would probably have been comparable to the 2019 season until COVID hit. The small fish markets recovered a little bit in Japan, and if the Olympics go off, I think that'll help some more on the small fish. The large fish go into the restaurant trade internationally, and that's depressed. And in fact, I'm always the one to look for big fish anyway because they're more valuable. But the marketplace or the dockside value on small fish in September, I believe, was around 30 or 40 cents a pound for the little ones. Minus ones, which I think is predominantly what the trawl sector is catching. I'm talking about dress weight here, but I don't even know what a value on those are. They're not much bigger than a Cuban cigar. But when the big fish are worth $6 a pound and the small ones are worth 30 to 50 cents a pound, it doesn't take an economist to figure out, what would prefer to catch. But the other problem we have too is there's a huge predominance of little fish on the grounds too. So we are catching a higher percentage of smaller fish, just not those babies that I know the trawl sector is catching.
Thank you.
Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Hubbard. I just wanted to clarify. I think you said it in your first statement that did you support maintaining the same TAC for sablefish in the Gulf as was in 2020? Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you did, Ms. Kimball. And also I do support that. However, I think you've had some really good testimony prior to mine. And also yesterday you had good testimony too. And I'm not going to oppose what they're talking about either. But I think as a minimum, I think we should be looking at supporting the previous TAC.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Hubbard.
Okay, thank you.
Alexander Stubbs. Mr. Stubbs?
Yeah, hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a biologist currently finishing my PhD at UC Berkeley, but I'm also a quota holder for sablefish and a commercial fisherman. I'm also the originator of slinky pot fishing for the species, and over the last year, we've sold gear to nearly 100 boats fishing sablefish IFQs in Alaska. With regards to gear changes, I'd like to draw the Council's attention to the rapidly increasing use of slinky pots in the Alaskan fishery. The gear basically consists of a helical spring with entrances on either side that allow fish to enter. The pots can be easily collapsed, allowing smaller vessels and halibut schooners to fish pot gear without significant modifications. I believe at this point, well over 10,000 slinky pots are in use in the Alaska fishery from 0 the year before. This has implications with regards to whale depredation calculations, as many of the top producing boats in the fleet have moved to this gear type, possibly decreasing Cook's CPUE. Obviously, boats would not be spending significant amounts of money converting to a totally new gear type to avoid whales if the whale predation percentage in the directed longline fishery were only a few percent as currently estimated. I expect in the future it will be clear that underestimation of whale depredation is a large source of retrospective bias in the existing model. The rapid transition to pots that do not feed whales is likely to significantly reduce removals tied to the directed fishery. And yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. I guess the only other important thing that I'd like to point out is that I think we really can attempt to move towards a survey strategy that actually incorporates pots. If members of the directed fishery are moving to this and have deemed it economically necessary, and if we're to base apportionment on survey data, I think having confidence that the survey data is accurate and not predated by whales is absolutely essential. I've received experimental fishing permits from NOAA to conduct research with this gear type in the US off California, and we've received experimental fishing permits from the French government to do this in the Southern Ocean with the Patagonian toothfish fishery. I think it would be useful and prudent to think of moving the survey towards the gear type that fishermen are choosing to fish with, rather than basing economic reallocations with millions of dollars at stake on the last few boats that are still fishing hooks.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stubbs. If there's any questions. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a quick one. We've gotten a few testifiers, including yourself, talking about the survey and what it should include. And I'm wondering if you've had an opportunity to be part of the plan team process or talk to those at the Science Center that are the ones that implement and direct that survey.
Yeah, so I have worked, so I guess I talked to Jane Sullivan quite recently about potentially moving in this direction with the survey and about gear selectivity overall. I think my hope is that we can keep those conversations going. And I mean, obviously, they're not going to change the way that they do the survey overnight because we need to have a continuous time series here. But I do really worry if fishermen that are customers of mine call on the phone and say that they're losing more and more and more fish due to whale depredation because there's some of the few hook boats left out there. If our survey boats or some of the few hook boats left out there and they're just followed around by whales, I think it's going to be hard to base these multi-million-dollar decisions on data that's really, quite frankly, pretty unreliable if half the fish are getting eaten by whales in some cases.
Thank you.
I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Stubbs. Okay, next up is Victoria O'Connell-Curran, then Bob Alverson, then Eric Belsko.
Good morning, Chairman and council members. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
I'm testifying with my 2-year-old granddaughter, so we'll see how this goes. My name is Tori O'Connell-Curran. I was confused yesterday when it was okay to take AP recommendations to lower pollock tack below SSC recommendations because of biological concerns, low catch per effort, and low value of small fish. I think those are all the same concerns shared by the AP, sorry, my granddaughter's dragging on me, and directed sablefish fleet for sablefish. So today I will focus on low value fish and the toll that takes on the resource and the industry. It makes no sense to raise quotas 44 to 60% of the time when the catch is predominantly small, immature fish with a value of less than $2 per pound. This is a longwood fish whose value increases to $5 to $8 per pound for the 7-ups. Because it takes more effort to fill your quota with small fish, there's more gear run, more bait bought, more fuel spent, and more insurance. So this also reduces the value of the fishery. I will add the other thing at risk here is paying for the observer program. The agency has been banking on high-value sablefish to pay much of the cost of the entire observer program. And with average ship prices per pound dropping to less than $2 in the Central Gulf, this fishery will not be able to provide for that. Please hold the quota at the 2020 level, which is high, and let the fishery gain value. I support the AP tax. As I said yesterday, they represent a compromise position for a lot of stakeholders. On our boat and our port, we supported a decrease to 2019 levels because of what we see on the grounds. And I heard earlier testimony that people are looking to consolidate. We are not. We want to fish our own boats. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Yeah. Next up is Bob Alverson.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Picking me up?
Yes, we are. Good morning.
Okay. So I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association. We've had a tremendous success this year with the slinky pots, different styles of it. A lot of our fleet came back and for a month refitted their boats, taking a whole month out of their season. And primarily because of the whale depredation. So by next 2021, all of our fleet will be converted to these slinky pots or a pot of some magnitude. For next year, for 2021, we recommend a TAC that represents 17,839 metric tons. That's a 25% increase over the TAC from 2020 in the Gulf. So that's just the Gulf numbers. If you set the TAC equal to the ABC, which is 29,588 metric tons, you're going to be increasing the volume by 100% on top of a market that saw its price drop 55% at the ex-vessel price to the fishermen. That was last year, and that was coupled by problems with COVID and all that's done internationally and in Japan and the West Coast restaurant trade. but also the market for blackcod was soft coming out of 2019 or into the end of 2019 with the increase that was being recommended last year. Japan watches the North Pacific Council closely on all your quotas that you set, pollock, cod, and blackcod. And if they see a 100% increase in the TAC next year, this is just supply and demand in basic economics at this point. We're trying to move into these larger quotas, and we need to do it slower than the resources providing for us. So we believe moving the last year's TAC up by 25% moves us in the right direction, starts to force us to grow the market, and but also keeps it in such the supply in some sort of check where people can make a reasonable price on the sale of their fish. So, Mr. Chairman, our concern is very much along the lines of Andrew Mesereau's question earlier, the concern of where the markets and our national economy and the Pacific economy is going to be for in 2021. And frankly, you got every major restaurant chain on the West Coast boarded up. Some of these guys that don't own their own dirt and they're just renting are never going to reopen. If it's like the Midas touch on blackcod right now. There's just we're blessed with a lot of potential ABC here and harvest potential, but we got to grow into the market again to these numbers of 29, 36,000 tons next year and maybe 60,000 tons shortly after that. So that's the end of my testimony, Mr. Chairman. From a socioeconomic rationale, we recommend not going to the full ABC on the TAC.
Thanks, Mr. Alderson. Questions? Yes. Next up is Eric Felsko.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Morning. Chairman Canadian and members of the council, for the record, my name is Eric Felsko. I'd like to testify on behalf of myself in regards to Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs and specifically on sablefish. I urge the council to be conservative in setting the Gulf of Alaska sablefish tax and follow the AP recommendation for no increase in tax from 2020. I believe there's been extensive scientific data highlighted at both the AP deliberations, public comment, and previous public testimony, so I won't focus my attention on that aspect of why we should hold Gulf of Alaska sablefish tax to 2020 levels. We have 2 vessels that participate in the sablefish fishery with pot gear. This year was purchased over the last 2 years and has been a monumental financial hurdle. Although the switch to pot gear has been a positive one, the current state of our sablefish market is not. The slump in price directly coincides with increased juvenile fish abundance on the grounds for both the directed fishery and the fisheries that use sablefish for incidental catch. I've always thought of the sablefish fishery as a niche fishery that produced high value product for mainly white tablecloth restaurants. Comparing our fish ticket data from just a couple years ago, it feels like we're in a completely different fishery altogether. We're catching more small fish, burning more fuel, using more bait, and hauling more gear to make less money. On top of this, being a second generation IFQ fisherman, we also have a lease fee to throw on top of whatever measly amount comes out the bottom. What's the harm in letting these fish grow up to gain value and better contribute to the spawning stock biomass? Many in the directed fishery in the Gulf of Alaska are screaming for small or no increases, yet the trend seems to be fast up. I know the stock assessment authors, plan team, and SSC all work very hard to arrive at their best idea of what they believe is happening with the sablefish stock, and I commend them for all their hard work. Our fishing has improved as a result of switching to pot gear. However, it hasn't improved to the point of warranting a 66% increase in Western Gulf, 47% increase in Central Gulf and West Yak, and a 44% increase in Southeast. These are massive increases, especially after last year's 25% increase, and the fact that 20% of the quota was left in the water. It looks like fast up fisheries management to me. The 2020 vessel cap was somewhere around 327,000 pounds, and with these increases, the cap would hover just under 500,000. There have been vessel caps as high in the past, but the CPUE was much better. It's been over a decade since this has occurred. And every time we raise quotas faster than the resource can respond, it results in declines for the next several years. The council has an entire directed fleet trying to catch sablefish that we can use as a fishery performance gauge, and I hope that's taken into consideration. I urge this council to be cautious and conservative and think about the long-term health of this fishery. Some of us have a good majority of our net worth tied up in this fishery, and I hope that management decisions are taking all stakeholders into consideration. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Belsko. Any questions? Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Belsko, for your testimony. I heard you say you wanted to keep the AP recommendations, so retain the 2020 TAC. And I just wondered if you had thoughts on how we respond, to the concept that this is an IFQ fishery. So if an individual decides that they don't want to take their whole quota in a year because of additional costs, they can do that without, harming other participants or just making their own business decisions. And do you have any thoughts on that? And if you don't, that's fine as well.
Thanks for the question, Ms. Kimball, through the chair. People can leave their fish in the water if they want, but there's a reason fish was left in the water. The fishing's getting better. I mean, it is. You can tell there's more fish filling in. It's out on the ground. There's a little bit of hope. Pots have spurred some more of the positivity into the fishery, but it's not that good yet. It's not 500,000 pound cap good. There's no way. It's not from what I've seen. That could be, I guess certain times of the year fishing can be better. But if it was that good, it would be fully harvested. That's just how it is. People don't leave it in the water for no good reason. I mean, I fished up till I came back a week early, but our boat fished till the last day. They hauled their last pot at noon on the 15th or whatever it was. We wouldn't do that if the fishing was good. I mean, a lot of us have other things we're doing, so we don't have, we've got these boats. A lot of these boats do multiple fisheries, so it's not like we're strictly longlining the whole time. But I just don't see increases to this magnitude with what we're seeing out on the ground. So, I mean, maybe we'll get there. I just don't want to. I don't want to kill it off before it's there. I'd like to see this thing go into the future another 20 years if we can.
Thank you for your response.
Further questions? Thank you, Mr. Belsko. Up next is Linda Benkin, then Julie Bonney, and then Megan O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. Just checking you can hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, I probably couldn't be any more eloquent on the points than Eric just was. Completely support his testimony. I'll try to keep it short. I think I did my best to communicate our concerns yesterday about the status of the stocks and the ability of the model to accommodate these year classes coming in that are huge, but are not yet mature, and that we really continue to have a lot of concerns about what that means as far as the projected ABCs and what's okay to take out of the stock. We ask that you be conservative. We do support the AP recommendation for no increase in the TACs over last year or this year, 2020 TACs. I spent the entire summer fishing sablefish this year. I've fished sablefish for over 30 years, and I would point out that Southeast still has the highest catch per unit effort of any area in this fishery, but it still was the worst fishing that I've seen, and we were able to avoid whales all season. So there is real cause for concern. There's real cause for caution, and really little justification for the big increases. There's a huge amount of value for the industry in leaving these fish in the water, letting them get bigger, making sure we are right about the recovery of the stocks, but especially letting these fish grow to mature and provide for the resource, and also provide value to the industry. I think, as other people have said, little fish now are worth 50 cents a pound. Big fish are worth $5 to $7 a pound to the industry, to the processors, to the markets. It's just a big difference in value. And I wanted to just respond to Ms. Kimball's question to Eric about, yes, could people just leave their quota in the water to keep their costs down and not operate for a full season? But I would say the market responds immediately to where the council sets that quota. And so it doesn't really make a difference in terms of price if you don't fish all your quota. The industry is still looking at lower prices driven by higher quota set by the council. I wanted to talk briefly about apportionment and the process moving forward to continue to evaluate the apportionment process. I gave you some ideas yesterday for objectives or goals to drive that. I wanted to comment on a few more details of that we would like to see the chapter authors take a little bit harder look at apportioning the stock based on the mature component of the resource and what that would look like for optimal yield and the health of the stock. We also want to see the fishery data reincorporated into the apportionment process, just to refresh the council's memory. Right now, the commercial data is used in the apportionment process. It's not weighted heavily, but it's incorporated in recognition that the survey goes through an area in a couple of weeks. It's a snapshot. You can have whale depredation, you can have big tides, you can have all kinds of things that affect the catch rate. Whereas the fishery data gives you a 9-month look at what's happening in that area. So we'd like to see that information reincorporated. We understand it's been dropped out because for some reason the logbooks that are being filled out by EM boats are not making their way to the people who are doing the stock assessment. There's been a real absence of data coming from Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. I don't understand that, but I would love to be part of figuring out how to make sure the stock assessment authors are getting the information that's helpful to them from our fleet. PVOA and Alpha launched a logbook program for the sable fish fleet years ago to provide that data, and will continue to be strong partners in helping make sure the industry is providing information to improve the stock assessment process. So we look forward to continued work on apportionment and making sure that we have the very best information possible in both the stock assessment and in our decisions about how we apportion the fish across all areas to maintain a healthy stock and healthy fisheries and healthy fishing communities that depend on this resource. So thank you again. Urge you to be cautious, and we do support holding the 2021 TACs to 2020 levels. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Mencken. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Julie Bonney.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning. So I represent the members of Alaska Groundfish Data Bank, and I also take the responsibility of shepherding the specifications process for the Gulf from the September plan team, November plan team, the SSC and the AP, and now the council in December. I want to note the good news on Pacific cod. I'm thankful that we are above the B20 threshold and we'll have a directed fishery in 2021, so that's good news. Overall, we support the AP motion except for sable fish. I want to note that this conversation seems to have changed from the science that's encapsulated in the ABC recommendations for both the plan team and the SSC, and shifted to the economic sides of the decision of TAC and where it should come in compared to the ABC. I do think that we as a council family need to follow the recommendations of our scientific experts, which means that the stock can take on a TAC equal to ABC, understanding that the ABC has been reduced from maximum permissible by 44%. The thing that on the economic side of this question is, from a trawl perspective, we're allocated 20% of the available TAC, and it has economic benefit both in terms of the rockfish pilot program and in our incidental catches and other fisheries. We're seeing the stock change. We've seen a huge year class in 2014, 16, 17, and now the potential of a large year class in 2019. And the market is actually adjusting to that with an increased interest in small sable fish and that market becoming more robust. So I would hate to see us truncate the ability for the market to adjust to what the sable fish stock is doing. And so think that you need to move above the TAC recommendation rollover that I'm hearing and get somewhere in between that and setting TAC equal to ABC. I would note that you've had several parties in the fixed gear sector suggesting TAC equal to ABC, and then others that are rolling over the TAC equal as of what it was in 2020. So I think the sweet spot is somewhere between those two bookends, but I would note that this is not a scientific debate anymore. It's an economic one. And I do hope that, the sable fish is not, I don't think, going back to the way it used to be, and that it seems to be a stock that's doing very well under the new ecosystem that we're facing. So I have a feeling that you as a council and us as a council family will be addressing sable fish for a while into the future. So that's all I have, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Bonnie. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony. Next up is Megan O'Neill. Following Ms. O'Neill is John Warrenchuk and Heather Mann.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Megan O'Neill. I'm the director of Petersburg Vessel Owners Association, and my testimony will focus on sablefish. In our review of the sablefish stock assessment, our members were supportive of the author's recommendation to set the 2021 ABC at the 2020 specified ABC for the Gulf of Alaska, for several of the reasons stated in the assessment. Factors that resonated with my membership the most include the recent trend in the model of over-predicting recruitment and spawning stock biomass, the 68% decrease in estimated size of the 2014 year class from 2017 to 2020 stock assessments, and 25% decrease in estimated size of the 2016 year class since the 2019 assessment. Since 2011, there have been signs that the growth of female sablefish has slowed and maturity has been delayed. Only 60% of the female portion of the 2014 year class and 20% of the 2016 year class are projected to be mature in 2021. PVOA is not supportive of the author's recommended apportionment method for 2021. Our members support using the fixed method for one more year. We realize the plan had been to set a new apportionment method this December. However, we feel it is vital to slow the process down to allow stakeholders time to review and make recommendations on a new method. As you know, before COVID canceled the April meeting, the IFQ committee was set to address this. We participated in the NOAA-led February workshop on sablefish apportionment, where we reviewed 10 proposed apportionment methods and heard that because of the long-term harvest control rule, there is no strong biological argument for one apportionment method over another. Rather, it is a socioeconomic decision. Because apportionment is determined to not strictly be a biological decision, but rather one of creating stability for fishermen, we ask the fixed model be used for an additional year and the ISQ committee and stakeholders be given an opportunity to review methods. We understand part of the author's recommendation on apportioning sable fish solely by the survey comes from the lack of commercial CPUE data for the fishery. Namely, CPUE from pot gear wasn't computed. I want to note that my members using pots are completing the same logbooks as my members using hooks. The data is available, and we hope this data gap is addressed before the next stock assessment. CPUE could be computed for pots similarly to hook gear by computing number of fish per pot lift or pounds of fish by pot lift. We felt this was a large omission of data, as in 2020, pot gear harvested 48% of the sable fish tack removals by the directed fleet. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This concludes my testimony, unless I can answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Questions? Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Megan, for providing your thoughts. I'm so sorry if I missed this, but did your members have a specific recommendation on tax for the Gulf of Alaska, or just on the ABCs and apportionment?
Through the chair, Ms. Campbell, yes, we did. Sorry if I didn't clarify that well enough. We were looking at page 7 of the assessment, where you can see the fixed apportionment model. If you roll over the 2020 ABC, that gives you 17,375 metric tons for the Gulf of Alaska.
Campbell.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have anything else.
Right. I don't see any additional questions. Thank you for your testimony, O'Neill.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up is John Warrenchuk.
Good morning, members of the council. Mr. Chair, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager for Oceana. I just want to testify here today on your Gulf specs and sable fish management, regional sable fish management. Well, to tell you the truth, I'm having a hard time, as are my colleagues, tracking and tracing rationale of your management position on the importance of regional management of sable fish. You know, if you go right straight to the Gulf of Alaska FMP or the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands FMP, there is language there in section 4.1.2.3 on sable fish that says that sable fish in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and Gulf of Alaska are considered to be one stock. The next sentence says the resource is managed by region in order to distribute exploitation throughout the range of the stock. At one time or another, that was considered important by this council and by the Fisheries Service. In fact, you have made several amendments throughout the years to reinforce that notion. However, you seem to be drifting away from that notion now, and we're having trouble tracing that rationale. So let's go back to way back to Gulf of Alaska FMP Amendment 11 from 1983, which, under its objectives, number 2, established a new management objective for sable fish, and that was sable fish in the Gulf of Alaska will be managed Gulf-wide to benefit the domestic fishery. Okay. At the time, the next directive was to set the sable fish OY equal to ABC, and this was an ABC that was only Gulf in the Gulf, and that Gulf-wide OY ABC was between 8,000 and 9,500 metric tons. Just for context, at the time, the spawning biomass in 1983 was around 20 to 30% higher than what we're seeing right now. And today you're considering a ABC or a TAC just for the Gulf that's over 21,000 metric tons. over twice what you were considering in 1983 when you were worried about regional managing sablefish by region. When you look at some of these, and then you had Amendment 14, and there was lawsuits about that. When you this is where the apportionments came from between the different sectors and different gears. But the apportionments did stick, and the intent was to allocate sablefish to different sectors and different percentages. I believe you landed on 80% to fixed gear, 20% to trawl. Right now, if you do the math on a per fish basis, it's tilting much more in favor of trawl. On a biomass basis, Gulf wide, it's over the 20%. What your target is. So either the management intent or the management measures have some purpose or they don't. And I think the council needs to make a decision one way or another. I find the explanation that came through the stock assessment process and the SSC process, whether or not the fishing mortality just from the trawl fleet and bycatch was a problem or not, really limited to that one slide we saw of the 2017 year class estimate in proportion to the trawl bycatch estimate. And I just want to point out that didn't have your uncertainty as to the magnitude of that year class. It didn't have what was likely much higher natural mortality for that year class than what we're assuming. We've really seen no analysis that takes a look at the regional bycatch mortality and what the long-term effects are. I'd also like to point out there was some language in the stock assessment that was pretty worrisome. One was that sampling sablefish bycatch is not a priority of observers, even though this is one of your biggest management challenges right now. I'd like the council to at least make a recommendation that sampling for sablefish lengths occur both in the Gulf of Alaska and the Bering Sea bycatch fisheries, and that you get an analysis of what the impact of that trawl bycatch, what the impact of bycatch is on the incoming year classes as soon as possible. We still really haven't seen that yet. With that, I'll close and I'll take any questions. Happy holidays and good to see you all. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony. Like Heather Mann is going to pass on testifying, so that will bring us to Jody Cook. Mr. Cook? We can circle back in a bit. The last person signed up to testify is Kirill Basargin.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name's Jody Cook. I'm part owner and operator of a 58-foot combination seine longline trawl pot vessel out of Petersburg, Alaska. We trawl in the Gulf out of Sandpoint, and I fished for about 40 years. I was reading through the comment letters for C3, C4, and C5 agenda items. In particular, many comments attacking trawlers and the council process. I'm involved in different fisheries, and I try to encourage fishermen to work together to resolve conflicts so that in the end, everyone still has a seat at the table. My experience with the council has been good overall, not because I got my way, but because I felt I was heard and considered. Rulings have gone against my desires as much or more than they've gone in favor. There's a lot of sable fish around. An increased bycatch by trawlers is simply a sign of a huge amount of sable fish. This anti-trawl beating of the drum is often not based on any kind of accepted research and science. Whereas the council spends many, many hours listening to scientists and research analysis. Research shows that the level of bycatch for sable fish is a drop in the bucket in relation to the biomass. With sable fish, size matters. With such a large biomass, a big concern should be too much fish, that the stress and too much stress on the stock, and that often results in stressed and smaller mature fish. It happens with Sitka herring, with pollock, with salmon, etc. And I urge the council to not be swayed by unfounded anti-trawl rhetoric that strives to shut down trawl fisheries. We're not the problem here. We're just an indicator of a huge sable fish biomass. I understand the other fishermen's concerns. It's always frustrating to see this pot of gold at the end of a rainbow and worry that you may never get to it. So I appreciate many of the testimonies, and I know a lot of these longliners, and I hope the council will be able to make decisions based on fact and not emotion. So that's all I have. Thank you guys for your work there.
Thanks, Mr. Cook. Any questions? Ms. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jody, I wanted to thank you for testifying today. And I've been pondering this issue of sablefish bycatch by Gulf trawlers. And since you're actually on the water, I wanted to ask you about, for the fisheries that you participate in, are there any fisheries where you target sablefish as a secondary species, or is all your bycatch incidental? Would you mind speaking to that?
Well, the pollock fishery in the Gulf, in the Western Gulf, they're incidental. And for the last couple of years, of course, there's been more bycatch with these small, immature black cod. Last year they were a little bigger. As they grow, we're hoping they'll disappear as they get bigger. The boat is still longlining and wanting to switch to slinky pots. We bought a number of them that we're going to try to incorporate this year. I don't operate the boat during longline season, but those two fisheries are the only ones where we have the black cod.
Okay, thank you very much, Jody. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? Thanks, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Kirill Basarjan. I don't know that Bernie Burkholder was going to be able to connect. I'll go back to Steve Fish. Sergeant. Okay. Well, with that, that'll conclude public testimony. It's just after 11 Alaska time. Looks like Mr. Sergeant is calling in. For just a minute, see if we can get.
Hi, good morning. Sorry, I've been having difficulties with logging in and signing in. I apologize for. My name is Kirill Basarjan. Good morning, board. I represent KBA Fisheries. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
We have some issues. The board is, or the testimonies I hear and the conclusions we have that there is a lot of fish in the ocean, and especially black cod. There is, but you guys have to look at the halibut situation in the past. The trawlers need to be shut down. We've seen that. You guys, we picked the board and voted for the board in the past. We had a really good relationship with you guys, and you guys stood against draggers. Now what happened? You guys are for them again. You guys are standing on their side. They need to be shut down. Look at what the cod fishery did. It was shut down for 2 years, and when will cod recover? Cod has impacts on black cod. It has impacts on halibut, sablefish, rockfish, and everything in between. Another thing is black cod, there might be a little overabundance right now, but how about in 5 years, in 10 years? You guys have to rationalize the black cod in very, very thorough investigation before raising the quota or giving to the fishermen. I understand there was a lot of quota being bought for fishermen. I've been there. I lost over 82% in my halibut stock since I bought in when I was a young kid, when I was 18. I'm 41 right now. I have about from 62,000 pounds. Right now I have maybe left 12. And I'm still suffering from repercussions and paying the payments, but it's for the good, because if we start mismanaging our stocks, the fish will deplete. I advise the board not to raise the black cod, for the fishermen to look closely at what we're catching. Yes, pot cod is very good and very good fishery. A lot of bycatch is not being caught because of black cod, but we should look into this very, very thoroughly and do not rationalize on it as the stocks going up. The stocks are going up because Alaska has a great ADFNG and IPHC lookout of how stocks are allocated. I strongly suggest the board not to raise the black cod. There was, when we used to online, we were asking the board, do not raise black cod quota. We begged the board not to raise black cod quota. KBA Fisheries wrote letters asking the board not to raise black cod quota. And look what happened. Look how much black cod rose since 5 or 6 years ago. Please look at this closely. Do not deplete the stocks. Let them be as they are, or let them grow. And that's all I have for the board. And I thank you for your guys' all support and the outlooks and for being there for us.
All right. Thank you, Mr. DeSargent. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Appreciate it. Good morning.
Okay, now we will conclude with public testimony, and it's 11:06 Alaska time, afternoon in Pacific time. I think probably our most efficient use of time at this point would be to go ahead and take a lunch break now and then come back and take action. So let's come back at 11:40 Alaska time. It'd be just over a half hour if that works for council members, and come back and take action.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.
council, please come to order. Okay, we've taken our public testimony. We are ready to move into action if we're ready for a motion, that is. If anybody had any questions or anything for staff before moving forward, we can do that as well. Okay, are we ready for action, or need a little more time? And stand down a bit longer if needed.
Ms. Kimball, I think you're on mute.
Kimball? Kimball, if you're trying to speak with us, we can't hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to talk to staff to make sure we had all of our tables ready, but I do have a motion when they're ready. I would like to ask a question of staff before putting that forward, though.
Okay, whenever you're ready.
So I'm just kind of speaking to any staff that could hear me right now. Maybe Dr. Stram, Dr. Iannelli, Sarah Cleaver, but I wanted to confirm because I'm having trouble with the math myself. I understand that SSC put forward 25% reapportionment to get more aligned with the survey for 2021 tax or ABCs, but I don't know if they made a further step in their establishment of the proposed 2022 ABCs. And if I could just confirm whether a further step was made in 2022, that would be helpful, because that is not my intent.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, this is Diana Stram, if I can help. I reached out to some of the Sablefish authors, and it's my understanding that the SSC did take the additional step in 2022, so 25% further towards the survey apportionment.
Mr. Chair, as a follow-up then, is there, what is our opportunity then? Was that just procedural based on their to go toward further to the survey, or can we reapportion that or undo that apportionment or make potential changes when we get to this place next year for 2022?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, my understanding is I believe that next year you can do whatever you wish to with the apportionment for 2022. Obviously, it just sets up our 2-year specifications process, but given that we always overwrite those during the specifications process at this time next year, you would be able to make those changes at that time.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Thank you. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd be ready to propose a motion.
Okay, I don't see any other questions from council members, so I think we are ready for a motion. Kimball.
Waiting for staff to put that up. I have to read it from the screen. Mr. Chair, that should be up in just a moment.
Okay, looks like it is. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My motion on C4 for 2021-2022 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specs is as follows. The Council approves the 2020 Gulf of Alaska Safe Report. The Council approves the final 2021 and 2022 Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications for OFLs and ABCs as recommended by the SSC, and the tax is shown in attached Table 1. The tax for both the Gulf, Pacific cod, and pollock have been adjusted to account for the state water guideline harvest level fisheries. The Gulf Pacific cod adjustments are shown in attached Table 2. The Council sets the final 2021 and 2022 Pacific halibut PSC limits, allowances, and apportionments in the Gulf in Tables 14, 15, and 16 as attached. And the Council approves the updated halibut discard mortality rates for 2021 and 2022 as shown in attached Table 17. I don't know if we can show those on the screen, but with a second, I would speak to it.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross, and council members in the public do have access to this document. It's been posted in the chat box as well as at the under C4 on the agenda. So you scroll through it on your own. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This motion takes care of this agenda item in establishing the overfishing levels and ABCs recommended by the SSC, which incorporates the most recent information about each species as detailed in the stock assessments included in our most recent SAFE report. This motion does not deviate much, but it does in one way that I'll point out from the advisory panel recommendations for Gulf groundfish tax. I'd first note that the tax for some species are set less than ABC for reasons very similar to previous years. We obviously reflect the state of Alaska GHL reductions for pollock and Pacific cod. We continue to reflect the practical potential for complete harvest of some species in some management areas, shallow water flatfish, flathead sole, arrowtooth flounder as examples. I do want to note that we have an assessment, I think that's notable, that estimates we're above the overfish level for Pacific cod. A stronger 2018 year class, lower fishing mortality is projected to increase the spawning stock biomass above B20 at the start of 2021 and continue to increase to the beginning of 2022. So this means, of course, a small directed fishery would be open as well as, of course, the state water fisheries. And this is somewhat promising compared to last year. I look forward to a Gulf survey next year for this and other Gulf stocks. For stablefish, the recommended tax in this motion or tax do not exactly match the AP recommendation, but allow for a 25% increase over this year's 2020 tax. I think in 2021, the ABC established by the SSC allows for a pretty significant increase compared to last year's tax for the Gulf areas combined. And we received a lot of testimony, obviously, on this issue, almost exclusively on this issue, which varied from no increase in the TAC to a full TAC equals ABC to something in between. As you know, the majority of the coastwide stablefish stock is apportioned to the Gulf, and the vast majority of that fishery is the directed IFQ fishery. I listened really closely to the testimony today, which I thought was very helpful to our decision, even if they were very different requests. And so just really briefly, we were basically asked to set tax by some holders lower than ABC, given that these large year classes that create the basis for the biomass increases in the assessment haven't yet recruited into the fishery at any well-marketable size. And we recognize the need to try to manage for the optimum marketable size of a species. And I think that's consistent with possible reasons to adjust TAC that we have under our current federal regulations related to socioeconomic considerations. We also heard testimony from several people that wanted full access to the full ABC at this time, and I can't deny that's acceptable under the SSC's recommendation. So really, this motion just goes part way with a 25% increase. I would note this motion also retains the SSC recommendations on stablefish apportionment, only moving 25% toward alignment with the survey in 2021. I assume we will have a further discussion on sablefish apportionment next year with hopefully more information. And so I would hold, I guess, close what we might do on further sablefish apportionment in 2022 and to deal with that next year. I think there are a lot of users of these species. We continue to have a lot of different opinions, but I think this is really my best attempt at balancing the input we received from everyone today and in the written public comment for those that want to maximize access to the resource within the ABCs, with the testimony that we heard about preferences to, avoid further pressure on those fish and continue to take into account market considerations for the IFQ fishery. So with that, I will gladly answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Who's on the motion? No questions, any amendments to offer? Go to comments on the motion. Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to offer some comments in support of this motion and speak specifically to the sablefish issue because that's where we received the most of our public comment and interest today. And I want to emphasize that RFSC has set the ABC for sablefish 44% below the maximum ABC. Looking closely at their minutes and the discussions at the plan team, it's pretty clear that the conservation concerns and uncertainties with the sablefish stock were adequately addressed as that part of that process by our expert scientists, which is the correct place for them to be addressed. So when we're looking at tax setting for sablefish, we really are looking at, economic factors, socioeconomic factors, those types of things that are appropriate to be addressed during tax setting. And I think we heard such a wide range of recommendations from stakeholders that it was very difficult to, to pick the appropriate number here. But I do appreciate.
I'll just remind.
Okay, are we good now?
I think the echo's gone. Just remind people attending this meeting to please mute your phone if you're not speaking. All right, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. And so I appreciate the work that Ms. Kimball did to try to balance the comments. We heard from folks who felt that it wasn't appropriate to have any increase, all the way to folks who wanted to have the full opportunity to harvest up to the ABC. And there's no doubt that we heard from stakeholders today that do want an opportunity to harvest more sablefish. And given the economic times that we're in, it's hard to deny those people an opportunity who have an opportunity to have some economic benefit from this stock. So I appreciate the balance that was crafted there. We heard a lot of testimony about bycatch in the trawl fisheries, and I want to reiterate that I think the appropriate place for the council to discuss that at this meeting is in staff tasking, and have a discussion about how we want to manage bycatch for this species as opposed to trying to manage it by proxy in the tax setting process. So for those reasons, I'm comfortable with this motion. I'm going to be supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can be brief because Ms. Campbell covered everything that I wanted to, and so those comments are very consistent with what I was going to say. Just wanted to thank Ms. Kimball and especially the public. I'll also speak to the really helpful testimony that we received, and I agree, this motion balances the testimony that we heard today, so I'll support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for the motion. I certainly support it, and I just want to echo other folks' comments regarding, you've put forward a very good balance based on what we heard in public testimony, and you're very responsive to that. So thanks. Also glad to see an uptick in cod that will allow a fishery. And again, thanks for all your work on this. I support the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. Dr. Balsker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Ms. Kimball, for putting the motion together. I think it's good. You spoke to it well. It's a good balance, I believe. So thanks to the AP for getting the start on it. And once again, to the plan teams, which include people from a couple of agencies. I couldn't help but note today when Dr. Yanella is giving it how clear and bright and colorful and entertaining the slides are, in addition to all the information. It's quite a difference than I used to go up and draw pictures on those overhead projectors with a red Sharpie back in 1978, trying to say how many sable fish there were. So I really appreciate that, and we don't tell them enough. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Balsker. Further comments before we vote? Simple.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do need to echo that, you know, I want to thank the plan team, their elaborate discussions, the SSC and council staff for their effort in the presentations. I think we're very, very lucky to be working in this region with this level of expertise and all these people working to get fisheries set up for next year. So I just needed to thank them and especially council staff that dealt with me trying to put together these tables at the last minute. So thank you.
And thanks for all your work on this. Thorough. Mr. Witherall may have lost his phone connection.
Mr. Chairman, you ready for the roll call vote?
Oh, sorry, yes, Mr. Witherall. Roll call, please.
Okay, roll call vote on Gulf of Alaska groundfish harvest specifications for 2021 and 2022. Ms. Kimball?
Yes.
Mr. Marks?
Yes.
Mesro?
Yes.
Mr. Twite?
Yes.
Dr. Balsiger?
Yes.
Baker?
Yes.
Ms. Campbell?
Yes.
Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Mr. Down?
Yes.
Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And Mr. Kinane?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Witherall. Anything further on C4? Great. Well, let's move right ahead and move into C6, the Bering Sea Pacific Cod Pod CP Latency Initial Review. And the presentation Cunningham.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. This is Sam Cunningham. While they're getting the presentation loaded, just like to say that I'll be giving this presentation. Also on the line for questions potentially are Krista Milani from In-Season Management. She is an expert in the management of this fishery and some of its regulatory history, and also Alicia Miller from NPFMC in case there are questions about monitoring. So I'm just going to jump into this and try to barrel straight through. Please feel free to interrupt me with questions. This initial review, RIR addresses the possibility of reducing the number of LLP licenses that are endorsed to fish BSAI Pacific cod with pot gear on catcher processors. This presentation is going to go through the regulatory history of the LLP cod endorsements and cod sector allocations. And then, so as not to bury the lead, we'll go straight into how many licenses would retain or lose the endorsement under the action alternative. And from there, we'll circle back to the purpose and need for action and look at some of the contextual fishery information to show how that purpose and need is borne out and how the fishery has been operating in recent years.
I'll give you a brief summary of the impacts discussion and then cover 3 points that NIMS wants to highlight about the management and monitoring challenges that are unique to this small sector and steps that could be taken alongside this action. And then the final part is to highlight some of the information requests that came up at the advisory panel, as was suggested to staff by Mr. Witherell. So first, the history. Section 1.2 on page 15 goes back to BSAI Amendment 39, implemented for the 2000 fishing year. That action establishes that the license limitation program has really been about the need to address excess harvest capacity since its beginning. In 2000, Amendment 64 introduced TAC allocations by gear type to help maintain some stability when vessels that were historically crab harvesters started to flow into the cod fishery as crab seasons have been getting shorter. And that action also introduced the seasonal apportionment of cod. Amendment 67 in 2002 is key here. It established the LLP license endorsements for non-trawl vessels that are at issue in this action. The council used 1995 to 98 catch as a qualifying period because a large number of licenses had qualified for a pot gear license, but had not historically fished cod. So the council was concerned about entry into what was, at the time, a cod fishery with attractive prices paired with a dip in the crab resource. Amendment 77 subsequently split the pot sector into CPs and CVs, and that's how we got to the set of 8 LLPs that we're looking at right now. And then finally, in 2008, Amendment 85 established the current sector splits for non-CDQ PCOD TAC, wherein the pot CP sector gets 1.5% of the BS and AI total. And Amendment 85 also gave NIMS the ability to make in-season reallocations between sectors, which has been an important source of available pot CP harvest up until recently. And generally, 1 to 3 of the active pot CPs also fish CDQ cod in a given year. And because of that, I wanted to note that a vessel must also have an endorsed LLP to fish CDQ. That was addressed by the council during the implementation of Amendment 67. The regulations are described in more detail in Section 2.1. And I do want to clarify that we listed some exceptions where vessels don't need an LLP to fish BSAI groundfish, and ultimately none of those apply to the vessels that have used these LLPs in the past or are likely to use them in the future. The action alternative is pretty straightforward. A license must be associated with 1,000 tons of catch over a certain period of time as defined by the options. And the only difference between the options is that one additional license would retain its endorsement if the catch record goes back to 2005. I want to highlight that we're including all BSAI PCOD catch that occurred on vessels that are or were named on these LLPs when operating as a pot CP. So that's adding up federal limited access, i.e. non-CDQ, including the parallel fishery. It also includes CDQ, state managed cod, and any cod catch retained in the BSAI halibut and sablefish fishery. So that's how we interpreted the council's alternative 2 as written on the slide you see. And of course, the council can give further instruction if it so chooses. There are also 2 sub-options, A and B, and given our interpretation of what the council meant and how the catch data play out, there's no functional difference between the 2. And our interpretation and rationale for that is laid out in section 2.2. One thing to note here that isn't shown in the executive summary version of this red and green figure you see is that you could potentially interpret the sub-options to mean that a license had to catch 1,000 tons in each year. That's obviously a much higher bar that would result in only 3 licenses retaining the endorsement. However, as we state, we don't think that was the council's intent. We've included information throughout the paper on the 2020 fishing year to help understand how the fishery is faring under current conditions, but do recall that the council set a control date of December 10th, 2019. And we found that including 2020 activity would not alter the outcome relative to the threshold you've currently set at 1,000 tons. On the bottom of the slide, you're also looking at figure 3.5. Here you can see the full participation record of the 8 licenses dating back to 1991, noting that some of those licenses have been used on multiple vessels over that period. And for confidentiality, the black boxes just indicate whether or not the license was associated with any BSAI Pacific Cod pot CP catch, not an amount. So you can't necessarily infer whether a license meets the 1,000-ton threshold based on this. And also note that the A through H identifiers don't align with the 1 through 8 shown in the red and green figure, and that's intentional. You can see that all these licenses were fairly active during the endorsement qualifying period in the mid to late 90s. But since the mid 2000s, there have been between 2 and 4 active licenses in a given year. And one last note on the alternatives. While it doesn't make a difference in how alternative 2 plays out here, staff do suggest that the council replace the term directed landing with something like retained commercial catch. Similar to catch accounting use of the term target, the term directed is a specific meaning related to catch composition when ACFIN queries the data, and we don't think the council intended to only count cod based on catch composition percentage threshold. Again, this catch in this fishery is typically over 99% cod. And then also the term landing has a meaning that isn't really a clean fit with at-sea processing vessel. So now we're going to jump back to the council's purpose and need statement and let that be the guide for which fishery information to highlight. The council is framing this action around stability, mainly in terms of economic and operational viability for active and dependent participants. Or active or dependent participants, with dependency being something that's always somewhat subjective given the business information available to us. The council noted that stability was the key rationale for cod sector allocations and highlights here that some important things have changed since Amendment 85 was implemented. The big change is pretty clearly the reduced amount of cod tack. That's a direct problem for this small sector because it's getting 1.5% of the smaller amount. And the related problem is that the sectors that typically didn't use all of their allocation and thus were providing in-season rollover fish to pot CPs are leaving less in the water, so the expected effective pot CP allocation is smaller. The other change that the council identified is lower crab tax. Lower crab tax can be viewed either as more time available for crab-oriented vessels that possess this endorsement to compete for pot cod, or it could be part of the operational challenges for historically active pot cod CPs that also fish crab, which I'll touch on when we talk about the impacts of shortened seasons. The action under consideration doesn't do anything to increase the amount of fish available to active participants. Rather, it's an action that could, to some extent, mitigate a potential source of additional pressure in the form of more vessels entering a fishery that's currently limited to less than its catch capacity. So we're really talking here about stability relative to no action, not an action that creates stability. Other benefits might flow from that relative stability. Some of those are also noted in the purpose and need. For example, maintaining low bycatch levels and mitigating the incentives of competition that could work against the vessel's responsibility to operate in the safest possible manner. Some of the other benefits that could flow from foreclosing additional entry would be contingent on, first, of course, the future direction of the resource, but just as importantly, the active participants choosing to take cooperative voluntary actions to change the way that the sector harvests. And those are things that we discuss in the impact section, and I expect you'll also get a sense of that from the stakeholders who testify and from the written comments for this meeting. So where the changes in this fishery since Amendment 85 are really manifesting and creating a desire by some for action is the length of the season. And here you can see a time series of season length. It's a pretty simple picture. The reduced amount of fish for the sector to catch has dropped the season length dramatically. The lower initial tack has affected both the A and B seasons, and then the lower or non-existent in-season rollovers is affecting the B season. Figure 3.4 on page 30 shows that the proportion of the final tack coming from rollovers got up to 51% in 2015, but has evaporated since then, or at least become unreliable. The in-season rollover hierarchy as it regards the pot CP sector is described in section 341, and I'm just going to pause for a moment to see if the council has interest in hearing that described as part of this report.
Cunningham, council members do. No.
They do?
No, I'm asking to see if any council members do. And okay. I'm not hands coming up, so please continue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the rollovers, the status of the cod stock, the sector's available harvest is also affected by the proportion of the ABC that goes to the state-managed GHL fishery, which has also been increasing. From a participation perspective, due to the length of the vessels currently named on these licenses, the AI GHL fishery is the only harvest opportunity to consider here, and even that would exclude some of the current vessels due to length. So the more important aspect of the GHL fishery is that stated portion is coming off the top of the ABCs before tax trickle down to federal, gear, and operational type sectors. The document includes a description of the various other endorsements that are carried on these licenses, but not shown here in the presentation. Also, we do touch on the market for LLP licenses to the extent that we can know about that through public transfer listings. And that's covered in section 3421. And I think what you need to know there is that the value of a license is variable and to a great extent depends on not only the species, area, and operational type endorsements that it carries, but also on the catch history associated and also the maximum length endorsement. Section 343 covers the non-CDQ catch, discards, and PSC. And the top figure here emphasizes that pot CP fleet is consistently harvested around 100% of the final pack. So in other words, they've generally been able to catch what's been available to them. You can also get that information out of table 3.1 on page 27, which is an important table throughout the document because it reports participation and catch also in the GHL and CDQ fisheries, in addition to the non-CDQ fishery in the EEZ and parallel waters. Table 3.7 on page 39 reports the sector's PSC, which is also part of the purpose and need. There are no PSC limits that would directly close the sector. Crab is the main concern, and in short, NMFS works with the fleet and with ADS&G to close areas as needed to protect crab ABCs. And we describe that process on page 40. The second figure on the slide gets into the gross revenues from the non-CDQ fishery and how that stacks up against other revenues generated by the vessels that were active, with the caveat that we aren't able to report some known revenue sources like salmon tendering due to a lack of data. Since 2006, the pot CP fishery accounted for around 40% of the gross revenues for the active vessels, although it's dipped in the last 2 years to 32 to 35%. Over the last decade, only one of the 4 active licenses derived over half of its total revenue from pot cod fishing. But that's not to imply that the other active participants don't depend on the share of total revenues from this fishery to make their business plans feasible. And the other fisheries in which the active vessels generated income are the BSAI hook and line peacod fishery, crab, and halibut and sablefish IFQ, and Gulf of Alaska fixed gear cod. And I'll just note that on page 46, we discuss vessel dependency and diversification of revenues for the 2 groups of licenses as we break it out throughout the paper, those that would retain the endorsement and those that might not. Finally, on this slide, the gross value of the fishery is well correlated with the final TAC. So in other words, the value of fisheries generally tend to volume harvested and the broader market value for cod. So there's no evidence that fluctuations in the unit value of cod has affected the fleet's willingness to go out and harvest whatever is available to them. So turning focus to the vessels associated with this group of licenses, in recent years, there have been 4 or 5 vessels active in the fishery. And due to confidentiality restrictions, we can't address whether the recently active vessels would or wouldn't meet the threshold to retain the endorsement. One thing we can observe, however, is that the number of active vessels has not declined along with the reduced TAC level since 2018. 2 things we can note are that there's a subset of pot CPs that fish CDQ and that the vessels currently associated with the LLPs of interest are of a length that restricts their access to GHL fisheries. And to the CDQ aspect, the 2 or 3 vessels that have fished CDQ in recent years caught roughly 50% on top of their non-CDQ harvest. And the impact section notes that the ability to fish CDQ cod is competitive since that fish can be caught by a variety of sectors. So it's not like the CDQ cod can be counted upon as a new opportunity or an entry opportunity for vessels when non-CDQ TAC gets low. Section 3451 on page 45 canvasses what the 8 LLPs affected by this action do. And we break that into the 4 licenses that would retain the endorsement and the 4 that would not or might not. And for the 4 that are surely in, you see participation in Bering Sea crab, halibut and sablefish IFQ, and a very small amount of Gulf fixed gear fishing. And for the other set of licenses, there are 2 that have been exclusively crab vessels and or inactive. And the others have had some activity in the BSAI cod hook and line fishery, or the IFQ fishery. And then finally on this slide regarding affected communities, we can say for sure that the active LLP licenses are registered to owners in Seattle and Anchorage, but that the fishery operation is based in Dutch Harbor in Alaska. The scale of fishery relative to total fishing activity in that community is quite small, meaning that the focus of this action, as we've couched it, is really on the individual or ownership entities involved. It's not so much a community stability issue in this case from an operational standpoint. That said, it's clear from written testimony for this meeting that at least one of the inactive LLPs is presently owned by an entity associated with the Western Alaska CDQ community. And that doesn't come through in the data, but it's something that we can report and that the council can be aware of. And I just want to say that the reason that we didn't take that step to sort of spell out what an LLC ownership in one area really means in terms of linkage to a different community is because we tried to be really objective in how we treated these licenses as all equal assets that are transferable. So it's not as if there's a CDQ LLP and a non-CDQ LLP. They're treated equivalently in that respect. So now we're moving into the impacts, starting with alternative 1 on page 51. The first thing to note is that selecting the no action alternative in this case doesn't necessarily maintain the status quo nature of the fishery. As we've noted throughout the document, there are multiple moving parts that continue to shift beneath the fishery, including the ABCs, the GHL, apportionment, in-season cod reallocations, and also decreasing crab tax that might push license holders to consider using their endorsements in this fishery. At the heart of the issue here is a policy trade-off between keeping the proverbial door open to licensed participants over the long-term time horizon, as we all recognize that fisheries have cycles, and providing stability to the recently active participants. I put stability in quotation marks here because I think we've given quite a bit of evidence that the fishery is currently operating in a tenuous manner, both for participants and managers. And looking back at the history of TAC levels, the amount of vessel participation that was induced in the harvest capacity at those levels, it seems unlikely that an uptick in TAC is going to bring multiple vessels into the fishery. And the more likely scenario for new entry is if vessels endorsed with LLPs see a lower opportunity cost. So in other words, if they'd be giving up less than other fisheries to join in this derby. That could be in the form of lower crab tax, or if a vessel perhaps is part of a cooperative or a rationalized fishery where they or their affiliates are not giving something up to dedicate time to this fishery. And Section 352 outlines the challenges with the current fishery for active participants. So that's basically looking back at your purpose and need statement and providing examples of what's going on. So here we talk about the operational costs of being unable to link up the cod seasons with other fisheries, causing vessels and crew to incur downtime, additional travel costs, and less ability to retain good crew. There was one anecdotal situation self-reported by a participant where, for example, they opted to fish crab as a CV rather than a CP because of a gap between the cod bee season and when crab opens. And so that was an efficiency loss to them. The effect of additional entry into the non-CDQ fishery is obviously negative for all current participants, but the marginal impact varies based on the other fisheries that those vessels can access, such as CDQ cod, IFQ fish, and longline cod. And on page 54, we show a little bit of, basic back of the napkin math to illustrate just how much over capacity in terms of catch capacity the fleet is right now related to the current TAC levels. The discussion of alternative 2 starts on page 55. And in a sense, this is a discussion about the right size for the sector balanced against the fact that removing endorsements is effectively a one-way street, and decisions like that should be given the appropriate weight. The pool of endorsed LLPs was trimmed down to its current level by Amendment 67, which went into effect in 2002, when the fishery and the resource was objectively quite different from how it is now. On top of that, as I noted before, it's arguable that capping the fishery at its current size in terms of licenses may not even be the right size for the moment. But that's not to say that the council should take long-standing, durable actions focusing only on the present without considering how this fishery might look decades down the line. Section 361 hits several points aside from the obvious loss of the option to access the pot cod fishery. Those include where else those licenses can still fish, the impact on the transfer value of the licenses themselves, and the analyst's assessment that vessels associated with the licenses losing that endorsement are not likely to spill over into the GHL fisheries as a result of this action alternative. And I'll note that the SSC picked up on the option value of these endorsements identified in the analysis and took that a step further to question whether recency actions in one fishery might affect the behavior of other license holders with endorsements that are currently going unused, hypothesizing that they might be induced to increase effort in a fishery just to preserve the overall value of their LLP, either for use or transfer. And Section 362 looks at what might happen under the action alternative. And the key thing to understand is that the action alternative doesn't actively change the status quo. However, it could, subject to voluntary agreements, create an environment where participants can make some changes on their own behalf. I think the council are going to need to hear from the participants on this to fully weigh the upside and the benefits of these outcomes relative to permanently removing license endorsements. The benefits of this action would seem to hinge on the group of active license holders coming to some cooperative agreement that allows them to mitigate a time-certain race for fish and allows some flexibility to alleviate their inability to do things like link up the cod and the crab seasons for operational efficiency, to move off of crab bycatch, or to move to better cod fishing without incurring substantial individual costs, and to stand down from fishing in poor conditions, and also to handle logistical contingencies, for example, traveling in and out of Alaska, without constantly combating a zero-sum fishery competition. And whether that cooperative agreement resembles something like the Freezer Longline Coalition or the Gulf Trawl fishery, or if it even exists at all, it's outside of the council's direct purview, but it's an important piece of what stakeholders are bringing to the table in proposing this action. So the question to the council is, could this voluntary cooperative in some form actually happen? And could it happen if there's an additional participant? And what would it cost the current participants to bring in an additional vessel into that cooperative agreement? If eliminating licenses is a necessary condition for making the fishery work under current circumstances, then the question would be whether that's worth foreclosing future opportunities in a fishery that's quite obviously in a depressed condition. So I think this is an appropriate time to pause. I'm going to move off of impacts. I have one slide here to look at NEMP's recommendations for fishery monitoring, and then a final slide about AP requests. So a brief pause.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Cunningham. Looks like Mr. Down has a question, and while he's prepared for that, just remind members of the public that if they do wish to testify, they need to sign up prior to the conclusion of the staff presentation. Okay, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I have a few questions before you move on to the observer section. So on the impact statement and on the analysis that will be, if the council was to move this forward for final action, would you be, I'm thinking about the Aleutian Island parallel fishery. This question came up under the agenda item C5 on the history that was history that was accumulated from fishing in the parallel waters of the Aleutian Islands. And my question is that something that if this was to go forward for final action, that we would see some discussion of that as to it may or may not apply to this action. I'm just thinking that there may be some of the same activity that we talked about under agenda item C5, and I'm hoping that if this moves forward, that you'd be able to include something on that in the Aleutian Islands or in the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down, through the chair. So the discussion paper preceding this analysis was from October 2019, and Mr. McCracken did look at license participation specifically by BS or AI area and by gear type. And what that showed is that one of the licenses was used in the parallel fishery in state waters in an area where the license didn't hold an endorsement for federal waters in that area. And that activity occurred prior to 2012, at which point the council had taken an action in 2009, became effective in 2012, that limited that activity. So we've treated that as, legal catch as it was permitted at the time. I can definitely provide you more detail on the rationale for the council taking that action in 2009. So the reason I didn't present it specifically in this paper was in October 2019, the council had quite a bit of discussion about whether they were kind of severing BS and AI in terms of meeting this 1,000-ton threshold and, whether you lose an endorsement. And at the time, the council decided, as the motion states, that a vessel, if it doesn't meet that 1,000 tons cumulatively, it would lose endorsements for both areas. So anyway, we took a BSAI approach to this, but you're correct to point out that did occur. Obviously, we can't report the amount harvested in that mode by just one participant. Probably can't report much more than I've said to you right now. I know that looking at the amount harvested in that manner, we kind of have to take council guidance on whether it wants to, as I'm suggesting, treat that as catch that was legal at the time and count it towards the 1,000 tons. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, that answers my question. And I guess my question more specifically was whether we need to include that in a motion to move this forward for final action, or if that's something that you can return to from the October and just note that everything that you said here, that what you said here is not in the analysis, and as I think you pointed out, there was some discussion and it was removed, and for good reason. And I guess that was my question, and so I'd let you comment on that again if you want, and I've got another question for you as well.
Well, maybe I'll just tie it up by saying that my suggestion in section 2 of the paper, since I'm just going to speak to the paper that's before you, is to change the language of alternative 2 to refer to retained commercial catch, which to me means catch that was commercially caught legally and retained. So I guess by the transitive property, that catch to which you're referring would fit under that definition. But that's just where I'm coming from, and it's ultimately the council can provide any direction it wants to.
No, I appreciate that clarification right there very much. So thank you so much for that. And then another issue that's risen up that people brought to my attention is that any impact that this action could have on the catcher vessel fleet, being that a CP can currently be used as a CV, and that you can actually, I believe you can actually turn a CP license into a CV license using what the council's previously done is allow a one-time election to move in that direction permanently. And the concern I think that people may have is that if a CP that potentially could lose its endorsement under this action could make a one-time election and become a CV with this ahead of final action, or potentially ahead of the rulemaking, which could be a couple years after final action. Is that something that if the council was to move forward, is that something that we need to speak to, or is that an issue that would be addressed in the next iteration to the extent that we had that direction of this document?
Through the chair, Mr. Down, I don't know that the council needs to speak to it. I think the council should be aware of the existing regulations, which you correctly stated that in 679.2, which is definitions, it says that a license, a CP license can also be used to conduct only directed fishing, i.e. operating as a CV. So that's something they can do. That's something that has happened. Vessel operating as a CV's catch is going to come off of a CV TAC allocation under Amendment 85. The other thing you referenced is from the permit section of regulations, 679.4, and that says that a person who holds a groundfish license may, upon request to the regional administrator, have the license reissued with a catcher vessel designation. The vessel designation change to a catcher vessel will be permanent, and that license will be valid only for those activities specified in the definition of catcher vessel designation. So I guess it raises a question for me is, does the entire license have to become a CV? So if you had currently a hook and line CP and a pot CP endorsement and you wanted to make that election, does it affect your hook and line? I don't know the answer to that at this point, so that's additional information we can bring back. It would seem that, there's no timeline in that regulation, so if a stakeholder, a license owner, saw the council take action and decided that was the path they wanted to take, I would think they would have that period before rulemaking and before, RAM modifies the license to do so. I guess we can look into that more. Whether the council needs to weigh in on that, I don't know. I think only if you see those things as a problem.
Yeah, no, I don't know either whether the council sees that as a problem. I just heard the discussion on this at the AP, and there was some back and forth, I think, with some staff clarifications, and it didn't end up being real clear. So I just thought I'd mention that. Thank you. That's all my questions, Mr. Cunningham, and great job, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Any further questions before we move on? Mr. Cunningham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to touch on NIM's comments about the current state of monitoring for this fishery and some existing challenges and some suggested solutions. It's important to understand that these aren't directly related to the action at hand. The suggested changes aren't a necessary condition for selecting the action alternative, so NIMS didn't mean to imply that there's a higher bar for selecting the action alternative. And as a matter of fact, NIMS has the authority to analyze these monitoring modifications and work with the fleet to implement them independent of this particular action. Then it's not NIMS' intent to slow down this action by attaching monitoring elements that might take time to analyze. But since we're here, it's a good time to understand them. Ms. Miller is on the line if she wants to go beyond my description. But basically the challenges have to do with the timeliness and quality of data coming off of these vessels. And NIMS is very reliant on observer data from each vessel for catch estimation because of the small number of vessels and also the short length of the season. So estimates of discarded cod, halibut, and crab PSC and other bycatch species are dependent solely on observer data. And pot CPs are a challenging deployment due to the pace of the fishery and sampling protocols. And it's a fact that in 9 of the 13 seasons from 2014 through the 2020 A season, there were instances where NIMS had to replace observer data with industry reported catch data. And it's my understanding that the pot CP fishery is sometimes a training ground, so to speak, for observers to gain experience-based qualifications. So NIMS here, and I guess on table 313 on page 63, has laid out 3 suggestions and has analyzed the benefits and cost of those modifications. And I won't read through the longer version of these bullets that's in the paper. So we'll see if there's any questions about this. And that would be all I had on monitoring.
Ms. Kimball has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Cunningham. I listened to your explanation of this slide, and it differs some from how it's characterized in the analysis. These look like requirements for implementing alternative 2, and so I was wondering if your characterization is going to be incorporated into the next version, or which one we should go by.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Mr. Chair, the title of that section 371 does use the word requirements for implementing alternative 2, and I think in retrospect, NIMS staff maybe thought that was overstated. So not a requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cunningham, would we then continue to get this type of information just as a potential vehicle to make these changes if we wanted to do that under this action? Is that a better way of understanding what the monitoring section is about?
Ms. Kimball, Mr. Chair, I'll invite Ms. Miller to weigh in, but my understanding is that no action is required by the council for these changes to go in place. It's just customary for us in an RAR to do a scan of management and monitoring issues, and these were already at the front of mind for NIMS staff, and it just seemed appropriate to fold it in here. But I do understand and apologize that it appeared as if this was something that you needed to do if you were interested in the action alternative. And here today, I don't think that's the case.
And through the chair, Ms. Kimball, this is Alicia Miller, if I might add, I believe your characterization is correct. We'll continue to provide additional information in the next iteration of this analysis on these monitoring considerations. These are concerns with the status quo, and there are several different options for the council to weigh in on these changes. And so we will bring that forward again in the next iteration and provide a more in-depth explanation of the context for these suggestions and recommendations at the next council meeting.
Cunningham, we're ready to move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the last slide. So again, it was requested that we include a summary of additional information requests that the AP discussed during their review. And all of the things that I wrote down during their discussion were captured in the bullets that were part of their main motion that you can see on the e-agenda. The first category of requests was what else could these licenses be used for if they lose this endorsement? I think that was covered decently well in terms of the other endorsements for use in federal fisheries. A few other things we could clear up are the evolution of the need for gear and area endorsed FFP and LLPs to fish in the parallel fishery, and what your options are if you don't have those. And then the other part is the ability to fish as a catcher vessel. And I think I spoke to that in answering Mr. Downs' question, so I won't belabor that given the status of the day, but happy to answer questions. The second request had to do with compensation. The examples offered in the AP were federal buybacks and direct buyouts of endorsements by other license holders. Federal buybacks, to my knowledge, have been vessel-based. License endorsements are a few steps removed from a vessel. Again, I can get into this more upon request, but it would be helpful to know how far the council wants us to go down this route, if at all, in order to turn this around for final action in fairly short order. in terms of the direct sale of endorsements, you'd have to figure out whether that's one, allowed, and two, an effective way to solve the sector's problem. I'm told that AI trawl endorsements have been transferable. That may be an exception that has to do with ADAC protection measures. So whether that's a fit here and a direction you want to explore is up to you. And again, we take your direction on whether to pursue that for a next draft. To the latter question, it seems like we're being asked to price an endorsement and decide whether the quote unquote active participants are going to put down that amount of money to, in essence, close ranks in the context of this fishery that's close to underwater from a tech perspective. So those are just my reaction to that second bullet. The third request was framed as potential impacts to fishery-dependent communities. And what I think was meant here was a reflection of LLP ownership ties to Western Alaska CDQ groups that aren't immediately apparent from the impersonal method of looking at ownership address of the LLCs that hold these licenses. We can definitely provide that information, and I think from there it's up to the council to consider how to weigh present ownership against the fact that, as I said before, these are inherently transferable assets that happen to be held at the moment by entities with a particular profile. So again, any signal the council wants to provide as to what information it would like to see in the next version of this is always appreciated, but we'll certainly go a cut deeper in terms of presently existing community ties to the extent that we can. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my overview. Happy to take questions now or later on when you deliberate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunningham. Any further questions at this point? That would conclude our that presentation, and we can move into public testimony. Like we have 7 testifiers signed up. First up is Mary Boggs, and then Jerry Davis and Doug Wells, and then Shannon Carroll. Third, remind members of the public that individuals have 3 minutes, organizations have 6, and we will be monitoring the time with a timer on the computer, but I will also be recording time here as well, just in case we run into technical issues. So with that, Ms. Boggs?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can. Good afternoon.
Okay, great. Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Mary Boggs, and I am Vice President of Operations for Pavlov Fisheries, LLC. Our vessel has been a longtime participant in the Pacific cod fisheries in the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands. While I no longer reside in the state of Alaska, I was born there. I am Alaskan native, and I have participated in the fishing industry for most of my life. We employ 22 crew members and participate in the federal Pacific cod catcher processor pot fishery in the EEZ off the state of Alaska. We submitted comments at the December 2018 meeting and testified at the October 2019 meeting, and have submitted written comments for this meeting. The company and the crew sincerely appreciate the chair and the committee's time in hearing our concerns. It is critical to our company and the safety of our crew that the council act on this agenda item C6 by the selection of alternative 2, option 2. Our vessel and its crew are completely dependent upon this fishery, which is why we are asking for your help. Recent years have made operations increasingly difficult. The year 2020 was even more challenging than previous years, with only 12 days of fishing during our A season and 12 days during the B season. For 2021, decreases in the TAC and increases in the state of Alaska GHL will surely cripple our already struggling sector. Short seasons and increased competition make already difficult operations dangerous. The short seasons also make it difficult to move gear if you land on bycatch or find poor quality fish. We are working together with the other 3 active participants to end the race for fish and eventually work cooperatively to harvest the quota in a safer, more rational way. Allowing other participants into the sector who have little or no history would prevent us from utilizing any of these efficiencies and would continue what has been a classic and efficient race for fish. Having only 4 active participants in this sector would give us a unique opportunity to delay season start dates, voluntarily halt fishing for poor weather conditions, increase the value of cod taken out of the water by pinpointing better quality and enabling use of the ancillary products. Again, we respectfully request the Council act on Agenda Item C6 by selecting Alternative 2, Option 2, using the 1,000 metric ton threshold as analyzed as your preliminary preferred alternative and move forward with final action in February. Thank you.
Bugs. See if there's any questions. Don't see any. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Next up is Jerry Davis and Doug Wells.
Yes, this is Doug Wells. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
And Jerry Davis is here too. You got me too?
Yep. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jerry Davis, I'm the General Counsel for Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. And with me is Doug Wells. And together we own the vessel Courageous and with its associated LLP, which has a COT CP endorsement. We're 85% owners of this vessel, have been owners at that level since 2005. We're here to testify that, to encourage the council to choose alternative 1, no action on this matter. In our opinion, this is an easy call for the council. There's been no rationale stated other than an economic one to take this action. Not even a socio-economic one, but purely an economic one to create a fishery with less participants in this sector. Indeed, after reviewing the national standards, there's nothing compelling in national standards for this action. Indeed, the only one that is implicated is National Standard 5 regarding efficiency, and that national standard precludes the council from taking action if it's solely an economic purpose. All the benefits of this action come from cooperative efforts by these participants, and there's been no attempt by these participants to reach out to us to participate in such a co-op, or indeed have they, when questioned at the AP, did they ever mention any intention to co-op? So it's merely an economic attempt to create a smaller, more beneficial fishery for these participants. And lastly, if you are going to advance this motion, I think National Standard 8 needs to be brought in to analyze the effects on communities, because all 3 of the permits at question that are going to be extinguished are 2 are owned by CDQ groups, one's owned by Alaska Native Corporation, all with communities in Western Alaska that arguably rely on the income from the CDQ program and the investments made by the ANC. So again, all 3 permits potentially being extinguished are Western Alaska held permits. With that, I'll turn it over to Doug.
Yes, thanks. Chairman and members of Doug Wells, speaking on behalf of the fishing vessel Courageous. As Jerry said, we oppose to this action and request the council choose the no action alternative. We believe the purpose and need statement is flawed. There's no current problem with latent licenses moving into this fishery. Few, if any, the permissive of this action wish to eradicate have had a meaningful impact on this fishery recently. The problem is really TAC related, not license related. Lower TACs have affected all participants in the target, and certainly not just this sector. Additionally, reduced rollovers have affected all participants in the cod target sectors and are also a result of lower TACs. The 2020 TAC is down to roughly 140,000 tons from 300,000 10 years ago. This is less than half of what it was. The 2021 TAC will be nearly a third of the 2011 level.
Mr. Wells, I'm sorry,
yes.
your time's up. Do you have a concluding comment you can make?
No, I think that covers it. I mean, if the council proceeds with this action, the benefiting LLP owners will receive a large windfall in asset value, and our company will receive zero compensation without any consultation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wells and Mr. Davis. Are there any questions? Okay, thank you both for your testimony. Next up is Shannon Carroll, and then David Little, then Mike Shelford.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. Okay. Well, thank you. Shannon Carroll, Trident Seafoods. I appreciate the fact that this has been a long meeting and very intense on different issues, so I appreciate the council's attention. So we have the catcher processor, Bountiful. It's fished this sector every year since 1995, and we're asking the council to pick alternative 2, option 2, as its PPA at this meeting. We are strongly opposed to option 1 and would actually prefer status quo over that option, and I'm happy to explain more in detail if asked. So in essence, what we're asking is the council to remove latent and newly participating LLPs from the fishery. Doing so gets at 2 of the issues that we're trying to solve. First, precluding latent effort from entering the fishery, which will further erode and marginalize the historic participants. And second, create an environment in which the remaining LLPs can work together to increase operational stability, improve safety, and address bycatch concerns should they arise. These issues that I mentioned, they stem from significant changes to our sector that have occurred over the last 3 to 4 years. The analysis does a really good job framing up these issues, so I won't go into detail. They're also noted in our letter. But I just want to touch on, I think it might be easy to put the blame on these issues on the low cod abundance, which is certainly a factor in this and all of the cod management actions before the council at this time. But, from my perspective, and I think this is supported by the data, the primary driver of this issue is the loss of rollovers, followed by the increased effort in our sector. And so that's why we're asking for council action today. And just as a reminder, most of our rollovers come from the over 60 CV sector, and that sector is now fully prosecuted. It's suffering from its own issues of overcapacity. And then we had a new participant enter the fishery in 2018, which was part of that justification for other historic participants coming to the council and asking for this action. And that single entrant represented a 20% increase in capacity. And low crab and cod tax persist, giving others increased flexibility to enter our fishery. So along that vein, I think it's also worth noting that this fishery is overcapitalized even with 4 boats. So this isn't a windfall by any means, but it does provide some benefits that can improve stability as outlined in the analysis. And then, I guess to close, since I'm running out of time, I think it's important to place this action in the context of the Council's Amendment 85 FMP objectives, as well as the other council actions, particularly those at this meeting. So this fishery is overcapitalized, and the loss of rollovers to this fishery have caused significant instability, which is counter to the objectives of Amendment 85. And then it's notable that the council has recognized the importance of rollovers to other sectors, as evidenced by the extensive analysis on the impacts to rollover-dependent fisheries within the trawl lap action. So we're just asking for those same considerations for our sector. I was planning on talking a little bit about why we can't cooperatively manage, but I see I'm out of time, so I'm going to respect that and stand by for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any questions? Mr. Twight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Carroll, you suggested that if we choose between the two options, and if we choose the option that allows in 5 instead of 4, that actually creates a worse situation than status quo. And I'm still struggling to understand why some amount of incremental improvement is actually worse than the current situation.
Sure. Thank you, through the chair. So, you know, I think the short answer to that is that option 1 under alternative 2, it doesn't address the problems in our fishery or meet the objectives of Amendment 85. So, you know, first, it doesn't address the issue of overcapacity. I think, as I mentioned, the data suggests that this fishery is at overcapacity with just a few vessels in it, and this would leave the option for a 5th vessel to remain in the fishery. I think it's worth noting that the business plan for that LLP would be to bring in a new vessel, which I think could, well, it would represent a 20% increase in participation. It's conceivable that a new vessel would outcompete above that. Most of the vessels, you know, our vessel was built in 1979, so it's conceivable that a new vessel would be more competitive. I also think it's important just to think about what sort of dynamics that would create in terms of our ability to form some sort of cooperative agreement with, either if it's with respect to start dates or beyond. So, you know, a 5th LLP, particularly one that's latent, makes formation of the cooperative agreements really costly and difficult. I think they're going to be difficult and costly regardless, but adding a 5th vessel, I think, makes that particularly more so. You've heard through public testimony, I think you're going to continue to hear that we're already fishing at the margins right now. And when you add a 5th LLP that can wield a tremendous amount of holdout power, I think we'll have to give up too much to find some sort of agreement. So I think, you know, to summarize that, I don't think we'll have the ability to cooperatively manage in some form. So because of that, I think, you know, it's about the same as status quo, but it also creates unrealistic expectations for our sector. I think if the council takes action here and moves forward with option 1 under alternative 2, they're going to expect us to work together to solve our problems, and I don't think that that's going to happen. And then, you know, thinking about it more objectively, and I guess, you know, not as a participant in the fishery, I guess I just wonder how that makes sense from a consistency perspective. I don't. To me, I think you either want to address the issues in the fishery or you want to keep the opportunity alive for latent LLP holders. So I don't know that it makes sense to exclude some latent LLPs while leaving in others, particularly when that one hasn't participated since 2012. So I hope that gets at your question.
It did. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Carroll, I don't see any more questions. Thank you for your testimony. Up is Dave Little.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. My name is David Little. I'm the CEO of Bristol Bay, Alaska Seafoods. This company was formed in September of 2019 when the Bristol Bay Native Corporation purchased 2 participants in the freezer longline catcher processor sector and merged those 2 companies together to form Bristol Bay, Alaska Seafoods. One of the vessels that was included in that merger, is an currently active pot CP. That vessel was converted to pot CP primarily to take advantage of the pot fishing for the blackcod fishery, but it already had a cod CP license attached to it, and so we saw no reason why we wouldn't use that. That boat was active in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2 of those years prior to the council taking this action up. We think this action is poorly justified. You heard prior testimony from other people on this. I think the problem statement is flawed. The problem statement states that low crab TACs are part of this problem, but there's no evidence that any crab vessels have entered into this fishery. We certainly weren't a crab vessel that entered into this fishery. And as you heard in prior testimony, you know, low cod tax, we understand that. They're affecting everybody. This action is not going to solve low cod tax. They're going to continue. We are advocating alternative one, which is no action on this item. I would also point out that under alternative two, the sub options, that would add a fifth vessel, and just to be clear, that's not our vessel. So that sub option would actually add a vessel and take our vessel out. And we object to the language in the analysis referring to our vessel or these other vessels as latent when we've actually been participating in the fishery for 3 years. That concludes my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
That is Mike Shelford.
Yes, hello, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, my name is Mike Shelford. We own and operate the fishing vessel Aleutian Lady, which participates in the BSAI pot cod CP fishery. Our fishery is at a critical point right now. As a sector, we first came to you 2 years ago at the December council meeting in 2018 asking for your help. We truly appreciate the action you have taken so far and ask that you continue to move forward with this agenda item by selecting alternative to option 2 using the 1,000 metric ton catch threshold as analyzed as your preliminary preferred alternative to come back for final action in February. We came to you in 2018 because our fishery had a major change. From 2013 to 2017, our sector was heavily dependent on rollovers from other sectors. In the B season from 2013 to 2017, we averaged 116 fishing days. In 2018, we did not get any rollovers, and our B season only lasted 20 days. When our B seasons were 116 days, there was plenty of cod available for inactive LLPs to enter the fishery. But when the rollovers stopped in 2018 and we saw the likelihood of getting rollovers in the future were slim, we came to you for help to get some stability in our sector with a recency action. This would allow us to work together as a group to improve safety, reduce bycatch, and address operational inefficiencies we are facing with very short seasons. With the loss of rollovers, we will never see the length of seasons we had in the past. Short seasons like the ones we've had from 2018 to 2020 are the new normal for us. From 2013 to 2017, our sector harvested an average of 6,078 metric tons of cod. 2,730 metric tons of this came from rollovers. Since 2018, our sector has harvested on average 2,513 metric tons, a drop of nearly 60%. The loss of almost all rollovers since 2018 has caused our sector to become extremely overcapitalized. In 2020, we had 2 12-day seasons for a total of 24 fishing days. Even in 2019, with a total of 30 days of fishing, this fishery still accounted for 35% of the participating vessel's total gross revenue. The addition of just one more permit or vessel could reduce each vessel's fishing by around 20%. That is a lot in a fishery where the current participants are already struggling to be profitable. We are asking the council to remove 4 BSAI pot CP endorsements that have shown no dependency on this fishery so that the 4 dependent vessels can work together to stand down when weather is bad, change start dates so that seasons better align with other fisheries we participate in, and allow ourselves time to move off of bycatch if it is an issue. I ask the council take action on agenda item C6 by selecting alternative 2, option 2, using the 1,000 metric ton catch threshold as analyzed as your preliminary preferred alternative and move forward with final action in February. Time is of the essence for our fishery. The cod quotas are continuing to decline, and our sector does not have the ability to do anything to stop the race for fish without your help. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shopper. Any questions? Thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Lenny Herzog.
Thank you, Chairman Kineen and council members. My name is Lenny Herzog, and I'm representing my company, Aleutian Sable. I mean, the boat, the Aleutian Sable, it's Arctic Sablefish LLC. It's the smallest of the 4 active participants in the fishery that we've been working since 2012 continuously. I'd like to focus on 2 issues. The first is the community of Dutch Harbor. Our vessel has strong roots to the community of Unalaska. The skipper and his extended family live there. Our boat hasn't been out of the state in 5 years. We shipyard in Seward. I live in Anchorage, and our office is in Anchorage. But I think it's a dependency on the community, and I just wanted to bring to some of the new members of the council the idea that our smaller boat, I think, is as good a community participant in the community of Dutch Harbor, that we're really good citizens there. We spend a lot of money there on everything, and I don't think we're much different than a harvester. We have to deliver every couple of weeks when we have the time. On safety, it takes us a couple trips just to get our gear out to the waters and back. So obviously in a 12-day season, it's barely economic at all to fish. And the skipper and crew are under intense pressure to travel and fish in weather conditions, even though I might ask them not to. It's just understandable. So right now for this meeting, I hope you guys can at least move this forward without a preferred alternative as needed, and so we can at least get back to February and try to take final actions. And I just wanted to call in to make sure I was available if anybody had any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Herzog. Any questions? All right, thanks for your testimony. Last up will be Heather McCarty and Jeff Costin.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and council members. Jeff, are you there?
I am.
Okay, great. We are representing Central Bering Sea Fishermen's Association, the CDQ entity on St. Paul Island. I'm going to give you the lay of the land first and then turn it over to Jeff to have him tell you the history of our permit. As you know, probably by now, on figure ES1 on page 6, we are the 5th permit. We are the permit that's at issue in Alternative 2. Alternative 2, option 1 is our preference. We hope that you can listen to our history of the acquisition of this permit and the opportunity that it represents to us and understand why we are choosing that option. On figure 3.5 on page 33 of the analysis, we are number C in the list of permits. We have history from 2006 to 2012. And in the analyst's identification of the Wasilla location on his slide number 8, that Wasilla location is the CBSFA permit. We have an office in Wasilla. I'd like to briefly talk about some of the comments that were made or some of the discussion that was had at the SSC that may not have been thoroughly captured in the notes. One of them was having to do with the value of the permits. And the question was asked because it's difficult to know the value of the permits. And I think that the economist that was speaking described the value of some of these permits as option values. And I believe that when you hear the history of our permit acquisition, you can understand that that value for us is quite high. The SSC also discussed the cyclical nature of the cod resource. And I think we can clearly see that if cod comes back, when cod comes back, that it'll be quite a different situation in this sector of the cod fishery. And also they talked about the possibility of cooperative fishing not being a guarantee without a full rationalization program. And while we sympathize with the operational challenges associated with travel and fisheries coordination, we do recognize also that cooperative fishing in an open fishery is still a bet. So I'll turn it over now to Jeff to speak to how we got to where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. CBSA purchased its pot cod CP LLP in 2016, completed a major due diligence package in 2017, and then in the spring of 2018, we increased our ownership in that permit from 50% to 75%. And that all happened just 6 months or so prior to the council taking this action. So CBS-based pot cod permit is the cornerstone of our business and diversification plans, resulting from a complete and thorough market analysis, regulatory review, and business plan created in 2017. CBSA has been deeply involved in the federal CDQ and state water fisheries for many years using both pots and trawl gear. Retention of CBS-based LLP will allow us the opportunity to fish in the pot CP sector and catch and process BSAI CDQ. These base CP fisheries provide CBSA the ability to harvest cod in the AI state water fishery and to purchase and process federal and CDQ cod harvested by CBS-based pot cod catcher vessels. The pot cod CP permit will also allow CBSA the foundation it needs to build or purchase a combination vessel capable of catching and processing crab, harvesting crab IFQ and CDQ, catching and processing cod, harvesting crab and IFQ and CDQ, and tendering for Alaska salmon fleet in the summer months as our existing fleet of vessels is aging. If our endorsement is eliminated, none of this is possible. The pot cod CP fishery is not a standalone fishery for any of the LLP holders, but instead an important component of diversified business plans. CBSA purchased its LLP as a natural evolution of its heavy involvement in the cod fisheries and seeks diversification and long-term stability for our community and residents that are dependent on BSAI fisheries. It provides our community, which is located in the heart of the Bering Sea, additional opportunities to meet the goals of the CDQ program and the MSA. Our permit has more history than any of the LLPs in the Aleutians dating back to 2005 and has 3 years in the Bering Sea in the same time period. Cod tax have been declining since we purchased our permit in 2016, so we're in a holding phase until the cyclical cod abundance recovers. We purchased this permit to use it, and we ask the council to support our community and its fishery investments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, thank you both for your testimony. Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. It might just be a long meeting, but I missed the option or the alternative that you're supporting.
Mr. Chairman? Sorry. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Kimball, we are looking at alternative 2, option 1, but we recognize that all of the arguments that we're making to stay in the fishery would also apply to a no action alternative as well, for all the same reasons.
Thank you.
Kimball. Further questions? Thank you both for your testimony. Let's see. That concludes public comment. You ready for action? Let's stand down for 5 minutes here while we get our thoughts collected and come back here. Oh, let's call it 1:30 Alaska time and see what action we have. Okay, please come to order. Hey, are we ready for action? Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a motion on agenda item C6. I think staff has possession of that. They'll bring that up, and if you once that they bring that up, if you'll just give me a moment to look at it and make sure it's I can just look at it and make sure it's something I recognize and that is going to be along the lines of be identical to what I will read. So. Ready, Mr. Chairman?
Hey, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On agenda item C6, Bering Sea, Aleutian Island, Pacific Cod Pot CP, the council recommends the RIR be released for final review and scheduled for final action with the following additions in bold and deletions in strikeout. Purpose and need. Amendment 85 to the Groundfish FMP for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands assigned a portion of the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island Pacific Cod Tax to the pot CP sector with the primary goals of aligning Pacific cod allocations with actual dependency and use and providing stability to all sectors. Major changes have occurred since implementation of Amendment 85, which has resulted in less stability for the dependent vessels on which the Amendment 85 allocation was based. 1. Low crab and Pacific cod tax and consolidation within the crab and hook and line CP fisheries has provided increased flexibility for pot CPs. 2, the tax for Pacific cod in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands has decreased over the last several years. And 3, the availability of rollovers to the pot sector has declined. The council is considering action to eliminate latent capacity in the fishery in order to increase stability for cod-dependent pot CPs, to maintain consistently low rates of halibut and crab bycatch, and to ensure that condensed fishing seasons do not result in safety at sea concerns. Alternatives. Alternative 1, no action. Alternative 2, remove the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands Pacific cod pot gear CP endorsements from LLP licenses unless the vessel named on the LLP license at the time of landing are cumulatively credited with a minimum of 1,000 metric tons of retained commercial Pacific cod pot while operating as a CP with pot gear in the Bering Sea, Aleutian Island based on the following threshold criteria. Option 1, 2005 to 2019. Option 2, 2012 to 2019. And with a second, I'll speak to the motion.
There a second?
Second, Bill Twite.
Right, Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Twite, for the second, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the motion, I will start with the motion itself and walk through all changes in the motion from the current purpose and need statement and alternatives and options. As I mentioned in the motion, the additions that are in bold are additions and any deletions are in strikeout. The language in the purpose and need statement that was added to the Groundfish FMP for the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands was a housekeeping issue recommended by staff in their analysis. I struck the word 3 for major changes because there's been other major changes as well. And I also added to item number 1 in the purpose and need statement, the Pacific cod tax and hook and line CP fisheries, to clearly identify that those have also are changes that have occurred since Amendment 85. In the alternatives, I've struck the language under Alternative 2 and replaced that with new language. This language is based on recommendations from staff during their presentation by Sam Cunningham, as well as his subsequent consultations with the folks at Action to accurately identify and to correct the issue of using the word landings, particularly when it applies to a CP. Also, in addition, I've struck the sub-auctions in any one of 3 years, in any one of 4 years, as the analysts' analysis identified. Those 2 sub-auctions were identical and really had no difference or changed any of the analysis from auction 1 or auction 2. So those sub-auctions have been removed. We've been at this action for 2 full years, since December of 2018. Our next step is to move this analysis forward for final action. My motion is consistent with the purpose and need statement. The purpose and need mentions major goals for this action: to increase stability for pot CPs that are dependent on Pacific cod. Currently, the active long-term participants have testified consistently over the last few years on the instability in their sector. The analysis identifies licenses for sale and a new vessel entering the fleet as examples. To maintain consistently low rates of halibut and bycatch was identified as a major goal. Public testimony by the active long-term participants have demonstrated the need for this action for financial and the financial inability under status quo to move gear and areas to establish lower bycatch, particularly when dealing with 2 days to move gear in a 12-day fishery. We see years of high king crab bycatch in particular, and moving this action forward for final action may result in giving the opportunity to not only move to cleaner fishing and higher quality fish, but to make use of technologies being developed in coordination with ABCs like sock tunnels rather than triggers and ramps designed to keep crab out of pond. To ensure that condensed fishing seasons do not result in safety at sea concerns was another major goal identified in the purpose and need statement. We've seen many presentations over the years that clearly show a strong correlation between serious injuries and death and a race for fish that is occurring in this sector now. The threshold I've left unchanged. The AP considered several options that failed at the AP on changing that threshold, and I will allow those minutes to speak for themselves. But this threshold is very low, given a 15-year time series using all years combined, or any of the 2 sub-options of 4 years or 3 years made no difference. In other words, he was given a 15-year time series. We determined the vessels that have dependency and reliance on this fishery as measured by this retained catch over a 15-year combined cycle. Again, I'd say that I think that's a very low bar. I think it's a threshold that remains very defendable by the council. Not adding monitoring. I'm not adding any monitoring requirements this time. We heard in the analysis in the presentation that that's not something we have to do, but we may consider that at final action, and some decision points on that are well laid out in the document. As well, the control date remains as stated in the document. I have intentionally not chosen a PPA for this action. Normally, the council, when considering actions, will use a preferred preliminary alternative to narrow the range of options. And one of the primary objectives of doing that is to signal to the public and also to signal to the analysts where they would like to focus where they should be focusing their attention. Choosing a PPA for an action like this with a very narrow range of options does neither of those things. It doesn't give a good signal to I don't think we need to send a signal to the public where we're headed on this. I think we'll listen to more public testimony at final action and make our decision then. And certainly the analysts don't need our help with what needs to be analyzed here. So for those reasons, I did not pick a preliminary preferred alternative, even though we heard good support for that in at least 5 of the testimony of the 8 that signed up for public testimony here today, with preferred picking up preliminary preferred alternative, one or the other. One of the things that's clear is rollovers are not coming back. The greater than 60-foot fleet, as was pointed out in the analysis, are growing and have the same issue as in many ways as this fleet. The trawl CV action is bringing efficiency potentially to that sector, and pot catcher vessels less than 60 feet and state GHLs rising are almost certainly ensuring that this fishery will not have rollovers in the future. On the definition of latent, that came up in public comment, and I agree it's something the analysts may want to look at to make it clear, but I think it's clear to us. It's only a poverty of words, I think, that we are left with this word latent permit. But for the purpose of this analysis, it was only used to identify who is under the threshold set by the council, who has dependency on this resource in this sector, and who has long-term participation. The analysts may want to include discussions that would identify if retained commercial catch history was derived from history in the parallel waters. We covered that in my questions to Mr. Cunningham, and I'm not including that in my motion, only just mentioning that in my rationale for moving this forward for final action is one of the possibilities of an area we might see further information on. CB's ability to operate as a catcher vessel falls into that same category. That control date, as I mentioned, stays the same. And I would mention also that we had some bullet points that were brought up by the AP. One was to evaluate auctions available for LLP permits that may lose their CP endorsements. This was really to get to the heart of, I listened to the AP discussion on this. This was and I think we heard from the AP, this was to get to the CV maybe operating as a CP operating as a CV and the ability to change that license. I think that's been addressed. AP bullet point to analyze mechanisms to compensate LLP holders. That's beyond the scope of what is within the council's vision here for this action. So I'm not recommending that there be any more analysis in compensating LLP holders. I think that's well outside of this analysis, the scope of this analysis. The further analyze potential impacts of fishery-dependent communities was also brought up, and I think Sam Cunningham intends to do what he can there, and he mentioned that during his time. The SSC recommends the draft be released for public review after the analysis addresses a few following minor recommendations, and you can see those bullet points in the SSC minutes. The AP recommended that this go out for final action. We've heard from the SSC that this was a very good and clean motion and very clean analysis, and aside from those few minor recommendations, those are things that are easily incorporated. I am recommending with this motion and asking that this be moved forward in agreement with the SSC and the AP for final action at a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Questions on the motion? Okay, if there's no questions, are there any amendments to the motion? Sorry, Dr. Ike.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the motion, Mr. Down. I have a question. Maybe it's just an hour. But when I read this the first time, I just want to make sure I understand in your revised text in alternative 2, where it says the remove the Bering Sea and Aleutian Island Pacific Cod hot gear CP endorsements from the LLP licenses unless the vessel named on the LLP license at the time of landing is or are cumulatively credited with the minimum, et cetera, et cetera. Are you intending that the people who all right, so from public testimony, we heard specifically from CBSFA that they purchased their LLP. So if their vessel did not specifically land those 1,000 metric tons, are you saying that they would not qualify any longer under this action, or am I misinterpreting that? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Ike. I appreciate that question. My intention here would not be in alignment with your concerns. That in other words, there is no concern of that kind here. This language was really meant to clean up the definition of landing that was used in the problems that occurred, and this language came from work that I did with staff, with folks at ACFIN, and it would not have this effect. That's my intention for this motion, is that this would do nothing to change what we've seen in the analysis. This is simply clearing up language. I'd look to Mr. Cunningham for clarification on that. Ms. Ike, if you'd like, and Mr. Chairman, we can certainly have that clarified, but nothing in this language will change anything that would result in any changes in the analysis.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ike. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Down, for the motion. I appreciated you mentioning the SSC comments on the analysis at the end of your comments on the motion. And I wondered, you said they were minor, and I just wanted to clarify a little bit. I guess for me, those comments actually did bring up some pretty important policy issues that I think it's important for the council to consider. And so in your, again, speaking to the motion, you mentioned you thought staff could fairly easily deal with the SSC comments on this. And so I guess I just wanted to confirm my understanding by your comments that staff would include those particular issues, and by those particular issues, I mean, looking specifically at the bottom of page 61, the alternatives do not consider longer term issues, such as how capacity will adjust in the Pacific Cod CP sector if Pacific Cod tax recover sometime in the future. The other issue that I hadn't really thought of is alternative 2 could signal to LLP license holders that their endorsements are subject to being revoked. They are not actively used, so use it or lose it kind of issue. And so I just wanted to confirm specifically, because those were really, I thought, really helpful comments that could be included in the analysis, that you intended to include those as well in your recommendations for incorporating SSC comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Ms. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I had meant to specifically incorporate those comments that came to us I think on page 19 and page 21, both of the SSC minutes, you'll see the exact comments that Rachel was commenting to, but to incorporate those into the analysis, I suppose my characterization of minor, I would not want to overly characterize these as minor changes. I meant that they weren't things that rose to a level of being presented to us other than by reference in the SSC presentation that we received this afternoon. And the capacity of this fleet it is pretty clear in the analysis that the capacity of this fleet, even when cod catch were to return, it could be overcapitalized. In other words, even in years of large rollovers and the fleet did take 100%. That is currently in the analysis already. But I'd leave that up to the analysts. The analysts will need to look at all of those and incorporate to the extent that they can to the satisfaction of the best satisfaction we can get to. The SSC comments absolutely need to be incorporated in this mixed version of the analysis.
Baker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down, for that response. No more questions, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Further questions on the motion? Let's go to any amendments to the motion. There are no amendments, comments on the motion. Ms. Campbell.
Mr. Chair, I guess I wanted to note that I'm concerned with a lot of what we heard in public comment and a lot of the written public comment we received. And specifically, my concern is that it appears that many of the people who would be negatively impacted by this action are Alaska communities and Alaska community groups. And so I appreciate the FSC pointing out that the analysis is likely not sufficient when it comes to understanding community impacts. And I realize they didn't use those words. I don't mean to mischaracterize what our FSC said, but that there could be more done to characterize the impacts on Alaska communities. I think there could be more done in the analysis to ensure that what's being considered here is compliant with National Standard 8. And I'm looking forward to seeing that in the next version. I'm not going to oppose the motion, but I do think that when this comes back before us for final action, I would hope to see a lot more discussion about the Alaska communities that are impacted by what's being proposed.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. No comments on the motion. Dr. Ike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Down, for this motion. As we've heard from the SSC and the AP, the analysis does a good job of clearly differentiating and describing the effects of the alternatives on the latent LLP license holders and the historically active LLP license holders. As such, the SSC and the AP recommended the draft be released for public review, as Mr. Down has done in his motion. However, the comments from the SSC come with a caution for the council to consider the potential long-term implications of removing endorsements from LLP licenses, such as how capacity will adjust in the Pacific Cod pot CP sector if the Pacific Cod tax recover sometime in the future. And so I do support this. I will support this motion and moving this action forward for public review, because I think there's a real challenge here that needs to be solved. But I do appreciate that Mr. Down's motion did not select a PPA, because I for one, am still pondering the impacts of the alternatives and the options in this action. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ike. Additional comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, I'm supportive of this motion to move it forward. I hope everyone has a chance to look at the analysis that we get back for the next time. I feel like this is, based on the previous comment, very small TAC. I'm not going to debate it at this time, but whether we have a huge increase in the TAC or not, we're still talking about very small numbers. So I am supportive of moving it forward, and we can have that discussion at the next meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along the same lines, I will support this motion, looking forward to the next version of the analysis. I share some of the concerns expressed by Ms. Campbell and Dr. Ike about the potential longer-term impacts of this action, and specifically on Alaska communities. So I'll support the motion at this time, though. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Don't see any additional comments. I would just, I align myself with the comments that other council members have made regarding, the support for this moving forward, with the caveat that there are, obvious concerns that were raised in public testimony, and just thinking about the benefits that come with this, compared to a traditional rationalization program, or other actions such as these. That it seems like some of the benefits are somewhat limited. I appreciate Ms. Campbell and others pointing out the potential harm to Alaskan communities, and I think that's something that we'll all be paying close attention to in the next draft, and do appreciate, Mr. Down, that you did not signal a PPA at this point. That may have been tough to support. But with that, I think we're ready to vote. I don't see any more hands. So is there any opposition to the motion? None. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Mr. Down. Anything further on C6? Okay, that concludes C6 and moves us into staff tasking. So I will turn it over to Mr. Witherell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a short PowerPoint to introduce staff tasking items. Okay, load that for me.
All right.
Okay, great. So in the E1 action memo under staff tasking, we have the list of committee membership posted of all of the different council committees. And just a reminder, at the end of the meeting, the chair will announce the appointments for the advisory panel, SSC, PINSIAC, and also a nomination that we received for the scallop clam team. We've been planning for quite a few committee meetings, task force meetings, plan team meetings through March. And I've listed the dates of those meetings as we know them. And some of them, we've kind of put placeholders tentatively to give you an idea of when we might have those meetings. At this point, we did have an ecosystem committee meeting since the last meeting, and I'd ask Mr. McLean to come forward and walk through the next couple of slides.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, Steve.
Great, thank you. This is Steve McLean. I am the council staff for the Ecosystem Committee. We did have a online meeting that occurred on 12 November 2020 with a couple of agenda items in front of us, specifically a lot related to directions from the council. To start things off, we had a report from Dr. Kate Hopla, a high-level update on the local knowledge, traditional knowledge, and subsistence information task force, their work to date. Committee had several questions about how local knowledge will be treated. They noticed that a lot of the skippers that are working in the Bering Sea have a lot of knowledge about the area, and we're curious how that knowledge would be treated in the work of the task force. There's also interest in how traditional knowledge holders are defined and whether that is separate from the tribal organization designations and membership or the federal designations. Also very interested in how the work of the task force may apply to other regions, specifically thinking about the Gulf of Alaska as the work of the fishery ecosystem plan finishes up in the Bering Sea, and they may consider other areas. Related to a direction from the council, they had a lot of discussion about the state of the ecosystem workshop that they expressed interest in. You may recall from our last meeting. The committee does support another workshop and requests that the council authorize forming a steering committee. And there were several committee members who identified themselves as being available to serve on that steering committee, along with any others that the council may designate. The Ecosystem Committee felt that the workshop should be organized around the SEP and related actions, and should be responsive to the recommendation from the LKTKS task force recommendation that focused on building relationships, and then by incorporating active participation and presentations by representatives with traditional knowledge experience, local knowledge experience and expertise. And the committee hopes that the workshop would develop deliverables and actionable recommendations that the council could consider. Considering future ecosystem work, the committee noticed that their interest in the ecosystem changes in the Gulf of Alaska. They've heard a lot of information about ecosystem changes lately in the Gulf of Alaska, and they wish to identify key questions that the council may consider for management and issues that the council may need to address in the near future. In that direction, the committee requested that the council authorize the committee to begin reviewing this. I'm sorry, was there a question?
Oh, Mr. McLean, that's feedback from a person's phone who did not have it on mute. Please, if you're not speaking, your phone on mute. Please continue, Mr. McLean.
For future committee work, we were discussing their interest in the Gulf of Alaska and their interest in identifying issues that the committee might consider to begin their thoughts about what is happening in the Gulf of Alaska and how they can contribute to council's interest coming forward. And it was specifically suggested that they might begin considering coastwide issues and the climate change impacts on forage fishes was recommended as a specific issue that the Ecosystem Committee could address. Finally, at the end, the committee received a presentation from Mr. Sean Bob Kelly at the National Marine Fisheries Service Alaska Region Habitat Conservation Division. Provided a presentation about a new mine, proposed large suction dredge gold mine in the Bonanza Channel Safety Sound Estuary in Norton Sound. The committee heard significant public comment identifying substantial concern by the residents on the potential impacts of this large mine on subsistence resources and subsistence activities, as many fish camps are located in that Bonanza Channel Safety Sound area or nearby. The mine would produce nearly 1 million cubic yards of dredge material per year for 5 to 10 years. However, the narrative and plan of operations submitted by the proponents do not yet meet the required standards to allow NIMS to conduct an essential fish habitat consultation because there is just some details that are missing from their presentations. The committee recommended that the council should track this mine proposal in the permitting process and, when appropriate, provide comment both on the potential impacts to essential fish habitat and on the wide-ranging ecological and social concerns that were raised by residents from the Norton Sound region during public comment. The committee also recommended that the council encourage the action agency, in this case, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and the reporting agencies to engage in meaningful tribal consultation. And then finally, the Ecosystem Committee requested that the council approve the next Ecosystem Committee meeting and identified the date of January 26, 2021, and identified a number of potential agenda items for that meeting, which are there on the slide. And if there's any questions about any of that, I'd be happy to do my best.
Great, thank you, Mr. McLean. You can look for questions, but I'd also offer Mr. Dwight the chance to give any of his thoughts.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add to Steve's very thorough and comprehensive report.
Okay, all right, thank you, Mr. Clay. Ms. Kimball.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. McLean. I did review briefly the Ecosystem Committee report. Was there much discussion on timing for a potential second ecosystem workshop, and whether, I thought I read in the report that there was also a need or appeal to have that in person as opposed to doing a virtual workshop. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Kimball, there was discussion about the desire to have this in person, but also the recognition that if necessary, a online or remote workshop could be useful. But I think that there was a general agreement that an in-person workshop would be better because they wanted to focus on that issue of building the relationships and hopefully bringing representatives of communities who are not necessarily part of our process into the process and introducing them to the work that the Ecosystem Committee does and that the council does in the area. As far as timing, I think that they left that to what they proposed for the planning team to get ready. I'm sorry, my English has failed me. The steering committee, that's the words I was looking for. They did suggest that the steering committee might be best to identify potential timing and those additional steering committee members that the council may wish to have on there to reach out to communities and others, individuals throughout the state who might be part of it.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. McLean?
Okay. Thanks, Steve. I'll continue on from here. So at this point, we are still planning to have virtual meetings throughout the spring. I've got my fingers crossed that we'll be able to meet in person again in October. But basically, certainly we'll be meeting online virtual meetings in February and April, and there's a small possibility we could meet as a hybrid or in person in June, and I'll be working closely with the chairman on that, making a decision. We posted a new three-meeting outlook update. There's a revised one posted that we just finished based on staff conference call yesterday. Some of the changes that have occurred since the previous version were scheduling the Bering Sea Pequod Trawl CD lap review and second initial review for June. And we've moved up the Bering Sea Pequod small boat access discussion paper for June. And I can go through the 3-meeting outlook in detail after we get public comment, Mr. Chairman. We've also posted a preliminary agenda for February 2021. And I'm looking for pretty much the same footprint that we used for the December meeting. It seemed to work out quite well where the council started meeting on Friday and worked through the following Friday with a weekend off. Some of the items that we have for February include the Norton Sound Red King Crab specifications. We have the final action potentially on the Pequod pot CP latency item and the standardized bycatch reporting methodology. We have the 2 initial reviews for sablefish release and crab PSC limits. And then we have a number of reports from the task forces and other committees and go over our normal research priorities that we do. In addition to all of the updated versions of the tasking documents that we normally include as background material and staff tasking, there's also the Groundfish work plan update, status of the observer program projects, council staff responsibilities. And before we get to public comment, Mr. Chairman, I did want to just go through my issues that were identified during the meeting for discussion. And the list I have, and I can post this online if you like, Mr. Chairman, but it includes, Mr. Twite brought up possibly compiling the CCC comments on previous proposed legislation relative to marine protected area programs. Ms. Baker mentioned a need for a legislative committee to meet and discuss and review HR 8632 and draft comments that I mentioned during the executive director's report. Mr. Jensen and Mr. Down both mentioned possibly taking actions to address sablefish bycatch and overages in the trawl fisheries. Mr. Mesro brought up, he wanted to have a discussion of the UNFA request for community Pacific cod allocations. Mr. Down noted in public comments that there were concerns about the seasonality and availability of Aleutian Island Pequod quota. And the SSC had a recommendation relative to marine debris, and I believe Mr. Twite wanted to mention something about that. So that's what I have, Mr. Chairman, for the staff report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability. And of course, we have other staff online to answer detailed questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Witherell. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Witherell, Ms. Baker's request regarding the draft legislation, is that the big OCSA legislation? Because if it is, then my suggestion is subsumed in hers.
Mr. Chairman, I think I lost Mr. Twite there right at the end. I'm not sure. Specifically, and I'll ask Ms. Baker to maybe clarify, but in the executive director's report, I did bring up the Ocean Climate Action Solutions to Committee Climate Crisis draft legislation, and I assume that might be what you're talking about, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Twite.
Correct, and my suggestion was related to one small part of that. So it sounds like it's subsumed in her suggestion.
Okay. Then Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave, before we get to public testimony, on your draft February agenda, for the SSC agenda under D7. Is that the risk table workshop that was mentioned in Dr. Hallowell's presentation? Is that the workshop reference there?
Yes, I believe that's the case, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask staff to jump in if I'm incorrect.
Mr. Chair, this is Diana Evans. I'm not sure if I exactly heard Ms. Kimball's question, but the workshop that's scheduled for February, if that was your question, is relating to risk tables. There's a different workshop about spatial management and just making sure that those two are distinct items. So that the spatial management one has not been scheduled. This is specifically something about risk tables that they're doing as an SSC workshop or proposing to do as an SSC workshop in February.
Great, thank you. That was my question, and that's my understanding. It's the risk table workshop for February. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Witherell or staff, or if any council members have anything else they wish to highlight that they may want to take action on before we get into staff tasking? Or into public testimony, sorry. Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to move into public testimony. Refresh the list here. Okay, it appears we have 8 people signed up to testify. First up is Casey Knight, then Mike Alfieri, then Chad C.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, great. Greetings, Mr. Chairman and council members. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Casey Knight. I'm a 35-year-old Alaskan fisherman with a young family. My comment concerns upcoming meetings pertaining to the halibut IFQ program. My purpose is to address the problem of the turnover of quota shares to new fishery participants. It also involves the program's long-term goal of retaining coastal fishing community participation. In the spring of 2019, the council addressed the issue of IFQ eligibility criteria as a way to help solve the quota share turnover problem. A staff paper discussed a proposal essentially to force older IFQ holders out of the fishery by restricting transfer eligibility certificates to persons with more up-to-date sea time. I believe that it was correct to set aside that specific proposal. However, I also believe that further consideration of IFQ eligibility criteria can lead to a partial solution to our problems. As I see it, it would be ill-advised to force older IFQ holders to give their quota shares. It would be better to encourage the sale of IFQs by opening the quota share market to deserving buyers. As such, the council should consider precise liberalization of the 150-day sea time requirement. The TEC criteria should contain a number of carefully written exceptions to the 150-day rule. Currently, in order to buy quota shares, a person must have 150 days participation as a fish harvester in the U.S. fishery. But believe it or not, this is an unnecessary barrier to entry for deserving demographic groups. For example, 1, young crew members who are new to the fishing industry but who would like to invest long-term in fishing. 2, coastal fishing community residents who don't have 150 days. And 3, young fishermen spouses who don't have 150 days. These groups, and perhaps more like them, are deserving potential buyers of quota shares. In the previously mentioned paper, in an upcoming paper on IFQ access opportunities, and in the original 1992 SEIS for the IFQ program, a lot of ink was spilled trying to ensure that groups like these are allowed to fully participate in the IFQ program. In addition, I'd like to note that the council has already expanded the market for quota shares via formation of community quota entities and to the charter sector via recreational quota entities. Neither CQEs nor RQEs, as far as I can tell, restrict the usage of the halibut resource to persons who have 150 days of sea time. The presumption in both cases is that any participants in CQEs and RQEs deserve to use the halibut resource for financial gain. That presumption should be extended to groups like the 3 examples I mentioned. I hope that my concerns can be addressed in the near future as the council considers exactly these issues next year in scheduled meetings. Thanks for your consideration.
Thanks for your testimony, Mr. Knight.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions? Ms. Campbell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm having trouble with my tiny virtual hand. I just wanted to ask Mr. Knight if he brought any of this testimony forward to the advisory panel, because there were other IFQ issues that came before the advisory panel at this meeting that have moved forward in their report to us under staff tasking.
No, I haven't. I was kind of late on the ball in getting to this. Perhaps there's something I could do in the future. Maybe you'd suggest.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I might follow up, Mr. Knight, we are planning to have a IFQ committee meeting in late March, and maybe you could think about whether you would be available at that time, because there are public opportunities during those committee meetings as well.
Hey, great. Thanks for the suggestion. Yeah, as long as we're not halibut fishing in late March, I certainly will be available during that time.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Knight. I don't see any more questions. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Mike Alfieri.
Can you hear me all right?
We do.
Great, thank you. I was, Chairman Kadeen and council members, I was approached after the C&D season in the Western Gulf pollock because they were extremely short this year. Even with the amount of quota we had, typically we'd have gone quite a bit longer. One of the local Sandpoint residents approached me and said, "What can we do about this?" And he said, "Will you write a letter to the council urging them to move forward with a rationalized fishery in the Gulf?" And I said, "Well, I've been involved with it before, and I'd be glad to do it." And I did it. I sent it to him, and I listed all the boats on it. I think I attached the letter, if I did it correctly, to my testimony. So it's there for you to read. Basically, the cliff notes of it are there's 22 58-foot or under vessels, and 15 of them are owned and operated by local Sandpoint and King Cove residents. There's 7 of them that aren't, but even of the 7, there's 2 of them that are one that's skippered by an Alaskan and a lot of Alaskan crew on those boats. And especially with the LAP program moving forward, we're all to final action. The Gulf's going to be the only unrationalized fishery left pretty much in the Western Hemisphere. It's that type of a fishery. The race for pollock in the Western Gulf is getting to the point where the fishery is unmanageable. In 2019, we left fish in the water due to Chinook bycatch. This year, their boats were disenfranchised because the D season closed early. There was a catch share established, but the majority of the vessels had already put their gear away and went home. And what his real impetus was to ask for a control date. The race for fish in the Western Gulf is becoming it is unmanageable. I'm sure the staff from NIMS can tell you that it's really hard to control with these smaller quotas, especially with the number of vessels, when to close it, when to open it, and the way that the rules are written for NIMS that, they can't close other than noon. And they've been faced with rationalization before and they really haven't embraced it, but the impetus I'm getting now is that there is really nothing else left to try and save the communities and the fishing communities for them. It's getting to that point. It's really hard for the guys that have been there since the 80s and early 90s to compete with a lot of these vessels that are coming into the fishery now from other areas that are going to be rationalized or already are rationalized. So I tried to get everybody to sign it. We sent the letter up. Everybody kind of scattered after the season. We're going to try and do that when we get back together here in January, and we'll try and present it again at the next council meeting with everybody's signatures on it, or as many as we can get. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alfieri. Any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next is Chad C.
Thank you, Chairman Kineen, members of the council. My name is Chad C. of the Fraser Longland Coalition. I'm coming to ask that council take up and pass AP's proposed action for council to initiate a discussion paper assessing changes in Pacific cod fishing effort in the Bering Sea and Aleutian Islands. On November 18th, the Bering Sea Pacific cod fishery was closed to direct fishing after the TAC was reached for the Bering Sea. When the fishery closed on the 18th, our sector had 5,492 metric tons remaining of our 2020 BSA allocation, or about 8% of our available harvest. In B reports, the council heard from in-season management on the closure of the fishery. During public testimony, FLC offered comments on the closure, the impact to our fleet, and concerns about the prospect for continued closures of the Bering Sea fishery in the future. The handout of our testimony can be found under public comments. To recap our earlier comments, the earlier closure of the Bering Sea directed fishery has tremendous financial consequences on our fleet. As of the most recent reporting period, 5,080 metric tons remain of our Bering Sea Aleutian Island allocation. We anticipate that by the end of the year, a minimum of 3,500 metric tons of our sector allocation may remain in the water. This amounts to $10 to $15 million lost in sales and lost sales for companies with remaining 2020 quota. The BSAI Pacific cod fishery participants include those that are primarily fixed gear directed and other trawl fleets that are directed, but also with large amounts of incidental catch. When approaching TAC in either the BSA or AI subregion, the directed fisheries for that area are shut down by NIMS, while the fisheries with incidental catch and CDQ fisheries continue. The closure of the Bering Sea fishery in 2020 is due to a number of factors, including a low ABC, little CV trawl effort in the AI, and the composition of the Pacific cod fisheries that include rationalized fisheries and more competitive non-rationalized fisheries. More broadly, the closure can be linked to the Council's decision in 2014 to maintain combined BSAI cod sector allocations when action was taken to split the BS and AI cod ABCs. There was valid justification for making this decision at the time of the split. However, 2020 has highlighted that disproportionate adverse impact is put on our fleet to harvest our allocation in an optimal way. With the lower Bering Sea Pacific cod ABC in 2020 and even lower in 2021, the current management structure may result in a race for fish in the Bering Sea for all sectors, rationalized or not. The directed fisheries that fish at a slower pace, such as freezer longliners, and fish later into the year, would be forced to catch the remainder of their allocation in the AI. This limits our fleet's flexibility to harvest our BSAI allocation when and where it makes the most sense for us to operate, constraining our ability to maximize the return on our harvest and to minimize bycatch by our vessels. These outcomes are counter to practices Council has been committed to end to improve the safety, yield, and sustainability of our fisheries. FLC asked that Council take up and pass the motion approved by the AP to assess changes in Pacific cod fishing effort in the BSAI. The of the action is to help determine how to generate more harvest activity by additional Pacific cod sectors in the AI, including reducing the disproportionate burden on our fleet and potentially others to harvest the cod when BSAI harvest is otherwise focused in the Bering Sea. This is an issue with a clear problem, a lack of harvest in the AI that this year produced an early costly closure in the Bering Sea, but without a clear solution. We recognize that FLC can and must be part of the answer to harvesting in the AI. We will be looking at tools within our sector to facilitate harvest, particularly early in the year, to help minimize future closures. But our effort in the AI alone isn't going to fix this problem. For many reasons, it will be difficult for our fleet to exceed our historical harvest in the AI of about 4,000 metric tons a year. As the Bering Sea fishery is more fully utilized, additional harvest from other sectors is likely to be needed in the AI to avoid a Bering Sea closure under status quo management. We understand the challenges in solving this issue. At this point, and not for lack of trying, we don't have any specific solutions for Council to consider in the developing of a fix. However, we believe that Council initiating a discussion paper and engaging in a conversation on the issue will be the best way to arrive at some answers. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Steve. Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Next up is Sean McManus. Mr. McManus? Move on to Linda Benkin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assuming you can hear me, Linda Benkin testifying for Alaska Longline Fishermen's Association. I just had two items to try and cover. The first is support the EP motion to initiate analysis of allowing jig gear in the sablefish fishery. I don't think it was an intentional to exclude that gear. It's more strangled by varying definitions of IFQ gear, fixed gear, and longline. While I don't think it will be used by a lot of boats, it certainly could fill a niche for the smaller boats that are not able to safely fish pots, even slinky pots, and yet might be able to use jig gear and be very mobile to avoid whale depredation. It's been requested by some of the smaller boats in our group as a gear opportunity to keep them viable in this fishery as the fleet continues to deal with whales and more boats switch to pots. So ask that be considered. I'm a little worried if it gets assigned to the IFQ committee, it might get buried in the more controversial issues that committee is going to have on its plate. But we'll certainly defer to the council if you feel it needs to go through that process. Second, urge you to, at this meeting, initiate analysis of tools that you could use to control harvest in fisheries, but I guess with a particular focus right now on sablefish, to the TACs or ABCs that you set. I think it's been a real eye-opener to all of us to learn that we don't have sector ACLs or area-specific ACLs now that you've moved to this broad fishery-wide overfishing definition. But it seems like poor management to be able to take the full 50,000 metric tons out of any one of these small areas with a 2,000 or 3,000 metric ton ABC, and no tool that allows the triggers and action by the agency until those overages go well beyond the TACs or ABCs that you've designated for that sector, for that area, for that year. So it seems a little bit cloudy to me to figure out the path through that. I know other councils do consider area, regional, and sector-specific allocations, TACs, ABCs, to be annual catch limits, and they manage accordingly with accountability measures that are effective. Maybe that's the route to go, to designate these as your annual catch limits with that management toolbox that goes along with that designation, looking at sablefish first. Or maybe you have other ideas. I guess that would be the approach that I would identify, and that once you've gone that step, then you have the opportunity to look at tools that would be triggered by catch equaling reach triggers, and those measures that could be implemented being time area closures or other tools to keep that catch from going over the annual catch limits that you've identified. So I would ask that you initiate that analysis at this time. You ask staff to bring back some preliminary ideas and evaluations of some of the benefits and impacts. So you have an opportunity to move towards a regulatory amendment for this. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Becky. Questions from council members? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, and happy holidays.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Benkin, looks like Mr. Down has a question. Mr. Down, you're on mute.
That's interesting. Thank you. I don't have a question on staff. I'm just pointing out that I got a text and that Sean McManus got muted. I think he has you called on him. I think he was muted somehow and there was a technical issue, but I think he might be ready to go. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. McManus, are you available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'm hoping this is the appropriate time to bring this up, but I'm looking under the IFQ program task list and the IFQ committee for which I serve on, and I see the small sablefish release, which is obviously really important. But I'd like to see if we could add increasing the pot limit in West Jack and Southeast. The reason being is everywhere else in the Gulf, it's 300 pot limit. Southeast and West Jack, it's 120 pot limit. I can understand perhaps where people want to keep that smaller pot limit for a small boat fleet, but we know for a fact, and I really think it's going to flush out once we start doing surveys with pots, and that is that we should be increasing the pot limit in those areas because it's going to come down to a conservation and sustainability issue. So if we can harvest that fish without those fish being depredated on by whales, I think it's going to benefit the fishery. And furthermore, we're 120 pot limit. You can roll through that pot limit in less than 8 hours of work. So that leaves vessels sitting out on the ground for great lengths of time waiting on soaks. And so by, I guess if you looked on both sides of the coin where you're having more pots occupying the boat or occupying the grounds or more boats occupying the grounds waiting for their pots to fish, I think that's something that should be flushed out at the committee. Also along that line, as many of you know, we're required to purchase a CFEC card or Commercial Fisheries Entry Commission card to harvest each of our species. However, with that 120 pot limit, because we're trying to take advantage of our time on the grounds, we're also using hooks. So that means we have to buy 2 CFEC cards. Each one of those cards is $1,000. I think it's redundant. If we're going to be stuck with this 120 pot limit, then we should have a waiver that basically says you need a CFEC card, period. It shouldn't, matter what gear type you're using. And so I just wanted to point that out, and I'm hoping that perhaps in the tasking that I see here for the committee that under the 3-year review that we can also discuss the need for surveys with pots, and that's about all I have. I'm hoping that's appropriate, and wanted to point those out.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. McManus. Any questions from council members? Okay, next up is Alexander Stubbs.
Yeah, hi. I want to thank everybody for their hard work through this whole process. I guess I have 3 issues I want to bring up. First off, the numbers presented in the Gulf of Alaska groundfish specifications motion for sablefish. I just want to make it clear that what the intent of the council was. The numbers in the handout are simply a 25% increase across all regulatory areas in the Gulf of Alaska. Ms. Kimball stated in her rationale when setting the 2021 TAC that the motion was in fact moving towards a 25% increment towards survey-based apportionment, and she stated in her rationale for the motion, quote, I would note this motion also retains the SSC recommendations on sablefish apportionment, only moving 25% towards alignment with the survey in 2021, end quote. The numbers put forward in the document put forward by Ms. Kimball do not contain any reapportionment towards the survey numbers. There's simply a 25% across the board increase. It's not clear to me if this was an error in the tax setting process or if it was not, in fact, the intent of the council to move 25% towards survey-based apportionment. So that was the first issue, just that her rationale for the motion doesn't match what the motion does. Secondly, I'm concerned by allowing the trawl sector in the eastern Bering Sea to apparently catch unlimited bycatch up until they hit the Alaska-wide OFL. To me, the rationale for changing apportionment methods between various regions in Alaska is sound, and for reasons outlined in the draft report, it makes sense to allocate quota based on the current proportional distribution of fish stocks rather than continuing to operate at 2013 apportionment proportions. Effectively, what's happened in this council process is they moved apportionment to Bering Sea Aleutian Islands, but didn't do anything to apportionment in the Gulf. So I just overall suggest that you take up the motion passed by the AP to look at apportionment of sablefish and also accountability measures, because the current accountability measures used by the council are clearly not particularly sufficient for managing sablefish overages in the trawl sector. In a changing global climate, I don't believe it's a foregone conclusion these sablefish will simply migrate out of the Bering Sea. And I think the council should really be prepared to manage this as a long-term issue. I'd also like to second Sean McManus's comments that the council should consider in staff tasking, asking the relevant committees to increase the pot limit for West Yakutat and Southeast. I think there are a lot of people on small boats that are able to prosecute this fishery with pots, with slinky pots. I have customers that are fishing 40-foot class boats that fish 300 in Central Gulf. I think that's on the small end for the fleet. And I think that those same vessels would be well served by being able to not just bob around there for hours waiting for their pots to fish and clear out the grounds and make room for longliners. So with that, I'll take any questions, and thank you so much for everyone's hard work.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Stubbs?
Mr. Chair, this is Nicole Kimball. I have a more of a statement, but I can't seem to raise my virtual hand.
I see it raised, but regardless, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so we alleviate any confusion, and we can certainly go back and check those numbers, but based on the second or the first point, the council's motion on Gulf specs did include the SSC's recommendations on ABC, which is what we take in our process, the SSC's recommendations, and those ABC recommendations incorporated a 25% movement toward the survey, so away from the fixed apportionment we've been using for years, and 25% toward the survey distribution of the biomass. The tax did not do that. The tax were simply a 25% increase over the 2020 tax. So I hope that explanation helps this testifier. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Okay, any questions for Mr. Stubbs before we move on? Don't see any. And if other council members are having issues with their hand raising, please feel free to jump in. Okay. With that, thank you, Mr. Stubbs, for your testimony. Next up is Teresa Peterson.
Yeah, good afternoon. Teresa Peterson with the Alaska Marine Conservation Council. You guys picking me up okay?
Loud and clear, Ms. Peterson.
Okay, great. Thank you. The statement of the day, can you hear me now? Well, for all of you, I'm sure it's really nice to be at staff tasking in the last of the 2020 virtual meetings. I'd just say onward to the new year, and hopefully this isn't a setting that we have to endure much longer. I just wanted to speak briefly to three items. First, the Ocean-Based Climate Solutions Act. Second, the Ecosystem Committee report. And third, attention to the overages of sablefish and the Bering Sea Aleutian Islands trawl sector. So first, in terms of the Ocean Climate Act, clearly there's a lot of concern with the top-down approach and the potential outcomes of the 30 by 30 concept, and I'll circle back to that. But I did want to recognize a lot of the good provisions under considerations in the bill. The intro language captures the intent, which points us in the right direction given our experiences in Alaska. And I quote, to provide for ocean-based climate solutions to reduce carbon emissions and global warming, to make coastal communities more resilient, and to provide for the conservation and restoration of ocean and coastal habitats, biodiversity, and marine mammal and fish populations, and for other purposes. These are all initiatives that we strive for in the North Pacific. And I think a couple of the sections, particularly section 406 that looks towards coordination and consultation with the Council on Development of a grant program to look at innovative tools and approaches designed to increase the adaptive capacity of fisheries management to the impacts of climate change is good. You know, along with section 407 that's looking at starting up a shifting stocks task force, which, you know, includes regional council membership. The commitment to address climate change and resiliency of communities and fish stocks with fisheries management in light of climate change is a positive direction. The 30 by 30 section highlighted by industry letters and in the ED report is the troubling aspect of this bill. I believe it's really critical that the fishing industry and regional fishery councils have a seat at the table and a process to engage in the discussion if this bill is reintroduced next year. A grassroots approach can really go a long way to address climate change in a comprehensive manner while also maintaining the viability of the industry and the inclusive stakeholder process established in the council arena. I like the idea to bring this back up at the legislative committee. In terms of the ecosystem committee report, Steve McLean put together a really comprehensive report and highlighted the main points well. And I just want to support the movement forward of another workshop and then future work really looking at the ecosystem changes in the Gulf of Alaska. And in closing, I want to voice AMCC's support to take on the challenging task to figure out how to address the sablefish overages in the trawl sector in the Bering Sea. I appreciated the discussion around the table yesterday and the commitment of the council to kind of dig into this when you were talking about the Bering Sea specs. And I thought you've heard a lot of good ideas that were presented throughout the course of this meeting, a lot of concern. I thought Linda brought up some great ideas moving forward just before me. And I just encourage you to kind of roll up your sleeves and take a look at, you know, the accountability measures already in the FMP, assess whether they're working or not, and put together analysis to move forward and to further address this. And I guess one more thing I did want to support is analysis of jig gear in the sablefish fishery as a way to diversify gear types and provide additional entry level opportunity. So thank you for your time and all your hard work this week, and happy holidays to y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Peterson. Any questions? Any hands popping up? All right, thank you for your testimony, Ms. Peterson. Up is John Warrenchuk, and then finally we'll take Greg Lowenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Again, for the record, my name is John Warrenchuk, Senior Scientist and Campaign Manager with Oceana. I won't belabor the issue of sector-specific catch limits and your accountability measures and how you need to marry those two concepts. Listing strong encouragement to reduce bycatch as an accountability measure doesn't quite pass the red face test for us. And I ally myself with Teresa's earlier comments there. And I apologize now for raising a completely different issue at the end of the meeting, but this did pass without much discussion, and I did want to address it. So I think way back to Monday, when you got the municipal management report and the enforcement report, there was one statistic that jumped out at me, and that was the number of observer violations that occurred during the halibut deck sorting processes. And additionally, the number of observations by observers of orcas, marine mammals, feeding on deck sorted halibut as they were discarded over the side. There was 242 of those occurrences of orcas preying on those halibut that were discarded. And I think the council and NIMS needs to take a hard look now at whether the halibut deck sorting is accomplishing what you intended it to do. If you think you're saving halibut in the long run, it's unlikely you are. The orcas are onto you. The orcas have figured this out. I'm looking at the table from the Amendment 80 report, and it's claimed that over 900 metric tons of halibut were saved through deck sorting, but we don't take into account that mortality caused by orcas who figured this out. So we ask you to, if you want to go all the way to passing an emergency rule, that you perhaps put this program on hold until you address the issue, or take a deeper dive and look at this next meeting. I think it is warranted, because you're not saving the halibut you thought you were saving. With that, I'll close. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Warrenchuk. Questions from council members? For your testimony. Last up is Craig Lowenberg.
Yes, good evening. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I'll be brief with my comments today. For the record, my name is Craig Lowenberg. I'm here on behalf of the Bering Sea Pot Cod Cooperative. The BSPCC is a trade organization that represents stakeholders in the BSAI greater than or equal to 60-foot Pacific cod pot catcher vessel sector. I'm the executive director of the organization, as well as co-owner of a vessel that participates in the fishery. I'm here once again to ask the council for action and relief in our sector. Our 2020 bee season was, again, the shortest and had the most participation in recent history. There's been an influx of latent permit use as well as leasing of LLPs in our sector. This council has taken action, or is considering action, that will essentially rationalize the remaining peacock sectors in the BSAI, with the exception of the under and over 60-foot pot cod catcher vessel sectors. Adding to the pressure in our sector is information that was clarified earlier today that potential action under C6 BSAI peacock catcher processor action will most likely shift effort into our already capitalized or over-capitalized race for fish. I would further add that from my perspective, the purpose and need for agenda item C5 BSAI peacock trawl catcher vessel lap directly aligns with the current situation and needs in our sector. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I look forward to the council addressing those issues in the near future. I appreciate the opportunity to comment, and I'm happy to answer any questions. So, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lowenberg. Questions? Annie, thank you for your testimony. Okay, that concludes public comment. Let's go ahead and take a quick break, about 5 minutes, come back at 3 o'clock Alaska time and take action. 3 o'clock. please come to order. Okay, we've taken our public testimony, run through the particular list on potential action for staff tasking. The first thing we had on the list was the compile CCC comments on proposed legislation on marine protected area programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding with Mr. Witherall there. That was one aspect of being prepared to comment on HR 3862 or whatever that big Oceans Climate Solution Act is.
Okay, so we can just wrap that into number 2. And that was a discussion of the legislative committee meeting to review 8632 and draft comments. Ms. Baker?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I can be pretty brief. I think Mr. Witherall's ED report provides a good summary of the new legislation, HR 8632. As Mr. Witherall notes in the report, it's a big bill with a number of provisions that very clearly could impact our fisheries and in some cases supersede the council and NMF's existing management authorities. And so we heard some testimony about that today. I think that I definitely agree with Mr. Witherall's suggestion that it would be worthwhile for the council's legislative committee to spend some time reviewing the legislation and informing the council on potential impacts to the council authorities and management programs and potentially develop some comments on the bill in the event that we are requested to do so, Mr. Chair. So I don't have a motion, but that would be my recommendation to take Mr. Witherall's recommendation.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Input from other council members? Hanson, his hand up is on mute. Staff can help. Right. Okay. Mr. Hanson. Mr. Hanson, I think you're muted on your own phone now. No audio, Mr. Hanson.
How about now?
Gotcha, loud and clear.
Okay, 3 different mute buttons. One of them had to work. Pacific Council spent quite a bit of time with this last month. Their staff made an excellent summary of the section-by-section review of the bill. So I would suggest that if you desire to have a meeting, we ask staff to work closely with Pacific Council staff to develop comments. We don't have a request from Congress yet to submit comments, but I believe we can go ahead and work on what the bill says at this point and be ready for if it ever comes up again.
Mr. Hanson. Mr. Marks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, from my standpoint, I think it'd be worth taking a look and weighing in what we feel necessary with respect to North Pacific. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Marks. All right, sounds like we have a plan. Okay, there's nothing further there. We can move on to actions to address sable fish bycatch overages in the trawl fishery. Mr. Jensen or Mr. Down?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a motion I'd like to make, and the motion is to initiate a discussion paper to identify actions for council consideration that limit trawl sablefish mortality
to area sector allocations, tax and ABCs. With a second, I'll read the rest of the motion.
Second by Mr. Down.
Okay, second by Mr. Down.
And they staff has a copy of it. They'll put it up. But I'm really having a hard time with my audio here, so bear with me. I'm not hearing half of what you're saying, and all the video is jumbled up too. So with that, I will read the rest of the motion. The council is interested in identifying management tools that prevent or minimize sablefish area and sector-specific TAC and ABC overages. The discussion paper should provide relevant data and consider management measures to address sector allocation overages such as 1, time and area closure, 2, reduced allocations to target species with high sablefish bycatch, 3, intercooperative agreements and incentive programs, 4, lower maximum retainable allowances, or extend maximum retainable allowance status, an example, no trawl sablefish target. 5, other actions taken by the councils to manage sector allocations. The discussion should include management implications of restraining catch to regional area and sector to allocations, any benefits to sablefish stock of reducing juvenile sablefish fishing mortality, and projected impacts to trawl and fixed gear sectors. Mr. Chair.
Now I'll second. Second to Mr. Down.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Down. Okay, Mr. Jensen, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. This motion is a response to public testimony and the public's concerns over the issue of large bycatch in the trawl sablefish sector. And when we're setting the tax and the ABCs for these different fisheries, we have to use science, and that's our job to go along with the recommendations to SSC, et cetera. If this were to pass and get on the table, I hope the discussion paper will help with the public concerns and maybe it'll give us some light on how to deal with this issue, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Are there questions on the motion? Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jensen, I understand the current focus on sablefish and primarily directed at trawl, but I'm wondering if you think this would have more utility if it were broadened some to just look at accountability tools in general and for these kinds of situations. Appreciate the suggestion to look at other councils and what they've done. And I actually think that might be the most promising, but that obviously probably won't be about sablefish. So I'm just wondering if you think maybe this action would provide us more value, this discussion paper would provide us more value if it were generalized some.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr. Twite. Yeah, I do agree with you. I just didn't want to get this overcomplicated. I would definitely agree with a friendly amendment to this if it was such as what you just suggested. I think it would be great to put it out. I just didn't want to get it too complicated for staff, Mr. Chair, Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Mr. Mark.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Jensen, for the motion. One thing we heard a couple times in public testimony was the use of incentives rather than kind of taking more punitive action. Did you consider that as that we should look at that as part of this analysis?
Through the chair, Mr. Marks, I didn't get all that question. You were garbled up. Could you please try it again?
Yeah, I questioned why did you think about including an element that would look at incentives to address these types of overages? We heard about that a couple times during public testimony.
Mr. Marks, no, I did not.
Was there a reason?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that one, Mr. Marks. I don't have a good answer for you there.
Okay, another follow-up, if I may.
Mr. Marks.
So a lot of what we heard and going through the stock status and that was there's a lot of kind of uncertainty in the data right now with gear-specific harvest, CPUEs for pots. There's a lot of uncertainty around the status of the different stocks and age classes. We have more information coming up. They'll hope to get a look at the 2017 year class this year. There's hints of a stronger 2019 year class. So I'm wondering why we wouldn't have look at a stock status and some of these other gear change measures before we move into changing allocation, since we really don't know how the harvest through the targeted program that you're looking at kind of relates to the overall status of the stock, because we know at this point we have 3 of the highest 4 years on record kind of in the stock structure right now. Thanks.
Yeah, that's probably the major part of the problem is the high level of immature fish in the water column. The different kinds of gear types, I think, are basically helping to alleviate the whale depredation, if that's what you're talking about, and also you get from what I understand, larger fish in the cod pots when you're if you let them soak and let the small ones swim out. So, yeah, I think they're going to have to take that into consideration in the future in the surveys is how the efficiency of the pots work. Mr. Marks, Mr. Chair.
Just to clarify, I guess I was looking for, I was wondering why we wouldn't do that ahead of taking these actions when I know there's a lot of uncertainty and conjecture, speculation on the stock strength, and that's probably an important element before we take actions when we don't have that information.
Yeah, I agree. There is definitely a lack of information, especially on those stocks. All we know is that they're present and they're getting caught in trawls. And just trying to get a paper to discuss what possibilities we have of either regulating or avoiding that issue.
Okay. Mr. Marks, I would note that bullet number 3 does reference incentive programs, so that was mentioned in the motion.
Sorry for the oversight then.
Ms. Campbell.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, that I was actually going to try to phrase your comment in the form of a question, but I had that same observation that incentive programs are specifically referenced in number 3. So I didn't know if Mr. Marks was talking about some other kind of incentive program or than what Mr. Jensen was envisioning. And then I think that we just had a very comprehensive report from dozens of scientists about the status of the sablefish stock. And so I I was curious what the thoughts were about what else might be needed in order to move forward with this discussion paper, but I'm not sure that that's really a question for Mr. Jensen, so maybe we'll hold off on that for now.
All right. I think that's probably appropriate. Go to Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jensen, I just wanted to confirm, based on your response to Mr. Twite, that the purpose of this discussion paper is really to look at sablefish. This is not an academic exercise, but to look at the relevant data that we have on the occurrence of sablefish, timing, and then potential management measures that might meet that based on the conditions that we're seeing. And so I guess I definitely want to hear specifically whether the intent is let's try to address sablefish, or whether this is a broader how do councils manage fisheries type of action.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Kimball. I think it's more to what you're talking about. I think it's more directed just to sablefish at this time. It'd be great to see if we could do something all the other overages in the fleet by all the different fisheries, but specifically, I'd certainly like to get more information on sablefish. That's what this motion is all about.
Thank you.
Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the second on this motion, I really was just going to return, and I appreciate you, Mr. Chairman, pointing out bullet point number 3, and Ms. Campbell pointing out the bullet point number 3 and other issues. And I'd also point out that in the motion is other actions taken by councils to manage these sector allocations, specific, as Mr. Jensen has made clear, to sablefish, but the point of my comment is we're going to see, I would expect to see plenty on incentives, programs, cooperative agreements, these kinds of things. I think we'll see plenty of that to hopefully help with Mr. Marks' comfort with this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Mr. Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Jensen, for the motion. A lot of good things in there. One of the questions, it's kind of I'm hoping that it's implied in some of the language, but I just want to make sure that was intent. One of the things that we've heard before is understanding how some of these management measures would also affect other bycatch species. I'm kind of reading some of that in there, but I'm sure your intent was that would be part of the discussion paper.
Thank you, Mr. Cross, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking, Mr. Cross. It would probably show some light on the other issues like you just mentioned.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think we have to make a motion to amend if the staff is clear that that's part of what we're also looking at in this discussion paper.
I think that's fine. The discussion can. Sorry, my computer is lagging quite a bit. Yeah, I think that's appropriate, Mr. Cross. Okay. There's any other questions? I might not be getting the hand signals raised on my end. Any other questions? If I'm not calling on you, please feel free to just jump in. Okay, let's go to any amendments to offer? Okay. That,
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, there was a delay in my hand raising. I was just going to comment in response to Mr. Cross's question relative to the analysis of impacts.
Okay.
And I think the last sentence in the motion talks about projected impacts to the different sectors. And typically a discussion paper kind of scopes out the scale of a problem and may touch on some potential impacts, but doesn't necessarily evaluate and to the full extent what those impacts might be on all the sectors. That helps.
Okay. Mr. Twice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to try to offer an amendment because I think any amendment I offer at this point would probably butcher things up some, and I'm not interested in doing that. My frustration with this is, and sort of goes back to what I spoke to when we adopted Bering Sea specs before, is that we saw this coming and we chose not to take action in advance, even though we knew with age classes this big, we would be seeing much higher levels of bycatch of juvenile sablefish in trawl fisheries in particular than we've been seeing in the past, and that would stress our system. And indeed, it's done exactly that. So by the time this discussion paper is done and we begin to really think about accountability measures, there's a reasonably good chance that this problem will be in the rearview mirror. Obviously, with a lot of pissed off folks about it, but and so my concern is that I'm not sure we're going to fix this problem, and I think unless we do, unless this paper provides us with enough tools, particularly as looking around the nation at what other councils do in these situations, we're going to be vulnerable again with another species, maybe another gear, but we'll have a similar situation where our management framework, which overall is remarkably robust, but it does not handle really rapid increases in populations very well, particularly when it takes those populations several years to recruit fully to all fisheries. And so you get a time period when one fishery is catching large numbers and other fisheries aren't catching any. And that's difficult to deal with. And so I am really interested in what we could be doing to prepare ourselves for that, to ensure that we're still achieving our conservation objectives and sort of appropriately managing fishery impacts on a growing incoming stock. That's, to me, that's the value in this, is that kind of thing. And so if our using this example as an opportunity to think somewhat more broadly about how we will be prepared the next time this happens, then that's great. And this will have turned out to be a really useful exercise. If it's just strictly, very narrowly focused just on what went wrong before, it's going to be great for Monday morning quarterbacking, but the problem will have largely passed given council's speed at working on things. And so I'm interested in it. I'll end up voting for it, but I guess sort of my plea to the staff working on the discussion paper is help us think ahead too, so the next time this comes. But I can't amend the motion to do that. But to the extent that they can keep an eye on that, I think it'll be the most useful. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Twight. Mr. Down.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, just to clarify that we're beyond amendments and we're on to discussion. But I heard you call for amendments, but then I thought Mr. Twight's comments were comments and not an amendment. But I'm just clarifying. I have a comment, but if we want to hold that until we find if there's room for amendment.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Brown. All right, last call for amendment to the motion. Okay, on to comments. Mr. Down.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. I'm glad that we have a motion on the table here. I'm glad that Mr. Jensen put the time and resources into thinking this through and to coming up with what I think are the right bullet points. I hear Mr. Twight's concerns and I think they're valid. We are going to look at this in maybe what's a little bit of a narrow scope, but we can expand on that as needed. We'll get some public comments, I think, in some respects, the council has taken action on sablefish in 2019. I think it was pretty clear that we'd not taken direct action, staff tasking, when it became apparent in 2019 that not only was the ABCs going to be exceeded by a great deal, but that was going to continue to be an ongoing problem. We'd asked the trawl industry representatives to come back to us with some kind of a cohesive plan. And I'd look to other council members to correct me on this if I'm wrong, but from my perspective, we've heard no cohesive plan. What we've heard is we've got to prioritize Chinook bycatch to understand. We've got a priority on chum salmon bycatch. We've got halibut bycatch. We've got herring bycatch issues. We've got crab bycatch issues, and we're kind of doing everything we can, which is short of anything that the council can do anything with as far as what industry's brought us at this time. So I'm hoping that industry will bring forward to us maybe some ideas when this discussion paper comes back with incentive plans or cooperative agreements or something that might have a little more meat on the bone that we can act on, because I think ultimately that might be our solution is to look to industry to help solve these concerns. So for those reasons, I'm very supportive of this motion. I don't think the council really has any choice but to take action at this meeting and to move this forward for a discussion paper. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be supporting the motion. And thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Further comments on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm having trouble with my hand, but I would like to speak if that's okay.
Oh, sure, Ms. Campbell.
Thank you. Oh, now my hand is up. Anyway, I wanted to thank Mr. Johnson for offering this motion. For me, this has been a very frustrating topic. I think that many of us as council members feel that it exposed a weakness in our management system. And so I want to express my appreciation for bringing this forward. I'm going to be supporting it. I want to express especially my thanks to Mr. Jensen for including item 3 with the idea that there may be a way through intercooperative agreements or incentive programs for the industry to fold this into some of their other bycatch reduction measures, because I do want to recognize that our trawl industry is juggling a lot of different bycatch avoidance objectives right now. And it may in fact be that an incentive program or some industry developed solution is the most elegant way to address this. But in my experience, those solutions, when we have developed them in that way, have always come through a combination of the council taking action and doing analysis, and the industry stepping forward and bringing solutions. And so I hope that this discussion paper starts us down the road of a similar kind of collaborative process that we've seen in the past with some of these other very difficult issues. I'm sympathetic to comments that this is in fact a bigger issue than just sablefish, but I feel like expanding it would cause it to die under its own weight with just the weightiness of that analysis and how broad it will be. So I support the choice that Mr. Jensen made to keep it limited to sablefish now and then learn what we can that may be relevant to other species. I hope that we do not end up
I think it was yesterday, under specs, and I agree with virtually everything that Ms. Campbell said, and so I won't belabor this, but I will certainly support the motion. I think it's a good one. Thanks, Mr. Jensen.
Thanks, Dr. Posker. Any other comments? If you're having trouble raising your hand, please feel free to just jump in right now. Otherwise, we will.
Can you see my?
Oh, I can't. Ms. Kimball.
Oh, maybe I'm the only one that can see my hand, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really briefly, I hope we're also, I support this paper. I'm glad it was brought forward. I'm glad it's specific to sablefish for the reasons I've already stated. I won't talk about that again. But I also hope we're managing our expectations. I'm remembering Mr. Witherell coming to us and reminding us that discussion papers were going to try to be limited to 5 to 10 pages, and this is certainly a much more tricky issue than kind of that level. But I hope it can be addressed, in the appropriate way, but that we're not expecting to see a full analysis back. In part because I hope we see this back kind of sooner rather than later, and I just wanted to remind us all of our expectations for discussion papers these days. But I'll support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Any other comments? Okay. Is there opposition to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Okay, if there's nothing else on that, we will move to the UNPA request for a community Pacific cod allocation. Mr. Mesereau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see that it's been put on the schedule tentatively. I think it's responsive to public comment to take a look at this. The Unalaska Fishermen's Association has been attending these meetings for quite some time, repeatedly expressing their concern about the possibility that they might be getting squeezed out of their operation that they've been doing for quite some time. And the original motion that was made on October 9th, 2019 is pretty comprehensive to meet the needs of the Unalaska Fishermen's Association. I guess I was just hoping to bring this up in this way. I don't think it's necessary to make a motion to do this, but I was hoping that with the staff listening, there are some specific suggestions in that discussion paper on ways to allow participants to fish off the jig sector allocation, and it gave some suggestions, which were vessels under 57, trip limits to 15,000 pounds, pot limits of less than 25 pots. And I guess I wanted to bring this up because I wanted to encourage the staff to look at other mechanisms that they normally would probably look at, but I thought it would be a good idea just to bring it up and, encourage them to look at things like a super exclusive registration or shoreside delivery requirements, so they don't end up delivering to floaters that don't benefit the community directly, since the whole purpose of this is to try to keep fishermen in the community fishing. And I think these are pretty basic concepts that would be covered anyway, but I thought I'd bring it up in staff tasking and hope for the council's support to bring this discussion paper forward for consideration. I think that the schedule has it on the June meeting, and that seems like a reasonable place for it. And I guess that's all I have for you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Other council members?
Mr. Chair, this is Rachel. I'm waiting for my hand to raise, but I just have a brief comment.
Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Mesereau for bringing this issue forward. I do remember the conversation that we had in our C5 agenda item and agreed with the decision that the UNFLIP proposal wasn't a good fit for that particular agenda item. I think this path to address the issue is really the best way to do that. And so thank you again, Mr. Mesereau, for bringing this forward. I support your recommendation.
Thanks, Ms. Baker. Mr. Jensen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Mesereau. This is something that's been around a long time. They came to us on the Board of Fish quite a few years ago, and we couldn't figure out a way to do it. I'm just hoping we can figure out a way to work it out here on with this group. It would be, you'll have my support on anything you can do to help these folks. Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Further comments? Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mesereau. Okay. That'll bring us to number 5, public concern about unstable seasonality and availability of AIP cod quota. Mr. Down.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard about this at the October meeting. We heard about it again in the B reports here at this meeting, and again at staff tasking, requesting a discussion paper to look at not only the problem, but the potential solutions for unharvested quota in the Aleutian Islands. And really, it's a twofold problem in the Aleutian Islands. One is that in years when there's processing in the Aleutian Islands and there's trawl fleet active in the Aleutian Islands, the season will, because of no A and B season split, the season will close very early out there, and those people that normally and historically have participated in the B season have a lost opportunity where they do not have the ability to catch fish, such as in 2019. I think the season closed in March, and that closed the Aleutian Islands to cod for the entire year, March or April, early, no B season. This year, the opposite problem. There was no processor, and trawl fishing was very, very good and went very quickly in the Bering Sea. So the entire quota in the Aleutian Islands, or nearly the entire quota, I remember looking at it fairly late in the year, and there was 12,000 tons left of quota in the Aleutian Islands, and nobody was harvesting, with the exception of a few freezer longliners that historically only take about 4,000 tons. So there's unharvested quota there. So it's really an issue that goes both ways. My feeling on this, and the reason that I brought this up, was it's in public testimony. It's not really a freezer longline issue. This is really, and they have a big impact here because normally they fish out late in the year. In some years, and there's market conditions with whether the market for big fish is desirable or not desirable, depending on what year it is and how many big fish are coming out of the Barents Sea in the market. So we've got a problem here, but it's not just the freezer longline. That's who's been testifying here, but I think it's an industry-wide problem. I tried raising my hand actually when Chad C was speaking, and my hand wouldn't go up, so I wasn't able to ask the question. But if I did, the question I was going to ask Mr. C was that if he would be willing to work with industry together, because we know what the problem is. What we don't have is the solution. And I think that's going to be difficult for the analysts without some pointing to, okay, here's a couple of things that might help to solve this problem and prevent either, one, the season closes super early in the year and there is no B season for anybody, or two, nobody fishes in the A season and all the quota rolls to the B season where there isn't capacity. So that's I knowing Mr. C and his great work across the board with many of the participants in the other sectors, I think that his answer to that may have been, I'm not speaking for him, but it may have been, yeah, I'd be willing to work with industry. So I would like to I'll volunteer myself to the degree that I can be helpful to try to encourage people to talk about this and to see if we can look at some solutions or some solutions that could be analyzed and possibly bring this back to the council at a future meeting. But at this meeting, having only the problem and not having a solution, I think that puts the analysts in a tough position. I think it's time for industry to sit down at the table and talk about what's doing both situations. When there is trawl fishing early on in the year out there and when there is no trawl fishing going on, how do we provide access and opportunity in that unstable environment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Down. Ms. Campbell.
On another topic.
Okay. I guess council members on Mr. Down's suggestion, and thanks for being willing to take that on, Mr. Down. Okay, Ms. Campbell?
Mr. Chair, I just want to note that we had a motion from our advisory panel about jig as legal gear in the sablefish fishery, and my intention as committee chair, unless the council feels otherwise, would be to add that to the agenda of our IFQ committee meeting that will be held in late March so that it would be considered along with the other IFQ proposals.
Thanks, Ms. Campbell. That sounds like a good idea. Other council members? I doubt there's objection to that.
Yeah, from my perspective, I think that's the proper place for this kind of an idea to go. I did raise my hand because it's very, very slow, but I support Ms. Campbell on that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks for putting up with my slow response here with the technology issues that we're experiencing. Okay, Mr. Mesereau.
Mr. Chairman, I raised my hand and then it took a really long time for it to go up and then I lowered it and it's still not lower. So just ignore my raised hand. It's probably going to be there for a while.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Council members, jump in if you need to. Otherwise, I will go to the SSC recommendation on marine debris. Mr. Twite.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That and a couple of other ecosystem committee recommendations, and I thought maybe we could just bundle them all up. On the marine debris, I didn't have a chance to do any digging this week. Sorry, bad choice of verbs. But I think maybe one way to deal with that would be to request that the ecosystem committee take a look at that issue and make a recommendation back to the council whether they think the council has any role in that. And then the other ecosystem committee issues I was thinking of were a quick discussion on the ecosystem committee recommendation that, in their judgment, and having another day-long workshop on the status of the ecosystem is a good idea. It's a necessary follow-up to the one we had a couple of years ago to keep the dialogue going with, particularly with the coastal communities that are so affected right now by the changes in the ecosystem. And then the ecosystem committee's recommendation that the big difference between this workshop and the previous one is that this workshop should be organized by a steering committee that includes, that directly includes coastal Alaskan interests, so that there's an obvious, so the connection's built in from the beginning. And the ecosystem committee suggestion that one way to do that would be to at least initiate a steering committee that includes both a coastal rep as well as an industry rep, who both do a very good job of representing their perspectives and would be very helpful. And also, I would note, are just far more organized than the third person the ecosystem committee suggested, who's me. And so I'm looking for a head nod from the council on whether that's an appropriate approach at this point, or whether the council wants to think about that some more. And then also looking for a head nod from the council on the ecosystem committee's thoughts about suggestion to the council that it could be of value to the council in sort of taking a looking ahead role, both by starting to monitor and consider ecosystem changes in the Gulf of Alaska, and because the Bering Sea has been getting a lot of attention recently, and we've put a lot of focused energy into it, particularly with the FEP. But we've been sort of neglecting the Gulf, where actually we're seeing some of the largest signs of ecosystem change. And then another one that the ecosystem committee could keep tabs on behalf of the council is forage fish issues. And so again, looking for some feedback from the council on whether or not those seem like useful roles for the ecosystem committee. And even though I don't think they necessarily lead to any action right away, just the opportunity to have the ecosystem committee monitoring those on behalf of the council and reporting back to the council was a concept that made sense to the ecosystem committee members.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. A couple of hands raised. Ms. Baker.
Mr. Chair, mine's a separate issue, sorry.
Okay, Ms. Kimball.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was trying to track Mr. Twite's suggestions. I certainly think the ecosystem committee is the right place to start organizing or outlining what a workshop might be. You mentioned a one-day workshop. I feel like we get a workshop every October meeting and this December meeting on both the Bering Sea, Aleutian Islands, and the Gulf of Alaska on ecosystem status and changing conditions. And so where I see the value in having the ecosystem committee weigh in is having really their contributions in kind of organizing what we should focus on in just a one-day workshop, having it driven from that level as opposed to being driven by the council. So I think that's a great idea. I also mentioned already that I think I did that, really some of the benefit we got from the previous workshop was being in person, being able to, meet other people, be in small groups, work on specific problems, and be a little more nimble. And so maybe the ecosystem committee doesn't need that level of advice from this council at this point, but I certainly think there's a lot more merit in being able to do an in-person workshop of that kind than there is a virtual. So I'm generally supportive of having the committee work either through a steering committee or through the whole committee on trying to outline what that would look like, and then just with a date, to be determined, I suppose. Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that time.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Other council members wish to give Mr. Twite feedback on those thoughts? Otherwise, I think that sounded good, Mr. Twite.
Can I just respond to one of Ms. Kimball's points, because I thought it really touched on a level, one of the discussions that the committee had, and that is committee members completely agreed with your observation that the value in that was of particularly the small group afternoon work, where people really could interact on a person-to-person level. And the tension that they were feeling was that not knowing how long it would be, and a sense of the further we go from that first workshop, the more likely we are to lose some of the momentum, which has, and several of them expressed a concern that momentum's been ebbing already. And so a sense that being able to rebuild that. And that was the tension they were discussing, but all other things being equal, absolutely, that it has so much more value as an in-person function.
Thank you, Mr. Twite. Not seeing any other hands jump up here. So with that, let's go to Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to go briefly through a motion that I have for the recommendations for the February 2021 meeting agenda. So I have a motion that has been sent to staff. Not sure, given our ability with bandwidth this afternoon, how this will work out, but I guess we'll see how it goes.
We'll give it a try. Okay, I see it. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Baker.
Okay, I'm not seeing it on the screen. Oh, there it comes up. Maybe I'll just wait. I'll go ahead and read what I have. And so the council recommends prioritization of the following agenda items for the February 2021 council meeting. Must-do issues, B reports, SSC report, and AP report. BSAI crab, Norton Sound Red King crab specifications in the crab plan team report and staff tasking. Additional prioritized issues are small sablefish release, initial review, BSAI crab PSC limit reductions, preliminary initial review, BSAI Pacific Cod Pot CP, final action, standardized bycatch reporting methodology, research priorities, and EFP applications. Committee reports, the Bering Sea Fishery Ecosystem Plan Team and task forces, community engagement, final recommendations, economic data reports, and SSPT recommendation for the time estimates shown on the motion. A total of 36 hours. The council also recommends scheduling the BSAI Pacific Cod Small Boat Access Paper for April if possible. For the second, I'll speak to the motion, Mr. Chair.
Second, Ms. Kimball.
Thank you, Ms. Kimball. Ms. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as is becoming our custom, I thought it would be helpful to outline the council's recommended prioritization as you and the executive director look toward developing our agenda for the February 2021 meeting. I believe that these agenda items that I'm recommending in this motion match up with the current three-meeting outlook, with the exception of the recommendation on the bottom to schedule the BSAI Pacific Cod Small Boat Access Paper for April, if at all possible. I believe that paper is currently scheduled for June, and we did have a little bit of discussion about that earlier. Certainly understand that staff will need to determine how much time is needed for that, but I just wanted to note my interest that if at all possible, I would recommend that that come back in April. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. Any questions? Mr. Twite.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm just assuming that when we vote on this, which I do really appreciate this practice, that we're not really voting on the time limits. Those are just useful because I think at least a couple of them, I'm sure that after further work with associated staff, there might be a different view of how long some of those will take, but that's not really what we're voting on, correct?
That would be my understanding, Mr. Twite. Ms. Baker can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think those are just in there for guidelines. Any other questions or amendments? Or comments on the motion? Please feel free to jump in if the hands are being slow to raise. Okay, I think we're ready to vote then. Any opposition to the motion? And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Baker. Okay, what else? All right. Music to my ears. Okay. Well, thanks everybody. What an end to a year of meetings here. Glad to be done with 2020. Ms. Evans, can you post the appointment notice? Or sorry, Ms. Kimball?
Sorry, that was a while ago. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Evans.
Mr. Canine, Mr. Chair, I am trying to, but my system is very slow. How about we post it on the agenda and I'll get it up as soon as I can.
All right, sounds good. So while that's loading, I'll just kind of go over it here. So for the AP, the council reappointed for 3-year terms, James Johnson, Melissa Johnson, Matt Upton, and Ann Vanderhoven. And John Gruber was reappointed for a 1-year term, and Brian Ritchie was appointed to complete the term of the seat vacated by Dan Donich. And that term expires at the end of 2021. And we also appointed newly to a 3-year term, Megan O'Neill. For the SSC, all the current SSC members have been reappointed with the exception of Drs. Gordon Cruz and Kate Reedy, who are stepping down from their service, and we thank them for their service. And newly appointed to the SSC for 2021 are Dr. Chris Sidden and Dr. Patrick Sullivan. For PINSIAC, 2-year terms, we appointed Mark Casto, Lance Farr, Jake Jacobson, Gary Painter, Brett Reeser, Mike Simpson, Sean Dwyer, Dean Fosnot, Steve Miner, Edward Polson, Elizabeth Reed, and Jamie Goen as the non-voting secretary. And then finally, for the Scallop Plan team, Dr. Tyler Jackson was appointed as a member. Okay. That, I believe our business here is done, and I'd like to thank everybody for all the hard work. It is 4:02 Alaska time, so we're 2 minutes late, but happy to call this meeting to a close and see you all virtually in 2021.
Merry Christmas. Holidays.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Happy holidays.
Holidays, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks all.
Happy holidays, everybody.
See you next year.
Thanks, everyone. Stay safe. Happy holidays.
The meeting is now over. All the participants have been disconnected.